Dracula, Bound in Blood. Written by Morgan Black. Narration services are provided by 11 Labs, Inc. Produced by Morgan Black. Prologue. Year 1893. The ancient Carpathian mountains loomed like sentinels against the blood-red sky, their jagged peaks piercing the heavens as if in defiance of God himself. Standing proudly on the highest and most perilous of these peaks was Castle Dracula, a sprawling and menacing fortress seemingly chiseled out of the very earth. Its imposing towers cast long, ominous shadows across the rugged landscape, their silhouettes stark against the dying sun. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the castle's windows blazed to life, one by one, like the eyes of some great beast awakening from its slumber. The warm glow within starkly contrasted the cold, unforgiving stone exterior, hinting at the otherworldly forces that dwelled within its ancient walls. The land surrounding the castle was a desolate wasteland, devoid of life, a place where hope came to die. Gnarled, leafless trees dotted the barren landscape, their twisted branches reaching skyward like the grasping hands of the damned. A thick blanket of mist crept along the ground, obscuring the treacherous paths that led to the castle's gates and lending an air of ethereal mystery to the already foreboding scene. In the distance, a lone wolf's howl echoed through the valleys, a mournful sound that seemed to embody the essence of loneliness and despair permeating this forsaken corner of the world. It was a fitting anthem for the castle's master, a being as ancient and unyielding as the mountains themselves. Count Dracula paced restlessly among the towering shelves of leather-bound tomes within the castle's vast library. Stretching 3 stories high, the room embodied centuries of accumulated knowledge and power. Towering oak bookshelves lined the walls, their wood darkened with age and polished to a soft sheen by countless hands over the centuries. These shelves groaned under the weight of thousands of leather-bound tomes, their spines a kaleidoscope of faded golds, deep reds and rich browns. Many of the books were ancient beyond measure, their pages yellowed and fragile, filled with forgotten lore and forbidden knowledge. Ornate spiral wrought-iron staircases connected the different levels, their intricate designs reminiscent of twisting vines and thorny roses. At each level, narrow walkways with elaborately carved railings allowed access to the higher shelves. Massive arched windows punctuated the walls between the bookshelves, their leaded glass distorting the view of the rugged Carpathian landscape beyond. Heavy velvet curtains in deep crimson hung at each window, ready to be drawn against the harsh light of day. An enormous circular table of polished ebony dominated the center of the room. Its surface was inlaid with an intricate gold map of the known world. Surrounding it were high-backed chairs, upholstered in rich blood-red leather, their wooden frames carved with grotesque figures and arcane symbols. Scattered throughout the room were reading nooks furnished with plush divans and wing-back chairs, each accompanied by a small table supporting a delicate oil lamp. These created islands of warm, inviting light in the otherwise shadowy expanse of the library. The vaulted ceiling was a masterpiece of Gothic architecture, with ribbed arches converging at bosses carved to resemble snarling gargoyles. From these hung enormous black iron and crystal chandeliers, each holding dozens of candles that cast a flickering, otherworldly light across the room. In one corner stood a massive globe, easily 6 feet in diameter, its surface a detailed depiction of the world as it was known centuries ago. Nearby, glass-fronted cabinets housed a collection of curious artifacts, ancient scrolls, mysterious relics, and arcane instruments whose purposes were long forgotten. The air in the library was heavy with the scent of old leather, parchment, and beeswax, underlaid with a faint metallic tang that hinted at darker secrets. His pale skin gleamed like polished marble in the flickering candlelight, starkly contrasting his flowing mane of raven-black hair. His widow's peak accentuated his high forehead, lending him an air of aristocratic refinement, while his thick, expressive brows framed eyes that held the wisdom and weariness of his long-lived centuries. Dracula's clean-shaven face was a mask of controlled emotion, his sharp features etched with the weight of countless years. He moved with an otherworldly grace, his long fingers trailing along the spines of ancient books as he wandered through the library, lost in thought. The creak of the heavy oak door broke the oppressive silence, and Dracula turned to see his faithful servant, Vigo, enter the room. The man's weathered face was a roadmap of loyalty and devotion, his eyes downcast in deference to his master. "My lord," Vigo began, his voice barely above a whisper, "I bring news from across the sea." Dracula's eyebrow arched, a flicker of interest crossing his otherwise impassive features.
"Speak, Vigo. What whispers have reached our secluded realm?"
Vigo hesitated. His words needed to be spoken carefully. "Your love has been seen, my lord, in a faraway place called London." A sardonic smile played at the corners of Dracula's mouth.
"Love, Vigo. Such a quaint notion for one such as I."
His voice was rich and cultured, tinged with the elegance of a bygone era and the weariness of one who had seen too much.
"But pray, do continue. What else do your sources reveal?"
"But isn't this the one you have sent your children to find, master? He fits the description of your precious one. Dark in hair and blue in eyes, he matches the painting perfectly." As Vigo relayed the details of his report, Dracula's mind wandered to a time long past, when he had been a different man, an ordinary man. In his mind's eye, he saw himself as he had been centuries ago. Vlad Dracula, the warrior prince, devoted, in name only, husband to Elisabetta. He had not truly loved her, but he had tried to balance his responsibilities as a ruler with his duty to her and to the appearance of a virile leader who loved the company of women. Dracula remembered the countless nights spent away from the castle, leading his armies into battle, while Elisabetta waited, alone and increasingly bitter. He had given her freedoms that other men of the time would never have allowed their wives, a small compensation for the loveless nature of their union. But it had not been enough. Elisabetta fell in love, so their friendship crumbled with that love. The memory of their last encounter before a pivotal battle surfaced, unbidden and unwelcome. The year 1461. "Must you go, my prince?" Elisabetta had asked, her voice tight with resentment. "Always, it is a war that calls you from our bed, among other pursuits." Dracula sighed, fastening his ornate breastplate with practiced ease. They never had a bed other than the one used to do his duty and sire an heir. Other than that, they slept in different rooms.
"You know my duty, Elisabetta. Mere wishes and longing will not hold back the Turks."
"And what of your duty to me?" she had countered, her eyes flashing with hurt and anger. "Am I not also your responsibility? I am pregnant with your heir." He had turned to her then, his face a carefully crafted mask of regret.
"You are safe here, my dear, protected by these walls and the loyalty of our people. But our lands, our very way of life, are under threat. I must go."
Elisabetta had laughed then, a brittle, mirthless sound. "Safe? Protected? I am a prisoner here, Vlad. I am a prisoner in a gilded cage, waiting for a husband who returns only to leave again." Her words had stung more for their truth than their venom. Even then, Dracula knew he could never give her what she truly desired. His heart, his very being, yearned for something else, for someone else.
"When this war is over,
he had promised, the words hollow even as they left his lips.
Things will be different. We will have peace and time.
Time, Elisabetta had echoed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Yes, we shall have time aplenty when we are both in our graves, my love. With those bitter words hanging between them, Dracula had left, riding out to meet his destiny on the blood-soaked fields of battle. The scene shifted in Dracula's mind, and he saw himself astride his war-horse, the air thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. The clash of steel on steel rang out across the battlefield, punctuated by the screams of the dying and the thunderous report of primitive firearms. Dracula was in his element then, a whirlwind of death and destruction. His sword flashed in the dim light, each stroke claiming another life for his insatiable hunger for victory. He moved with inhuman speed and grace, his armor splattered with the lifeblood of his enemies. As he cut down foe after foe, Dracula felt a primal thrill coursing through his veins. It was more than the rush of battle and the satisfaction of protecting his lands and people. It was a deeper, darker hunger, one spurred on by darker hands, and a deal that would eventually consume him entirely. Dracula stood before his assembled troops. His voice rang out with the authority of the seasoned commander he was. The men listened intently, their faces grim with the knowledge of the bloody battle ahead. Yet even as he spoke of strategy and valor, he found his gaze inexorably drawn to one soldier in particular. Bela stood among the ranks, male beauty incarnate, his piercing blue eyes locked on Dracula. The young man's chiseled features and tousled black hair set him apart from his common fellow soldiers. A palpable energy crackled between them, a forbidden longing that both men knew all too well but must remain unspoken. Dracula's mind flashed to a recent memory. He and Bela, passing each other in the close confines of the barracks. Their bodies had brushed together, a seemingly innocent contact that had sent a shiver down Dracula's spine, igniting the desires he had long suppressed. With great effort, Dracula tore his gaze away from Bela, forcing himself to refocus on the troops. But even as he spoke of tactics and formations, his thoughts were filled with images of the young soldier, his body, his burning kisses, the smell of his sweat. Bela approached Dracula under the guise of seeking last-minute instructions. His expression was a mixture of fear for the fighting ahead and a longing that mirrored Dracula's own. Bela allowed his hand to graze against his commander's in a daring move. It was a fleeting touch, barely perceptible to anyone watching, but to Dracula it spoke volumes of the passion they dared not voice. And yet, that contact alone brought memories flooding back of their secret meetings, stolen moments in shadowy corners, hushed whispers, and tender caresses under the cover of night. Those clandestine encounters meant everything to Dracula, offering a taste of the connection he had always craved, but never found in his marriage to Elisabetta. Neither was aware of the eyes upon them, particularly those of a nearby soldier, who seemed to regard the interaction between commander and subordinate with suspicion. As the battle began, Dracula threw himself into the fray with the ferocity of a beast of battle. Yet even in the bloodshed, his thoughts strayed to Bela, wondering where the young soldier was amid the mayhem. Unbeknownst to Dracula, a dark drama was unfolding elsewhere on the battlefield. Bela found himself cornered by his fellow soldiers, their faces twisted with disgust and righteous anger. "You dare to corrupt our lord with your unnatural desires?" one spat, brandishing his weapon. "And during this crucial battle for the very soul of our country!" Bela's eyes flashed with defiance. "You speak of treason, yet here you stand, distracted from our true enemies by your own delusions. Whatever you think is happening between Lord Dracula and myself is not your concern. Our focus should be on defending our land, not baseless accusations." When his words failed to sway them, Bela's tone turned threatening. "Lord Dracula will have your heads if you harm me. Think carefully about your next move." The leader of the group laughed coldly. "Dracula will believe you fell to the enemy. Just another soldier dead on the battlefield. No one will question it." Realizing the gravity of his situation, Bela fought back with all his strength. His sword clashed against those of his attackers, the ring of steel lost in the greater whirlwind of the battle. Despite his skill, Bela was hopelessly outnumbered. One by one, his assailants' blades found their mark, until finally, the young soldier fell, his blood staining the already sodden ground. As the tide of battle turned in their favor, Dracula searched the field for his Bela, his heart growing heavy with each passing moment. When at last he found him, the sight drove him to his knees. Bela lay broken and bloodied, his once vibrant blue eyes now lifeless. The battlefield lay silent, a grim tableau of death and destruction. The acrid stench of smoke and blood hung heavy in the air. Dracula dropped to his knees, cradling the lifeless form of his beloved Bela. His anguished sobs echoed across the desolate landscape. Suddenly, an unnatural darkness swept across the field, blotting out the sun as if it were nothing more than a guttering candle. The very air seemed to thicken, becoming heavy with an otherworldly malevolence that sent chills down Dracula's spine. From this oppressive gloom emerged a figure of terrifying beauty and horrific power. The creature that stalked through the carnage was neither fully demon nor man, but a nightmarish amalgamation of both. Its form constantly shifted, as if struggling to maintain cohesion in the mortal realm. One moment, it appeared as a towering figure with obsidian skin that seemed to absorb all light, crowned with twisted horns that spiraled toward the heavens. The next, it took on a more human visage, hauntingly beautiful, yet unmistakably alien, with eyes that burned like dying stars, and hair that writhed like living shadows. As it moved among the fallen soldiers, a twisted grin played across its features, revealing row upon row of needle-sharp teeth. Its very presence seemed to leach the remaining warmth from the air, leaving behind a bone-deep chill that spoke of ancient tombs and forgotten hells. To Dracula's mounting horror, he realized that he alone could perceive this nightmarish entity. His men, those few who had survived the brutal conflict, seemed oblivious to the demon's presence, going about their grim post-battle tasks as if nothing were amiss. The demon approached Dracula, its voice a discordant symphony that grated against his very soul. "Well done, warrior prince," it purred, the words dripping with malicious glee. "You have claimed a most impressive victory this day. The Ottoman forces lie broken at your feet, just as you desired." This was the same dark force he had once bargained with, trading his very soul for the promise of triumph. Now, it seemed, the demon had come to collect its due.
"Please,"
Dracula begged, his voice raw with grief and desperation.
"Spare him. Use your dark power to bring my Bela back from death's embrace. I'll do anything."
The demon's laughter was chilling, like icicles shattering against stone. "Oh, my dear prince," it sneered, "you have already traded your soul for victory. What else could you possibly offer that would be of value to one such as I?" Dracula's mind raced, searching for some way to sway the infernal creature.
"When I made that bargain, I knew not the true depths of love."
The demon's eyes flashed with cruel amusement. "A touching sentiment, to be sure, but hardly my concern. A deal is a deal, as they say. Your soul is forfeit, regardless of what you may have discovered in the interim." In his desperation, Dracula grasped at straws.
"Take my wife's soul instead,"
he selfishly offered, the words leaving a bitter taste in his mouth.
"Surely an innocent life would hold some value."
But the demon merely shook its head, unmoved by Dracula's pleas. "Not nearly enough, I'm afraid. Your wife's soul, while doubtless pure, lacks the power I seek, the power of a sacrifice." As the last vestiges of hope slipped away, Dracula made one final terrible offer.
"Then take the only thing I have left, the soul of my unborn child and my entire legacy. Surely that would be payment enough,"
he whispered, barely able to choke out the words. The demon's eyes gleamed with unholy interest, its form seeming to grow larger as it considered the proposition. "Now that," it mused, "is an intriguing offer indeed. The potential of an unborn child, and the weight of a noble lineage. Yes, I believe we can come to an arrangement." But the demon raised a clawed hand, even as Dracula's heart leaped with desperate hope. "However, you must understand that I cannot simply resurrect the dead. Your Bela is gone. His soul has already begun its journey to the great beyond. What I can offer you is this. I will guide his soul to a new rebirth, a reincarnation in which you may find him again." Tears streamed down Dracula's face as he weighed the demon's words. The thought of an eternity without Bela was unbearable, yet the price for this chance was almost too terrible to contemplate. In the end, love, or perhaps obsession, won out.
"I accept,"
Dracula whispered, his voice barely audible.
"I accept your terms, demon. Guide Bela's soul to rebirth, that I might find him again, no matter how long it takes."
The demon's grin widened, revealing more of those needle-like teeth. "Then our bargain is struck," it declared. "Now on to our business. Rise, Dracula, and follow me. Savor this bloody sunrise, for it shall be your last as a mortal man. When next you open your eyes, you shall be a creature of darkness and destruction, a vampire." Chapter 1. Present day, year 1893. The spacious office on the third floor of the prestigious law firm Hawkins & Harker exuded an air of refined professionalism and old-world charm. Rich mahogany paneling lined the walls, their deep, warm tones complementing the plush emerald green carpet that muffled footsteps and lent the room an air of importance. Framed by heavy velvet curtains in deep burgundy, tall windows allowed ample natural light to flood the space, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the intricately carved desk that dominated the center of the room, its surface meticulously organized with stacks of legal documents, a crystal inkwell, and a gleaming brass lamp. Bookshelves laden with leather-bound law tomes stretched from floor to ceiling along one wall, the gold-embossed titles catching the light and hinting at the wealth of knowledge. A globe stood in one corner, its surface etched with the latest geographical discoveries, while a grandfather clock in another corner ticked away the seconds with solemn regularity. Near the window stood an ornate full-length mirror in a gilded frame, its surface reflecting the opulence of the room and the figure of Jonathan Harker as he made final adjustments to his appearance. The mirror captured not only his image, but also the subtle signs of his inner turmoil, the slight furrow in his brow, the tightness around his eyes that belied the calm exterior he strove to maintain. As Jonathan stood before this mirror, adjusting his perfectly knotted tie and smoothing down his immaculately tailored suit, his reflection revealed a handsome man in his late 20s. His striking blue eyes, framed by dark lashes, seemed to hold a perpetual hint of melancholy, a stark contrast to the polished professionalism of his surroundings. His thick black hair was neatly combed back, not a strand out of place, in keeping with the fashionable styles of 1890s London. He loved his job, to a certain extent. It was dull and not very fulfilling, but it was a job he did well enough not to feel entirely useless. Yet lately, he couldn't help but feel the walls of his office closing in, choking him just a little more each day. With a frustrated sigh, he loosened his collar slightly, desperate for fresh air. The room suddenly felt stifling. Seeking relief, he strode to the window and threw it open, allowing London's bustling sounds and scents to flood the room. Jonathan's gaze drifted to the street below as the cool air caressed his face. His eyes settled on a peculiar figure loading a truck across the way, and he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. The man was tall and lean, with unkempt grizzled hair that bristled like fur. His features were sharp and angular, almost lupine in their intensity. But his eyes truly captured Jonathan's attention, wild amber orbs that seemed to glow with an inner fire, darting about with predatory alertness. There was something feral about the stranger, an untamed quality that Jonathan couldn't quite place. His movement was fluid, yet tightly coiled, like a beast ready to pounce at any moment. His hands, when visible, seemed unnaturally large, with long, thick fingers that ended in what looked almost like claws. As Jonathan watched, transfixed, the strange man paused in his work. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his head and looked directly up at Jonathan's window. Their eyes met, and for a heart-stopping moment, Jonathan felt he was being sized up and evaluated as potential prey. Shaken, Jonathan stumbled back from the window, his heart racing. He tried to rationalize the encounter, to dismiss the unsettling feeling that had come over him. But it wasn't just this incident. Lately, he'd been feeling watched, observed by unseen eyes wherever he went. Was it paranoia, the stress of living a life he felt trapped in, or something more sinister at play? Jonathan couldn't be sure. A gentle knock at the door announced the arrival of his next client. Jonathan took a deep breath.
"Come in,"
he called, his voice steady and professional. The door swung open, revealing a man who took his breath away. The client was undeniably handsome, with wavy blonde hair that caught the light streaming through the office window and piercing gray eyes that seemed to see right through Jonathan's carefully constructed facade. His chiseled jawline and full lips completed the picture of masculine beauty that made Jonathan's heart race. "Mr. Harker?" the man inquired, his voice rich and melodic. "I'm Charles Ainsworth. We have an appointment to discuss the property transfer." Jonathan swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain his composure.
"Of course, Mr. Ainsworth. Please have a seat."
He gestured to the chair across from his desk, willing his hand not to tremble. As they delved into the intricacies of the legal matter, Jonathan found his gaze repeatedly drawn to Mr. Ainsworth's features. The man's brow furrowed in concentration, the elegant curve of his neck as he leaned forward to examine a document. Each detail seemed to burn itself into Jonathan's mind. During a particularly involved explanation, Mr. Ainsworth leaned in closer. His cologne, a heady mix of sandalwood and something uniquely masculine, enveloped Jonathan. For a brief, dizzying moment, Jonathan allowed himself to imagine closing the distance between them, feeling those full lips against his own. The fantasy shattered as Mr. Ainsworth's expression shifted, a judgmental frown creasing his handsome features. Jonathan realized with a start that he had been staring, his desire written plainly across his face for anyone to see. "You disgusting creature," he thought, his self-loathing rising like bile in his throat. "Can you not control yourself for even a moment? This is why Father hasn't spoken to you in years. This unnatural perversion." Flustered, Jonathan fumbled with the papers on his desk, desperate to cover his momentary lapse.
"My apologies, Mr. Ainsworth,"
he muttered, not daring to meet the man's eyes.
"I was lost in thought for a moment. Now, regarding the clause on page 7.
The rest of the meeting passed in a blur of legal jargon and thinly veiled tension. When Mr. Ainsworth finally departed, Jonathan slumped in his chair, awash in relief and frustration. It was finally over, but his body thrummed with unfulfilled desire. He checked the time. The meeting continued longer than he thought. The sun was near setting. Perhaps he should go out for a drink. Perhaps. His feet carried him to the seedy streets of East End as the sun waned, where men like him, men with desires that dared not speak their name, congregated in the shadows. Jonathan had never summoned the courage to act on his urges in these clandestine meeting places, but there was a fleeting solace in simply being among others who shared his burden. As he walked along the dimly lit streets, his eyes darting furtively from face to face, a young man caught his attention. The rent boy couldn't have been more than 18, with a mop of unruly curls and a lithe frame that spoke of youth and vitality. His eyes, wise beyond their years, locked onto Jonathan's with a knowing look that caught the lawyer's breath in his throat. As Jonathan approached the young man, his steps were hesitant and clumsy, his heart thumping in his ears, the sounds of the street fading into the background.
"Good evening,"
he stammered, cursing his nervousness. The rent boy's lips curved into a practiced smile. "Evening, governor," he purred, his Cockney accent thick. "Looking for some company tonight?" Jonathan's mind reeled. Was he genuinely considering this? But the thought of returning home, alone and unfulfilled, was suddenly more than he could bear.
Yes, I suppose I am."
With a wink, the young man took Jonathan's arm, guiding him towards a nearby alley. "Come on then, love. I know a quiet spot where we won't be disturbed." Jonathan's heart raced with excitement and trepidation as they entered the shadows. This was the moment he had longed for and dreaded for so long. He had been so good at keeping his urges at bay, as if he didn't act on them, it somehow absolved him of having them. When the rent boy turned to face him, Jonathan leaned in, eyes closing as he prepared for his first kiss with another man. The young man placed a firm hand on his chest, stopping him short. "Whoa there, mate. Payment first, yeah? Then we can get to the fun stuff." Jonathan blinked, confusion and disappointment warring within him.
Payment?"
He stuttered, the romantic notions he had built in his mind crumbling away. The rent boy's expression hardened slightly. "Come on, Gov. You didn't think this was a charity, did you? £5 for a quick one, 10 for the full package." Flustered and embarrassed, Jonathan fumbled for his wallet, pulling out a wad of cash. As he tried to count out the requested amount, his hands trembling, the young man's patience wore thin. In a swift motion, he snatched the entire wad from Jonathan's grasp.
"Hey!"
Jonathan protested, his embarrassment quickly turning to anger.
"That's all my money!"
He reached out, attempting to grab the cash back from the rent boy. But the young man was quicker, dodging Jonathan's grasp with ease. "Should have thought of that before you came down here, mate," the rent boy sneered, pocketing the money. Desperation overtaking his better judgment, Jonathan lunged forward again.
"Please, I need that back. I can't—"
His words were cut short as the rent boy's fist connected with his jaw, sending Jonathan reeling back against the alley wall. Stars exploded behind his eyes, and he tasted blood in his mouth. "You want to play it like that, do ya?" the young man growled, all pretense of charm gone. He followed up with a vicious punch to Jonathan's stomach, driving the air from his lungs. Jonathan doubled over, gasping for breath. He raised his hands in a feeble attempt to protect himself, but he was no match for the street-hardened youth. Another blow caught him on the side of the head, and he felt his knees give way. As Jonathan slumped to the ground, the rent boy delivered a final kick to his ribs. "That'll teach you to come down here thinking you can have whatever you want," he spat. Through swollen eyes, Jonathan watched the young man's retreating figure disappear into the foggy London night. He lay there, bruised and bleeding, feeling the cold cobblestones beneath him. He cursed his fate, nature, and the cruel world that had made him this way. All he wanted was to be loved, to feel the warmth of another's embrace without shame or judgment. Was that so much to ask? As if mirroring his mood, the skies opened up, and rain began to fall in a steady, miserable drizzle. Jonathan hauled himself to his feet, wincing at the pain in his back where he had hit the wall. He began the long, wet trek home with a heavy heart until a pitiful whimper caught his attention. Glancing down the alley, Jonathan spotted a small, bedraggled puppy huddled against a stack of crates, shivering in the rain. Jonathan scooped up the trembling pup without a second thought, tucking it inside his coat to shelter it from the rain.
There,
he murmured, feeling the rapid beat of the tiny heart against his chest.
You're safe now. I've got you.
If only someone would do this for me. Chapter 2. As Jonathan approached the Westenra estate, he couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur, even in the gloom of the rainy night. The imposing Victorian mansion loomed before him, its red brick facade adorned with ornate white trim and elegant bay windows. Manicured gardens, now glistening with raindrops, surrounded the house, lending it an air of aristocratic refinement. As he neared the front door, Jonathan caught sight of a familiar figure being ushered out by Lucy. Arthur Holmwood, Lucy's lover of several years, stammered out what appeared to be a hasty explanation for his presence. His usually impeccable appearance was in disarray, his waistcoat was unbuttoned, and his collar was askew. Jonathan couldn't help but notice the telltale streaks of Lucy's vibrant red lipstick on Arthur's neck and the edge of his shirt collar. Arthur's blonde hair, normally slicked back and neat, was tousled, as if someone had repeatedly run their fingers through it. Jonathan couldn't be sure if the blonde's cheeks were flushed from embarrassment at being caught or from recent exertion. The top button of Arthur's trousers was undone, a detail he seemed oblivious to in his flustered state. "You see, Harker," Arthur began, his voice an octave higher than usual, that is to say, Miss Westenra and I were merely discussing our charitable endeavors. Yes, that's it, charitable." As Arthur continued his rambling explanation, he absently wiped at a lipstick stain on his jaw, only succeeding in smearing it further. The sight would have been comical if Jonathan weren't so weary and frustrated from his own evening's misadventures. Lucy, barely concealing her amusement, talked over Arthur's fumbling excuses. Her golden hair was slightly mussed, and she wore a sheer white nightgown beneath a hastily donned silk robe in deep crimson. The robe hung open, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her figure.
Yes, Arthur,"
she interrupted, her eyes twinkling with mischief.
"I'm certain Jonathan is absolutely enthralled by our... What was it again? Yes, our charitable efforts. Tell me, darling, was it the Widows and Orphans Fund or the Society for Distressed Gentlewomen we were so vigorously discussing?"
Arthur's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Well, that is to say..." Lucy pressed on, not giving him a chance to collect his thoughts.
"Oh, and do remember to button your trousers properly, dear. We wouldn't want anyone getting the wrong idea about our philanthropic activities, would we?"
Arthur looked down in horror, hastily fastening his clothing.
"Now,"
Lucy continued, pressing his coat into his arms,
"do hurry along before you catch a cold in this dreadful rain. Although,"
she added with a wicked grin,
"I dare say you've worked up enough of a sweat to ward off any chill."
With that, she all but pushed him out the door. Arthur stumbled on the threshold, nearly tripping over his own feet.
"Oh, and Arthur,"
Lucy called after him,
"you might want to check your collar before you return home. Unless, of course, you'd like to explain to your dear mother why you've taken to wearing rouge."
As Arthur's retreating figure disappeared into the rain, Lucy turned to Jonathan with a laugh.
"Men!"
she said, rolling her eyes dramatically.
They do make the most delightful fools of themselves, don't they?
Jonathan couldn't help but chuckle.
He really is adorably dense sometimes. I swear, if I had a mind to take a true husband, he'd be the one. At least he's pretty to look at.
Her mirth faded as she took in Jonathan's unkempt appearance and the bruise forming on his cheek.
Good Lord, Jonathan, what on earth happened to you?
Jonathan sighed, stepping into the warmth of the foyer.
I was robbed.
He admitted, omitting the more sordid details of his evening. Lucy's eyes narrowed shrewdly.
In the East End, I'd wager. Really, Jonathan, how long do you intend to keep those wild homoerotic urges of yours in check? It's clearly not doing you any favours.
Jonathan felt a flush creep up his neck, but Lucy's frank assessment of his nature, devoid of judgment or disgust, was always a welcomed relief. A small chuckle escaped him, surprising even himself. Lucy had always had a knack for pulling him out of his darker moods. The puppy began to squirm inside Jonathan's coat, sensing the temperature change. Lucy's eyebrows shot up as Jonathan sheepishly extracted the small, wet bundle.
And what, pray tell, is that?
She demanded, eyeing the puppy warily.
I found him in the rain.
Jonathan explained, cradling the trembling creature.
He was all alone, rejected. I couldn't just leave him there.
Lucy sighed dramatically, but her eyes softened as she gazed at Jonathan. Her dear friend was always so kind and giving, even when the world had been cruel to him.
No strays in the house, Jonathan,
she said, her tone lacking its usual bite.
I already have you, after all.
Please, Lucy.
Jonathan pleaded, his voice barely above a whisper.
I can't put him back out there. Not when I know how it feels to be unwanted.
Something in Jonathan's tone struck a chord deep within her. How many times had she watched him struggle against the desires of his heart, denying himself even the smallest comforts for fear of discovery? Perhaps she should tell him how much she cared, and how desperately she wanted him to find joy and experience the love and pleasure he so richly deserved. Jonathan was a kind, good man, and seeing him suffer in silence pained her. For a moment, she considered broaching the subject of telling him to seek happiness wherever he could find it. Societal norms be damned. But she hesitated, unsure if such a conversation would bring him comfort or only serve to remind him of the limitations placed upon him by a world that didn't understand. Instead, Lucy's expression softened, a gentle smile playing at her lips.
Oh, very well,
she conceded with a wave of her hand.
But if it ruins the carpets, you're paying for new ones. Come on then,
she said, gently taking his arm.
Let's get you both cleaned up and warm. And Jonathan?
She paused, meeting his eyes.
You are wanted here. Always.
Lucy guided Jonathan to the plush sofa in the sitting room, retrieving a bowl of water and a clean towel.
You know, I frequent the East End myself on occasion. Dressed as a man, of course, is terribly exciting. You'll have to toughen up to seat yourself there.
She gently cleaned his wounds, her touch surprisingly tender despite her teasing words.
Tell me truthfully, did you at least get to enjoy the company of a pretty boy with blonde curls and abs crafted by God himself before this beating?
Jonathan winced, both from the sting of the damp cloth on his cuts and the memory of his humiliation.
No such luck, I'm afraid.
Lucy patted his hand sympathetically.
Well, better luck next time, darling. Let's see about getting you and your new furry friend cleaned up and fed. I dare say you both could use a bit of pampering tonight.
She bustled about, getting the servants up and fussing over him and the puppy in equal measure. Their arrangement might be unconventional, built on mutual need rather than romantic love, but in moments like these, he was profoundly thankful for Lucy's friendship and understanding. Now dry and curled up contentedly in Jonathan's lap, the puppy let out a small, satisfied sigh. Jonathan stroked its soft fur, feeling some of the tension and disappointment of the evening begin to ebb away. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. But for now, in this warm room, with Lucy's chatter filling the air and the comforting weight of the puppy in his arms, Jonathan allowed himself a moment of peace. Little did he know that far away, in a castle perched high in the Carpathian Mountains, events would soon draw him into a world beyond his wildest imaginings. In this world, his deepest desires and darkest fears would collide in ways he could never have anticipated. Chapter 3. 1 week later. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across Jonathan Harker's office as he sat at his mahogany desk, absently rubbing the fading bruise around his eye. The past week had been a blur of mundane legal work and fitful nights, his dreams haunted by shadowy alleys and mocking laughter. He longed for a distraction, something to pull him out of the suffocating routine that seemed to be closing in around him like a shroud. A peculiar letter arrived on his desk, as if to answer his unspoken wish. The envelope was thick and made of high-quality parchment that spoke of old-world wealth. However, the wax seal caught Jonathan's eye, a beautifully rendered dragon in deep crimson, its wings spread as if ready to take flight from the paper itself. With trembling fingers, Jonathan broke the seal and unfolded the letter. The handwriting within was elegant, almost calligraphic, yet something was unsettling about the way the ink seemed to glisten wetly in the fading light.
My dear Mr. Harker,
the letter began,
I write to you with a most unusual request. I find myself in need of legal assistance to finalize certain estate affairs here in my homeland of Transylvania. Your reputation precedes you, and I would be most grateful if you would consent to travel here and lend your expertise to my cause. I assure you, the compensation will be more than worth your while. Yours most sincerely, Count Dracula.
Jonathan's heart raced as he reread the letter. A count. He had never met nobility before, let alone been specifically requested by one. The prospect was as thrilling as it was daunting. Perhaps this is just the escape I need, he thought, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A chance to leave behind the suffocating confines of London, if only for a little while. Later that evening, Jonathan found himself in the opulent drawing room of the Westenra estate, sharing the news with Lucy over tea. The room was a hallmark of Victorian excess, with its heavy velvet drapes, ornate gilded mirrors, and plush furniture upholstered in rich, jewel-toned fabrics. Lucy, resplendent in a gown of deep emerald that set off her flaming red hair to perfection, listened to Jonathan's excited recounting of the letter with an uncharacteristic frown marring her porcelain features. Lucy leaned forward, her emerald eyes wide with concern.
Transylvania,
she repeated, her usually cavalier tone replaced by a hint of worry.
Oh, Jonathan, are you quite sure about this? Bistra, my servant, you know, the one from that region, she's told me the most frightful stories about the place.
She shuddered delicately, her pale hand clutching the pearls at her throat.
Why, just the other night, she was regaling me with tales that gave me such a fright I could scarcely sleep. Superstitions and folklore, to be sure, but there was something in the way she spoke, as if she truly believed every word. She says that the place you're going is a realm where evil lingers, you know, where the veil between our world and something else is frighteningly thin.
Lucy's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper.
Bistra swears that in the deepest, darkest parts of the Carpathian forests there are creatures that defy explanation, things that prey on unwary travellers and drain the very life from their victims. Oh, Jonathan, promise me you'll be careful.
Jonathan chuckled, stirring another lump of sugar into his tea.
Come now, Lucy. Surely you don't believe in such fanciful tales. It's the modern world after all. I'm sure Transylvania is no more dangerous than our own dear London.
Lucy's frown deepened.
Perhaps.
she conceded.
But I would feel better if you took some precautions.
She rose gracefully, moving to a nearby cabinet and extracting a small wooden box. From within, she produced a silver crucifix on a delicate chain.
Lucy, really?
Jonathan protested as she approached.
I appreciate your concern, but I hardly think—
Humour me.
Lucy insisted, draping the crucifix around his neck.
Consider it a good luck charm, if nothing else.
Her emerald eyes sparkled with a mixture of concern and mischief.
But wait, you simply must hear Bistra's stories firsthand. Bistra.
She called out, her voice ringing through the opulent drawing room. As if conjured by Lucy's summons, the door opened to reveal Bistra, Lucy's servant. She was a small, wiry woman with dark eyes that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom within their depths. Her weathered face spoke of a hard life, yet her bearing had quiet dignity as she entered the room. "Yes, my lady," Bistra inquired, her accented English soft but clear. Lucy gestured excitedly towards Jonathan.
Bistra, dear, Mr. Harker here is travelling to Transylvania. You must tell him about your homeland, about the stories you've shared with me.
Jonathan's curiosity was piqued by the grave solemnity that immediately fell over Bistra's features at the mention of Transylvania. The old woman's eyes darted nervously around the room, as if checking for unseen listeners before she spoke. "Transylvania, sir?" Bistra's voice was barely above a whisper. "It is a land of great beauty, yes, but also of great danger. In my homeland, we fear the vampire, unholy beings who survive by draining the lifeblood of the living." Jonathan couldn't help but lean forward, drawn in by the intensity of Bistra's words and the apparent fear in her eyes. "Count Dracula," Bistra continued, her voice trembling slightly. "His castle grounds are forbidden. The locals whisper of it only in the darkest hours of the night, and even then, they fear to speak too loudly. Many who enter those grounds never return, sir." Lucy clasped her hands together, her eyes wide.
You see, Jonathan? It's just as I told you. Oh, do be careful.
Jonathan found himself torn between rational skepticism and a growing sense of unease. The fear in Bistra's eyes seemed too real to be mere superstition, yet surely, in this modern age—
"Come on, Bistra. You can't really believe—"
he asked, trying to keep his tone light. The old woman's gaze met his, unwavering and intense. "I have seen things, Mr. Harker, that would shake the foundations of your modern world. Take care in Transylvania. The old ways, the old evils. They have not forgotten themselves, even if we have forgotten them." A chill ran down Jonathan's spine, and he found himself clutching the crucifix Lucy had given him a little tighter. Lucy laid a comforting hand on Jonathan's arm.
Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to take a few more talismans with you, just in case. Bistra, I'm certain you would know better.
Jonathan found himself nodding, a gnawing sense of dread taking root in the pit of his stomach. He tried to shake it off, reminding himself of the substantial fee the Count had offered. Besides, he thought, he requested me specifically. Surely that's a good sign. Jonathan's mind wandered. He should have been focused on the potential dangers hinted at by Lucy and Bistra's ominous words, but instead, he found himself dwelling on the mysterious Count. What would he be like? Would he be as imposing and aristocratic as Jonathan imagined? "Stop it," he chided himself. "This is a business transaction, nothing more. Don't let your imagination run wild." Chapter 4. Days later. Jonathan stood in his bedroom, methodically packing his luggage for the journey. Lucy perched on the edge of his bed, absently scratching behind the ears of Bela, the Doberman puppy Jonathan had rescued on that fateful rainy night. The dog's tail thumped happily against the plush bedding, oblivious to the tension in the room.
Don't worry about this little fellow,
Lucy reassured Jonathan, her voice warm with affection. She really didn't think she'd take to the pup, but she just couldn't help herself. Maybe I just enjoy taking in strays, she thought as she began to rub his belly.
I'll look after him as if he were my own.
Jonathan paused in his packing, a soft smile playing on his lips as he watched Lucy with the pup.
Thank you. I appreciate it more than you know.
Lucy tilted her head curiously and looked at the puppy.
Bela. It's an unusual name. Where did you unearth that from?
Jonathan's brow furrowed, his hands stilling over the half-packed suitcase.
I'm not sure,
he admitted, his voice trailing.
It's just been stuck in my head since I was a child, I suppose.
A fleeting look of discomfort passed over his dark features, as if the name stirred some long-buried memory he couldn't quite place. But as quickly as it came, the moment passed, and Jonathan shrugged it off as he stroked Bela's soft fur. As Jonathan closed his suitcase with a final snap, he turned to Lucy with concern.
Are you certain you'll be all right while I'm gone? I hate to leave you unsupervised for so long.
Lucy's laughter rang out, bright and carefree.
Oh, Jonathan, you sweet, naive man. Need I remind you that our engagement is mere cover? A sham to allow me my lovers while protecting your secret predilections?
Her eyebrow arched suggestively.
This trip may be just what you need to finally explore your desires. I hear Paris is far freer than most places.
She punctuated her statement with a salacious wink that made Jonathan flush to the roots of his hair.
Lucy!
He sputtered, but his tone had no real admonishment. Deep down, a part of him thrilled at the possibility she hinted at, even as another part recoiled in shame. With the help of the servants, Jonathan's luggage was loaded into the waiting carriage. He stood on the front steps of the Westenra estate, taking in the familiar sight of the manicured gardens and stately facade. Lucy stood beside him, her hand resting lightly on his arm.
Good luck,
she said softly, her usual mischievous tone replaced by genuine warmth.
Do be careful, won't you?
Jonathan nodded, squeezing her hand gently before climbing into the carriage. As it pulled away from the curb, he leaned out the window, waving to Lucy until she was no more than a speck in the distance. As the carriage rattled through the streets of London, Jonathan couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over him. He felt watched, observed by unseen eyes that seemed to follow his every move. Pulling back the curtain, he peered out into the bustling street. His gaze was drawn to an old woman, standing stock still amidst the crowd, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the carriage. As they passed, Jonathan could have sworn he heard her whisper, "He's in the carriage now, master." Unable to resist, Jonathan poked his head further out the window, straining to get a better look at the woman. She continued to whisper, her lips moving in an endless stream of inaudible words as the carriage rolled by. Unnerved, Jonathan pulled back into the carriage, closing the curtains with shaky hands. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. "It's nothing," he told himself sternly. "Just your imagination running wild after all those ridiculous stories." But try as he might, he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The journey to Dover passed in a blur of anxious thoughts and half-formed worries. Before he knew it, Jonathan was boarding the ferry to cross the English Channel. The brisk and salty sea air helped clear his head, and by the time they docked in Calais, he felt more like himself again. The train to Paris was a marvel of modern engineering, all polished wood and gleaming brass. Jonathan settled into his compartment, watching the French countryside roll by in a patchwork of greens and golds. As the miles fell away beneath the train's wheels, so too did Jonathan's lingering fears, replaced by a growing sense of excitement for the adventure ahead. Jonathan's breath caught in his throat as the train pulled into the Gare du Nord. Paris, the city of light, sprawled out before him in all its glory. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, casting a warm glow over the city's iconic skyline. Stepping onto the platform, Jonathan was immediately enveloped by the city's vibrant energy. The air was thick with the mingled scents of fresh-baked bread, rich coffee, and the faint, sweet perfume of flowers from a nearby vendor's cart. The musical cadence of French filled his ears, punctuated by the occasional whistle of a departing train. Jonathan hailed a cab, his rudimentary French just enough to convey his destination, a small hotel in the heart of the Marais district. As the carriage clattered through the streets, he was captivated by the city unfolding around him. The wide boulevards of Baron Haussmann's grand redesign stretched elegantly, lined with uniform cream-colored buildings adorned with wrought-iron balconies. Trees, their leaves just beginning to turn with the approach of autumn, provided welcome splashes of green amidst the urban landscape. They passed the looming bulk of Notre Dame Cathedral, its twin towers reaching skyward, gargoyles keeping their eternal watch over the city. The Seine flowed lazily, its waters reflecting the last light of day and the first twinkling stars. In the distance, the skeletal form of the Eiffel Tower rose above the cityscape, a monument to human ingenuity and the promise of the coming century. Though barely 5 years old, it had already become the defining symbol of Paris, drawing the eye and the imagination in equal measure. As they entered the Marais, the streets narrowed, and Jonathan found himself transported back in time. Here, medieval half-timbered houses stood shoulder to shoulder with grand Renaissance mansions, their facades telling the story of Paris's long and varied history. The cab stopped before a charming hotel, its facade adorned with window boxes spilling with vibrant geraniums. Jonathan paid the driver and inhaled deeply. The scent of garlic and herbs wafted from a nearby restaurant, making his stomach growl in anticipation. Jonathan felt a sense of peace settle over him as he checked into his room. The worries and fears that had plagued him in London seemed distant now, washed away by the beauty and vitality of Paris. He would continue his journey eastward towards the unknown that awaited him in Transylvania tomorrow. But tonight, he would allow himself to be seduced by the charms of the City of Light. From his room's small balcony, Jonathan looked out over the rooftops of Paris, a sea of chimney pots and slate tiles stretching as far as the eye could see. In the distance, the Eiffel Tower stood illuminated against the night sky. Chapter 5. The Parisian night air was heavy with the scent of romance and possibility, beckoning to Jonathan like a siren's call. Sleep seemed to be a luxury he could not afford when the city was waiting to be explored. Excited and trepidatious, he slipped out of his hotel and into the embrace of the nocturnal city. The streets of the Marais were a labyrinth of narrow cobblestone alleys and grand boulevards, each turn revealing a new facet of Paris's charm. Gas lamps cast a warm, golden glow over the buildings, their light dancing on the Seine's dark waters. The distant strains of an accordion drifted on the breeze, accompanied by bursts of laughter from late-night revelers. Jonathan wandered aimlessly, drinking in the sights and sounds of a city that never truly slept. He passed cafes where patrons lingered over glasses of wine, their animated conversations spilling onto the sidewalks. Artists set up their easels along the riverbank, capturing the play of moonlight on water. Jonathan's breath caught as he turned a corner onto a wider street. Across the way stood a figure that seemed to have stepped straight out of his darkest nightmares. It was the same man he had seen loading the truck in London, tall, lean, with a shock of grizzled hair that seemed to bristle like fur. But the eyes truly captured Jonathan's attention. Wild amber orbs glowed with an otherworldly light in the darkness. For a moment, Jonathan stood frozen, unable to believe what he saw. The wolf-like man's gaze locked onto him, a predatory gleam in those impossible eyes. A low growl, more felt than heard, seemed to vibrate through the air between them. Panic seized his heart. Impossible! He was in London! He turned and ran without thought, his feet pounding against the cobblestones. He could hear something behind him, the sound of pursuit, heavy breathing that was somehow both human and not. Jonathan darted down narrow side streets, taking random turns in a desperate attempt to lose his pursuer. His lungs burning, Jonathan found himself suddenly emerging onto a brightly lit square. Before him stood an elaborate archway, festooned with colourful banners and twinkling lights. The sign above proclaimed Foire du Trône in ornate script. A portly man in a garish striped vest stepped into Jonathan's path, his handlebar moustache twitching as he demanded, "Billet, monsieur?" Still panting, Jonathan fumbled in his pockets, producing a handful of francs. The ticketmaster's eyes lit up, and he quickly ushered Jonathan through the gates, pressing a small paper stub into his hand. The fairgrounds were a riot of color and sound, a dizzying assault on the senses. Carousel horses pranced in endless circles, their painted eyes seeming to follow Jonathan as he stumbled past. The air was thick with the mingled scents of roasting chestnuts, spun sugar, and sawdust. As Jonathan's racing heart slowed, he wondered if he had imagined the whole chase. Perhaps the strain of travel and the unfamiliarity of his surroundings had caused his mind to play tricks on him. He decided to stay and look around, hoping the carnival atmosphere would calm his frayed nerves. Then he noticed them, a group of pale-faced men and women standing unnaturally still amidst the swirling chaos of the fair. They were beautiful in a way that made his breath catch, their features too perfect to be real. As he watched, their eyes seemed to turn as one to focus on him, with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "I'm losing my mind," Jonathan thought, shaking his head as if to clear it. But when he looked again, the group was still there, watching him with those unnervingly hungry eyes. From among their number, a figure stepped forward. He was lithe and graceful, moving with a fluid elegance that seemed almost inhuman. Long blonde hair cascaded down his shoulders like spun gold, framing a face of such exquisite beauty that it made Jonathan's heart ache to look upon it. His eyes were a deep, mesmerizing blue, like the depths of a glacial lake, and they fixed on Jonathan with an intensity that made the world around them seem to fade away. The beautiful man's lips curved into an inviting and predatory smile. With a graceful motion, he beckoned Jonathan to follow him. Despite every rational thought screaming at him to run, Jonathan was drawn forward, as if pulled by an invisible thread. The stranger led Jonathan through the fairgrounds, past whirling rides and raucous game booths. The sounds of the fair seemed to grow muffled and distant, as if they were passing through a veil into another world. Finally, they came to a large tent set apart from the others, its dark fabric absorbing the light around it. As they entered the tent, Jonathan was struck by how unnaturally dark it was inside. He could barely make out shadowy forms moving around him, and the air felt thick and heavy in his lungs. Cool to the touch, slender hands gently removed his clothes and caressed his skin. A small part of his mind screamed in protest, but a wave of sensation drowned him out, unlike anything he had ever experienced. The touch of those hands was electric, sending shivers of pleasure coursing through his body. Jonathan felt himself giving in, surrendering to the exquisite sensations that threatened to overwhelm him. Just as he felt himself teetering on the edge of some great precipice, a sharp pain in his wrist cut through the haze of pleasure. Before Jonathan could react, a gust of wind tore through the tent, and a voice like rolling thunder filled the air.
"Children of the night!"
The voice boomed, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once.
"You dare to trespass on what is mine!"
The tent was suddenly flooded with light, harsh and blinding after the profound darkness. Jonathan blinked, his eyes struggling to adjust. Around him, he caught glimpses of pale, beautiful faces twisted in expressions of fear and rage. They scattered like smoke in the wind, their wicked laughter echoing in Jonathan's ears as they vanished into the night. Trembling, Jonathan scrambled to gather his clothes. His hands shook as he pulled on his trousers, not bothering with the rest as he fled from the tent. He ran blindly through the fairgrounds, the once cheerful sights now seeming sinister and mocking. The streets of Paris were a blur as Jonathan raced back to his hotel. The city that had seemed so enchanting just hours before now felt alien and threatening. Every shadow concealed potential dangers, every passerby a possible threat. When he finally reached the safety of his room, Jonathan collapsed onto the bed, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. As the adrenaline faded, he became aware of a stickiness on his shirt. Looking down, he saw a dark stain spreading across the white fabric. With trembling fingers, Jonathan pushed up his sleeve. There, on his wrist, was a small, neat puncture wound. As he stared at it in horror, a drop of blood welled up and began to trickle down his hand. Jonathan's mind reeled, unable to process what had happened. Paris, he realized with a chill, was indeed another world compared to London, a world where the line between reality and nightmare blurred until it ceased to exist at all. He dressed the wound and flopped back onto the bed as exhaustion overtook him. Jonathan's last conscious thought was a fervent wish that morning would bring clarity and reason to a night that had spiraled into a seductive madness. The encounters of this night, the wolfman, the beautiful strangers, the booming voice that had saved him from God knows what fate. He couldn't make heads nor tails of it. Maybe he was dreaming and would wake up snugly in his bed come morning. Perhaps he should leave Paris and let his partner handle this job. He feared that if he continued, he might never return as the same man again. Even now, Harker was no longer the same man who had left London just days ago. He drifted off into an uneasy slumber. The puncture wound on his wrist continued to throb, a small but insistent pulse that whispered secrets yet to be revealed and horrors yet to be faced. Chapter 6. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the Transylvanian sky in deep orange and blood-red hues as Jonathan Harker's carriage rattled to a stop in a small, nameless village. The cobblestone streets were already emptying, shopkeepers hurriedly pulling down shutters and extinguishing lamps. An air of palpable fear seemed to permeate the very stones of the buildings. Jonathan stepped out of the carriage, his legs stiff from the long journey. The driver and his attendants hastily unloaded his luggage, their movements quick and nervous. Their eyes darted to the darkening sky.
"Excuse me,"
Jonathan called out, his voice unnaturally loud in the eerie quiet.
"Can you take me to Count Dracula's castle?"
The men froze, their faces blanching at the mention of the Count's name. Without a word, they finished setting Jonathan's bags on the side of the road and scrambled back into the carriage, whipping the horses into a frantic gallop as they fled the village.
"I'll take that as a no."
Jonathan stood bewildered, watching as doors slammed shut and windows barred around him. Why on earth is everyone retiring so early? He wondered, a sense of unease settling in his stomach. Lucy's teasing voice echoed in his mind. This trip may be just what you need to finally sate your desires. Jonathan felt a flush of embarrassment creep up his neck. So much for sating my desires in this place, he thought ruefully. Although, I suppose I should be grateful for the experience in Paris if it weren't just a fever dream. The memory of those phantom hands caressing his body in that dark tent made him shiver, equal parts desire and shame coursing through him. Get a hold of yourself, Harker, he chided internally. You're here to meet a client, not indulge in lustful fantasies. Jonathan fiddled with the spot on his wrist that still throbbed, though the wound he was sure was there was gone the morning he awakened. What happened that night seemed like a terrible and seductive dream that the solicitor was all too ready to leave behind. As Jonathan watched, villagers hung garlic wreaths on their doors and straightened crosses above their lintels, their movements frantic and fearful. The words of Lucy's servant, Bistra, came back to him. "In my homeland we fear the vampire." He clutched at the crucifix beneath his shirt, its weight oddly comforting against his skin. "Surely it's all superstition," Jonathan reasoned, but he couldn't ignore the eerie shivers that ran through him. There must be a rational explanation for all of this. Before Jonathan could ponder further, the clip-clop of hooves on cobblestones caught his attention. A sleek, black carriage emerged from the gathering darkness, its polished surface gleaming like obsidian. Intricate carvings adorned its sides, depicting scenes of hunt and chase that seemed to move in the flickering lamplight. The windows were shrouded in heavy dark curtains, offering no interior glimpse. A figure, cloaked in shadow, descended from the driver's seat. Without a word, it began loading Jonathan's luggage onto the carriage.
"Are you from Count Dracula's castle?"
Jonathan inquired. The figure nodded silently, gesturing for Jonathan to enter the carriage. As they set off the winding mountain path, Jonathan was mesmerized by the landscape unfolding before him. Jagged peaks rose against the night sky, their snow-capped summits gleaming silver in the moonlight. Ancient forests cloaked the lower slopes, their gnarled branches reaching out like grasping fingers. The air grew colder and thinner as they climbed, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else, something wild and untamed. In the distance, wolves began to howl, their mournful cries echoing through the valleys. Jonathan's ears pricked at an odd sound, the pattern of feet keeping pace with the carriage, accompanied by low, guttural growls. He peered into the darkness but could see nothing beyond the pooling shadows. Whatever followed them seemed to match the carriage's speed with unnatural ease. As the last remnants of daylight faded from the sky, the carriage finally arrived at the imposing gates of Count Dracula's estate. Jonathan's breath caught in his throat as he took in the sight before him. The castle loomed against the night sky, a behemoth of dark stone and sharp angles. Towering spires reached heavenward, their peaks lost in the low-hanging clouds. Gargoyles perched along the battlements, their twisted faces frozen in eternal snarls. The walls were thick and ancient, scarred by centuries of wind and weather, yet still standing defiant against the passage of time. A mighty iron gate barred the entrance, its bars twisting into intricate patterns that seemed to writhe and move in the moonlight. As the carriage approached, the gate swung open with a low, ominous creak that sent shivers down Jonathan's spine. The courtyard beyond was a study in neglect. Once manicured gardens had run wild, thorny vines creeping up the castle walls like grasping fingers. A dry fountain stood at the center, filled with dead leaves and the remnants of stagnant water. As Jonathan hesitantly stepped out of the carriage, the sound of padding feet and low growls intensified. Whatever beast had followed them had made it through the gates, yet remained frustratingly invisible. Jonathan's eyes darted about, trying to catch a glimpse of the creature to gauge its threat. The shadowy driver shooed Jonathan away from the carriage, gesturing insistently towards the castle's massive front doors. A thick mist began to rise from the ground, curling around Jonathan's ankles and casting eerie, shifting shadows across the ancient stonework. With each step towards the looming archway, Jonathan's apprehension grew. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional mournful howl of the unseen creature and the pounding of his own heart in his ears. As he reached the bottom of the stone steps leading to the entrance, Jonathan paused, looking back at the gate through which they had entered. It now stood firmly closed, cutting off the path back to the village. Taking a deep breath, Jonathan turned back to face the castle. The massive oak doors stood before him, studded with iron and carved with scenes that Jonathan's mind shied away from fully comprehending. As he raised his hand to knock, a gust of wind swept through the courtyard, carrying the scent of decay and something old, powerful, and hungry. At that moment, Jonathan Harker felt isolated standing on the threshold of Count Dracula's domain. He was a world away from the safety and familiarity of London. As his knuckles connected with the ancient wood, the sound echoing ominously in the stillness, Jonathan couldn't shake the feeling that he was knocking on the gates of hell itself. Chapter 7. The heavy doors of Castle Dracula creaked open of their own accord, revealing a cavernous entryway that seemed to swallow all light. Jonathan Harker hesitated on the threshold, his heart pounding. Gathering his courage, he called out a greeting, but the oppressive gloom swallowed his voice. Steeling himself, Jonathan stepped inside. The castle's interior was where dread and neglect intertwined with a dark, Gothic beauty. Massive stone arches soared overhead, their intricate carvings barely visible in the dim light. Tattered tapestries adorned the walls. Their once vibrant colors faded to muted shades of blood and shadow. Ornate candelabras stood sentinel along the walls, their candles long since burned out, leaving only twisted wax sculptures in their wake. The air was heavy with the scent of age, musty stone, decaying wood, and something metallic and vaguely unpleasant that Jonathan couldn't quite place. Dust motes danced in the few shafts of moonlight that penetrated the gloom, giving the entire scene an ethereal, dreamlike quality. Was even this place a dream? Perhaps he would wake up in his bed back in London with Bela nestled by his side and taking up half the bed. A silken voice resonated from the shadows, its timbre rich and alluring.
"Welcome, Mr. Harker."
The words caressed Jonathan's skin. A figure emerged from the darkness, cutting an imposing silhouette against the faint light from the open doorway. As he stepped into a shaft of moonlight, Jonathan found himself face to face with Count Dracula. The Count was tall, easily towering over Jonathan by several inches. His frame was lean yet powerful, draped in elegantly tailored clothing that spoke of wealth and refinement, but was certainly outdated for these times. A high-collared cloak hung from his broad shoulders, its inky blackness absorbing the light around it. But it was Dracula's face that truly captured Jonathan's attention. The Count possessed an unusual, ageless beauty that defied description. His features were sharply aristocratic, high cheekbones, a strong jaw, and an aquiline nose that spoke of noble lineage. His skin was pale, almost luminescent in the moonlight, unmarred by any sign of age or imperfection. Dracula's eyes, however, truly arrested Jonathan's gaze. They were dark, unfathomably so, like wells of midnight that seemed to hold centuries of knowledge and secrets. There was an intensity to his stare that simultaneously unnerved and bewitched, as if the Count were attempting to unravel Jonathan's essence with a single look. He was like an unearthed archaeological wonder. Jonathan wanted to dress him in the styles of Victoria's London and parade him through the streets for all to gaze at. Such a man as him shouldn't be cooped up in this dusty, albeit beautiful home, far from proper civilization. As Jonathan stepped further into the light, he noticed a curious change in the Count's expression. For a brief moment, Dracula's carefully composed features faltered, his eyes widening in what could only be described as shock. Unbeknownst to Jonathan, Dracula was experiencing a maelstrom of emotions. The Count's breath caught in his throat as he beheld the young solicitor fully for the first time. Before him stood a vision from the past, a face he had thought lost to the annals of time. Jonathan Harker was the very image of youth and vitality. His skin was fair, with a healthy flush that spoke of his recent journey. Dark hair, slightly tousled from travel, fell in soft waves around a face that the finest Renaissance artists could have sculpted. His eyes were a clear, piercing blue, the color of a summer sky, full of innocence and curiosity. But it was more than just physical beauty that struck Dracula. There was something in the set of Jonathan's jaw, the curve of his lips, the way he held himself, all of it achingly familiar. Dracula bit his lip until blood formed, the sharp pain helping to stave off his overwhelming desire to take Jonathan, to ravish him then and there. The Count had to remind himself that this man merely bore his beloved's striking visage. It might not truly be him reincarnated, no matter how desperately Dracula wished it to be so. Memories flooded the Count's mind, of that demon's promise on a blood-soaked battlefield, of centuries spent searching for a face, a soul he had thought lost forever. How many times had he been disappointed? How many young men, bearing some resemblance to his Bela, had he lured to this castle, only to discover they were mere shadows of his lost love? Dracula's thoughts turned dark. He was sure that this young man, just like the others, would meet his end within these walls. Every man who bore even a passing resemblance to Bela was brought here, tested to see if his love's soul resided within. And when it inevitably proved not to be so, Dracula would drain them, granting them an easy death. Those foolish enough to insult him found a far worse fate, becoming fodder for his children. And the ones he liked, well, he didn't want to think of the fate that befell them. Yet, looking at Jonathan, Dracula felt a flicker of something he had thought long extinguished. Hope. This one was different. The resemblance was uncanny, more perfect than any he had seen before. Could it be possible that his search would finally end after all this time? Oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts racing through the Count's mind, Jonathan shyly turned away from Dracula's penetrating gaze. He was clearly affected by the aristocrat's intense presence, a fact that did not go unnoticed by his host.
"You've had a trying journey, no doubt,"
the Count observed, his deep, richly accented baritone reverberating through Jonathan's very bones.
"Please allow me to ensure that you will want for nothing within these walls."
As he spoke, Dracula's gaze dropped briefly to Jonathan's lips, causing the solicitor to subconsciously wet them with a nervous dart of his tongue. An infinitesimal smirk played across the Count's features. He was distinctly aware of the desirous effect he was having on his guest. Jonathan struggled to form coherent thoughts. Something about the Count both thrilled and terrified him. It was as if Dracula's presence awoke something deep within him, primal and hungry, that he had long kept buried. "Get a hold of yourself, Harker," Jonathan chided himself internally. "You're here on business, not to moon over your client like some lovesick schoolboy." Yet even as he thought this, he couldn't tear his eyes away from the mesmerizing figure before him. Dracula extended a hand to Jonathan, his movements almost hypnotic.
"I must confess I've become quite accomplished at making my guests comfortable."
The loaded statement hung heavy between them, its suggestive undertones raising the hairs on Jonathan's neck. For a moment, time stood still. Jonathan was on the precipice of something monumental, though he couldn't have said what. Every instinct screamed at him to flee this place and never look back. Yet something deeper, more primal, urged him forward. As Jonathan reached out to take the Count's offered hand, a wolf howled in the distance, echoing through the castle's vast halls. The moment shattered, and Jonathan pulled back, suddenly aware of how close he had come to... What, exactly? Dracula's expression flickered for a moment, disappointment, anger, before settling back into a mask of aristocratic politeness.
"Come,"
he said, gesturing towards a dimly lit corridor.
"You must be famished after your journey. I've had a light supper prepared in the library."
As they walked, Jonathan couldn't shake the feeling that he was being tested, though he couldn't say whether he had passed or failed. The Count's presence loomed large beside him, a palpable force that seemed to draw him in even as it repelled him. For his part, Dracula was lost in thought. This Jonathan Harker was proving to be more intriguing than he had anticipated. There was a fire in the young man, carefully banked but unmistakable. It reminded him so much of his Bela that it was almost painful. As they entered the library, flickering firelight cast dancing shadows across the walls. Jonathan gasped at the sheer number of books lining the shelves, more volumes than he had ever seen in one place outside of the great universities. Dracula smiled, pleased by his guest's reaction.
"Knowledge is power, Mr. Harker,"
he said, his voice low and intimate.
"And I have had a very long time to accumulate both."
Jonathan turned to face his host, a question forming on his lips. But as he met Dracula's intense gaze, the words died in his throat. There was hunger in those eyes, a desire far beyond the physical realm. As Dracula guided him to a seat at the table, his hand lingering perhaps a moment too long on Jonathan's lower back, the young solicitor couldn't help but wonder what he had gotten into. More troublingly, why was a part of him thrilled by the prospect? The library door closed behind them with a soft click, sealing them in together. Outside, the wolves continued their mournful song, a fitting accompaniment to the dangerous dance about to begin. Chapter 8. The library of Castle Dracula was a vast, cavernous room. Its walls were lined with shelves that stretched from floor to ceiling, each laden with leather-bound tomes that spoke of centuries of accumulated knowledge. The air was heavy with the scent of old parchment and wood smoke from the crackling fire that cast dancing shadows across the room. Jonathan Harker sat at a large, ornately carved table, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. The young solicitor couldn't help but feel dwarfed by his surroundings, a feeling that was only intensified by the looming presence of Count Dracula standing nearby. The silence was broken by the soft padding of footsteps. Vigo, the Count's servant, entered the room bearing a silver platter laden with an assortment of dishes. The servant's movements were fluid and silent, almost ghost-like, as he set the platter on the table before Jonathan. Vigo retreated to the shadows without a word, leaving Jonathan alone with his enigmatic host. Jonathan's stomach growled at the sight of the food. It had been days since his last proper meal, yet, as he looked up at the Count, he couldn't help but wonder if his host would be joining him.
"This looks delicious,"
Jonathan ventured, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the cavernous room.
"Will you not sit and eat with me, Count Dracula?"
A small enigmatic smile played across Dracula's lips.
"I'm afraid I've already dined this evening, Mr. Harker. Please enjoy. It's all for you."
Jonathan nodded, trying to hide his disappointment. He had hoped that sharing a meal might help break the ice between them, perhaps allowing him to get a better read on his mysterious client. With a mental shrug, he picked up his fork and knife, ready to tuck into the sumptuous feast before him. As he began to cut into a piece of roasted meat, the knife slipped, nicking his finger. Jonathan let out a small gasp of surprise, dropping the silverware with a clatter.
"Oh, how clumsy of me."
He laughed nervously, reaching for a napkin.
"I do apologize, Count. I seem to have made a mess of—"
The words died in his throat as he looked up at Dracula. The Count's eyes were wide, pupils dilated to the point where they nearly swallowed the iris. But it was the color that truly frightened Jonathan, a deep, burning red that seemed to glow in the firelight. Dracula's tongue darted out, running across his lips in an unmistakably predatory gesture. Fear gripped Jonathan, his mind racing to understand what he was seeing. "This can't be real," he thought frantically. "It must be a trick of the light, or perhaps I'm more exhausted from my journey than I realized." He grabbed a napkin, pressing it to the small cut on his finger.
"It's nothing, really,"
he said, his voice trembling slightly.
"Just a small—"
Before he could finish the sentence, Dracula was upon him. The Count moved inhumanly, grasping Jonathan's wrist in a grip of iron. Jonathan cried out in shock and pain, as Dracula brought the bleeding finger to his face, burying his nose in it and inhaling deeply.
"Count Dracula,"
Jonathan hollered, his voice tinged with panic.
"you're hurting me."
As if snapped out of a trance, Dracula released him, taking a step back. For a brief moment, Jonathan saw something akin to shame flash across the Count's features. Then, in the blink of an eye, Dracula was gone, leaving Jonathan alone and trembling in the vast library. His mind whirled, trying to process what had just happened. He nursed his sore wrist, wincing at the bruises already forming where Dracula had gripped him. What in God's name was that? He thought, his heart still racing. That look in his eyes, it was like a wild animal. The creak of the door startled Jonathan out of his reverie. Vigo entered again with a placid smile that did nothing to calm Jonathan's frayed nerves. "Sir," Vigo said, his voice soft and oddly soothing, "you should come with me now. The Count has a fear of blood. That's why he departed from you so quickly." The servant's eyes flicked to Jonathan's hand as a trickle of blood flowed and dripped to the floor. "You must be tired. Please allow me to show you to your rooms." Jonathan nodded numbly, rising from his seat. The feast lay untouched before him, his appetite having fled along with the Count. Jonathan realized with a start that the bloodied napkin was missing. He grabbed another one from the table, wrapping it around his finger, almost as an afterthought. As they walked through the castle's winding corridors, Jonathan's mind raced. A fear of blood? He thought skeptically. That didn't seem like fear to me. It was more like hunger. He was reminded of the warnings Lucy's maid Bistra had given him, tales of vampires who craved the blood of the living. Jonathan shook his head, trying to dispel such fanciful notions. "Don't be ridiculous, Harker," he chided himself. "There must be a rational explanation for all of this." Vigo's voice broke through Jonathan's troubled thoughts. "You are fortunate, Mr. Harker. The Count has taken quite a liking to you already. He's granted you access to the consort quarters, a series of warm and comfortable rooms not far from his own quarters." Jonathan's brow furrowed in confusion.
"Consort quarters. I've never heard of such a thing."
Vigo smiled, a knowing look that made Jonathan distinctly uncomfortable. "The castle is very old, sir. It was built hundreds of years ago during a different time." As they climbed a grand staircase, its steps worn smooth by centuries of use, Vigo continued to speak, his voice taking on an almost smug tone. "I took the liberty of cleaning the consort quarters ahead of time. I just knew the Count would take a liking to you. Dracula was almost certain we would not need them, but I knew better." Jonathan's unease grew with each step. There was something in Vigo's manner, a hint of anticipation that set his nerves on edge. When they finally reached their destination, Jonathan gasped despite himself. The consort quarters were a marvel of ancient luxury. The sitting room they entered was spacious and richly appointed, with thick carpets underfoot and heavy tapestries adorning the walls. A large fireplace dominated one wall, while comfortable-looking chairs and sofas were arranged invitingly around it. Jonathan could see a grand bedroom through an open doorway beyond the sitting room. The centerpiece was an enormous four-poster bed, its dark wood gleaming in the soft light. Another fireplace stood ready to ward off the chill of the mountain nights. A third room caught Jonathan's eye, a study with a large desk and well-stocked bookshelves. "At least I'll have a place to work," Jonathan thought, trying to focus on the practical aspects of his situation.
"Are all of these rooms truly for me?"
Jonathan asked, unable to contain his awe. Vigo nodded, a satisfied smile playing across his lips. "Indeed they are, sir. Your luggage will be brought up shortly." He paused, his gaze lingering on Jonathan in a way that made the young solicitor distinctly uncomfortable. "Is there anything else you require?" Jonathan shook his head, suddenly eager to be alone.
No, thank you. I'm quite tired from my journey.
He reached into his pocket, intending to offer Vigo a tip for his assistance, but the servant waved him off with a chuckle. "There is no need for that, sir," Vigo said, his eyes twinkling with an emotion Jonathan couldn't quite place. "I am here to serve. Forever." The choice of words struck Jonathan as odd, but he was too exhausted to dwell on it. Vigo bowed deeply and retreated, closing the door behind him. Just before it shut, Jonathan caught a glimpse of a smile creeping across the servant's face, sending a shiver down his spine. Alone at last, Jonathan sank onto the edge of the bed, his mind reeling from the events of the evening. The soft mattress seemed to embrace him, tempting him to surrender to exhaustion. But even as his body craved rest, his mind raced with unanswered questions. A chill ran through him, and Jonathan suddenly became aware of how cold the room had grown. "I should have known the nights would be colder here than in London," he thought, rubbing his arms to generate warmth. As if in response to his discomfort, the fireplace suddenly roared to life, flames leaping up from the previously cold grate. Jonathan started, his heart racing. "How on earth?" he wondered, staring at the fire in disbelief. The warmth from the fire began to seep into the room, and with it came a wave of drowsiness that he found increasingly difficult to fight. His eyelids grew heavy, his limbs feeling loose and unresponsive. "It must be the adrenaline wearing off," Jonathan thought hazily, struggling to keep his eyes open. "Just a few moments of rest, then I'll—" His thoughts trailed off as he sank back onto the bed, the fire's warmth enveloping him like a cocoon. As consciousness slipped away, Jonathan's last coherent thought was a vague sense of unease. Count Dracula emerged from the shadows in the corridor outside, unseen by the now slumbering Jonathan. He placed a hand on the door to the consort quarters, a look of longing and hunger warring on his face. The taste of the solicitor's blood tingled his tongue as he gripped the bloodied napkin. Chapter 9. Jonathan Harker awoke with a start, momentarily disoriented by his unfamiliar surroundings. Sunlight streamed through the heavy curtains, casting a glow across the opulent bedroom. He found himself still fully clothed, sprawled atop the luxurious bedding. The previous night's events came rushing back, a jumble of vivid and unsettling memories. He groggily pushed himself up, noticing that the fire had died down to mere embers. A chill ran through him, prompting him to rise and stretch his stiff muscles. He then made his way to the window and threw open the curtains. The sight that greeted him took his breath away. The Transylvanian countryside stretched out before him, a tapestry of autumnal colors. Golden leaves clung to ancient trees, their branches reaching toward a crisp blue sky. In the distance, snow-capped mountains pierced the horizon. It was such a wild and beautiful land.
Fall is truly lovely in this part of the world,
Jonathan murmured, drinking in the view. Turning back to the room, he noticed his luggage placed neatly in the entryway of his quarters. With a sigh, he began to unpack. The clothes he wore were wrinkled from having fallen asleep in them. The thought of a bath became increasingly appealing as he caught sight of himself in an ornate mirror, disheveled and travel-worn. A knock sounded at the door as if on cue, followed by Vigo's measured voice. "Mr. Harker, may I come in?"
"Yes, please do,"
Jonathan called out, smoothing his hair self-consciously. Vigo entered, his perpetual smile in place. "I trust you slept well, sir? I came by last night with your dinner, but you were already fast asleep." Jonathan felt a flush of embarrassment creep up his neck.
"I must apologize. I seem to have underestimated the effects of my journey. I was more exhausted than I realized."
Vigo waved off the apology. "Think nothing of it, sir. I aim to ensure your utmost comfort during your stay. Speaking of which..." He gestured, and two other servants entered the room, heading straight for the bathroom. The sound of running water soon came from the bathroom. Jonathan's eyebrows rose in surprise.
How did you know I was planning to bathe?
Vigo's smile widened. As I said, sir, your comfort is our primary concern. A thought struck Jonathan.
There's something rather curious I wanted to ask about. Last night, the fireplace lit up without anyone tending to it. Is there some sort of high-tech wonder at work in this castle? It just looks so old.
Vigo's expression remained impassive. I can assure you, Mr. Harker, that your every wish and whim will be tended to during your stay. There's no need to concern yourself with the details. Jonathan frowned, unsatisfied with the non-answer, but decided to let the matter drop for now. Instead, he changed the subject.
When might I expect to meet with Count Dracula? I am eager to begin our business discussions.
Ah, Vigo said, a note of something indefinable in his voice. The Count typically rests during daylight hours. He'll be up and about come nightfall. That's when you can expect your meeting. In the meantime, please enjoy the castle and its grounds. Now, would you prefer to have your breakfast served here in your rooms or at the dining table?
The dining table, I think.
Jonathan replied, needing to explore beyond these quarters, no matter how luxurious they might be. Vigo bowed. Very good, sir. Now, if you'll allow us. After filling the bathtub, the other servants approached Jonathan and unbuttoned his shirt. Startled, he stepped back.
I can undress myself, thank you.
Vigo tilted his head, a look of mild surprise on his face. Are you certain, Mr. Harker? Here, you will be treated like a prince, bathed, dressed, your every need tended to. Jonathan swallowed hard, a flush creeping up his neck.
I rather doubt that all of my needs will be attended to,
he muttered, thinking of desires he dared not voice aloud. He added,
but I suppose while I'm here, I should attempt to live as my host insists. Very well.
With a mixture of embarrassment and resignation, Jonathan allowed the servants to undress him. As he sank into the warm, rose-scented water of the bath, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease at being so exposed. The servants began to wash him with gentle, efficient movements.
This is something I'll have to get used to,
Jonathan said, more to himself than to Vigo.
I wouldn't want to offend the Count by refusing his hospitality.
Vigo, who had been observing from a discreet distance, nodded approvingly. A wise decision, Mr. Harker. The Count will be pleased to see you embracing the customs of his home. As the servants continued their ministrations, Jonathan found his mind wandering. What sort of man was Count Dracula to insist on such intimate care for his guests? And why did Jonathan feel simultaneously unnerved and oddly excited by it all?
Vigo,
Jonathan said suddenly.
Tell me more about the Count. What should I expect when we meet?
Vigo's lips parted strangely. The Count is unique, Mr. Harker. He is a man of great passion and power. I think you'll find him quite captivating. Something in Vigo's tone sent a shiver down Jonathan's spine, and it had nothing to do with the cooling bathwater. As he sank deeper into the tub, allowing the servants to rinse his hair, Jonathan couldn't shake the feeling that he was stepping into a world far more complex and dangerous than he had ever imagined. Freshly bathed and dressed in crisp, clean clothes, Jonathan descended the grand staircase towards the dining area. As he entered the vast hall, he couldn't help but gasp at the sheer magnificence of the space. The dining hall was a cavernous room, its vaulted ceiling soaring high above, adorned with intricate frescoes depicting scenes from ancient myths and legends. Massive chandeliers hung from ornate chains, their countless crystal droplets catching and refracting the morning light that streamed through towering stained glass windows. The effect was dazzling, casting prismatic patterns across the polished marble floor. Along the walls, great tapestries depicting hunting scenes and royal feasts, their colors still vibrant despite their apparent age. Between them stood suits of armor, silent sentinels that seemed to watch Jonathan's every move with their empty visors. The centerpiece of the room was an enormous, dark, polished wood table that stretched nearly the entire length of the hall. It could easily seat 100 guests, yet it stood mostly empty, save for an elaborate place setting at one end. As Jonathan approached, the scent of freshly baked bread and aromatic spices wafted toward him, making his stomach growl. The table was laden with an astounding array of dishes, platters of glistening roasted meats, bowls of colorful fruits, baskets overflowing with various breads, and an assortment of pastries that made his mouth water. "Is the spread to your liking, Mr. Harker?" Vigo's voice startled him out of his reverie.
It's overwhelming,
Jonathan replied, taking a seat at the head of the table. A servant immediately appeared, filling his plate with the tempting dishes.
Surely this can't all be for me. Will anyone else be joining us?
Vigo shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. "No, sir. All of this is for you alone. Please, eat as much as you like." Jonathan frowned, looking at the vast array of food before him.
This is really far too much. I'd hate to see such a large spread go to waste. Perhaps some of the servants could join me.
Vigo's face flashed with surprise, but his usual placid expression quickly replaced it. "You are very kind, Mr. Harker. No wonder the master has taken such a liking to you already. But there's no need for that. The servants do not eat at this time." He paused briefly before adding, "They will dine later tonight. They are not hungry now." Jonathan couldn't help but notice the strange pause before Vigo's explanation. It struck him as odd, but he decided not to press the issue. Instead, he turned his attention to the food before him, determined to at least make a dent in the lavish spread. As he ate, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The empty hall seemed to press in around him, the suits of armor and painted figures in the tapestries almost seeming to move in his peripheral vision. Every clink of his fork against the fine china echoed in the cavernous space, emphasizing his solitude. Despite the delicious flavors of the food, Jonathan found his appetite waning. The opulence of his surroundings, the overabundance of food, the strange behavior of the servants, it all heightened his sense of unease. He couldn't help but feel like a small animal being fattened for slaughter, though he chided himself for such morbid thoughts. As he set down his fork, having eaten far less than he would have liked, Jonathan's gaze was drawn once again to the stained glass windows. The sun had shifted, casting long shadows across the room. For a moment, he could have sworn he saw a dark figure silhouetted against one of the panes, watching him intently. But when he blinked and looked again, there was nothing there but colored glass and dancing motes of dust. Jonathan rose from the table, shaking his head to clear it of such fanciful notions.
Thank you for the meal, Vigo. It was most generous.
Vigo bowed deeply. "It is our pleasure to serve you, Mr. Harker. Is there anything else you require?" Jonathan hesitated, then shook his head.
No, thank you. I think I'd like to explore the castle a bit, if that's allowed.
"Of course, sir," Vigo replied, his ever-present smile widening slightly. "The castle is at your disposal. However, I would advise against venturing into the eastern wing. Those areas are under renovation." Chapter 10. The morning sun cast long shadows through the castle's winding corridors as Jonathan set out to explore his temporary home. His footsteps echoed off the stone walls, the sound seeming to amplify the vastness of the ancient structure. Eventually, he found himself again at the entrance to Dracula's library. Pushing open the heavy oak door, Jonathan stepped inside. Now he would see this room during the day. The library was even more impressive than he remembered. Towering shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, laden with books of every size and color. The air was heavy with the scent of aged leather and parchment, a scholar's exciting perfume. As he wandered through the stacks, his fingers trailed reverently over the spines of volumes that looked to be hundreds of years old. In one corner, he discovered a collection of scrolls that appeared to be from ancient Rome. Jonathan's breath caught in his throat when he realized how much history was tucked away in this remote castle.
Incredible,
he murmured, carefully unrolling one of the scrolls.
Some museums would give their entire collections for just one of these.
The hairs on the back of his neck raised as he bent to examine the faded Latin text. Jonathan straightened abruptly, spinning around with the distinct feeling of being watched. But the library was empty, the only movement coming from dust motes dancing in shafts of sunlight. Shaking off the unsettling sensation, Jonathan returned to his quarters. He settled into the room he had designated as his office, pulling out his briefcase to review some paperwork. However, he found it impossible to concentrate, his mind continually wandering back to the castle's mysteries and its enigmatic owner. With a sigh, Jonathan set aside the legal documents and pulled out a fresh sheet of paper. He began to pen a letter to Lucy, wanting to assure her of his safe arrival.
My dearest Lucy, I hope this letter finds you well. I arrived safely at Castle Dracula, though I must confess the journey was more arduous than anticipated. The castle itself is a marvel of ancient architecture, perched high in the Carpathian Mountains, like something out of one of your Gothic novels. Count Dracula has proven to be a most unusual host. His hospitality is almost overwhelming, yet I find something about him deeply unsettling. Perhaps it is merely the isolation of this place playing tricks on my mind. I find myself thinking of London often, and of you. Give my love to Bela. I trust you're taking good care of the little fellow. I hope to conclude my business here swiftly and return home soon. Yours always, Jonathan.
As he sealed the envelope, Jonathan couldn't help but feel he had left out more than he had included. How could he possibly convey the castle's strange atmosphere, the servants' odd behavior, or the effect that Count Dracula had on him? Some things, he decided, were better left unsaid. Count Dracula stirred from his daytime slumber as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the Transylvanian landscape in deepening shades of purple and crimson. Before his eyes opened, he could sense Jonathan's presence in the castle, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat calling to him like a siren's song. Vigo materialized at his master's side, attentive as always. "Will you hunt tonight, my lord?" the servant inquired softly. It might not be wise to be in Mr. Harker's presence without having fed. Dracula nodded, his dark eyes glittering with barely contained hunger.
You are right, of course. I will find a quick meal before our meeting.
He turned to Vigo, his voice taking on a commanding tone.
Summon Jonathan to the dining hall. I shall join him shortly.
With a graceful and inhuman gesture, Dracula moved to the window. In the blink of an eye, his form shimmered and changed, transforming into a great bat that launched into the gathering darkness. Jonathan fidgeted nervously as he waited in the dining hall. Once again, the table was laden with an extravagant array of dishes, far more than any one person could hope to consume. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, he selected a few of his favorites: a hearty beef stew rich with root vegetables, a crusty loaf of bread still warm from the oven, and a wedge of sharp, tangy cheese. As he was about to take his first bite, the doors swung open, and Count Dracula strode into the room. Jonathan jumped, nearly dropping his fork, feeling inexplicably guilty, as if he'd been caught doing something improper.
Please don't let me interrupt,
Dracula said, his voice a low, melodious purr.
I'm pleased to see you enjoying my hospitality.
Jonathan swallowed hard, trying to regain his composure.
Yes, thank you. It's all quite overwhelming, really. There's no need for such elaborate meals just for me.
A small smile played at the corners of the Count's mouth.
I'll make a note of that. Perhaps you can inform my head servant of your favorite dishes, and we'll keep to those from now on.
As Dracula sat at the head of the table, Jonathan couldn't help but stare. The Count's beauty was otherworldly. Pale skin that seemed to glow in the candlelight, eyes dark and fathomless as the night sky, features that could have been chiseled by a master sculptor. Jonathan quickly averted his gaze when Dracula looked his way, a flush creeping up his neck.
Now then,
Dracula said, his tone shifting to one of business.
Shall we discuss the matter of my property holdings?
Jonathan nodded, grateful for the distraction. He pulled out a sheaf of papers, spreading them on the table between bites of his meal. As they delved into the intricacies of Dracula's vast estate, Jonathan couldn't shake the feeling that he was being meticulously studied. The Count's gaze was reptilian, evaluating, like a snake sizing up its next meal. Throughout the discussion, Jonathan wrestled with deeply buried urges he had long suppressed. Dracula's dark, sensual presence awakened stirrings of desire that both thrilled and horrified him. "Get a hold of yourself," Jonathan chastised internally. "You're not some godless sodomite, no matter what perverse proclivities lurk in the shadows of your psyche." Unbeknownst to Jonathan, Dracula was equally consumed by a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. As he watched the young solicitor, he caught flashes of recognition, echoes of Bela's soul peeking through Jonathan's mannerisms and expressions. The way he furrowed his brow when concentrating, the nervous habit of running his fingers through his hair, all of it achingly familiar. But over the centuries, he had learned a brutal lesson. The all-consuming love he had borne for his fallen soldier could be more of a punishment than a blessing. "Why do I persist in this folly?" Dracula wondered, his outward expression betraying none of his inner turmoil. "Even if this is truly Bela reborn, what right have I to curse him again, to drag him back into the shadows that have become my realm?" Part of Dracula suspected that his relentless pursuit of Bela's reincarnation was driven by some dark magic, an obsession that defied reason. Was it the demon who planted this obsession to further torment him? Perhaps it was the natural human desire for companionship that was corrupted and twisted, or a desperate attempt to stave off the crushing loneliness of immortality. Could a monster like him love as a mortal man loves? As Jonathan prattled on about property lines and legal minutiae, Dracula found himself torn. Was this young man truly his reincarnated beloved, blessed with Bela's very essence? Or was it just a cruel coincidence of face and form, a fleeting shadow that would fade like mist upon the dawn? Dracula had endured centuries of torment clinging to false hopes before. No matter how his wandering heart yearned, he dared not repeat those mistakes. The demon's promise that had led him down this dark path had proven Faustian in nature. You never truly get what you want, not entirely. Chapter 11. The dinner plates had barely been cleared when the Count turned to Jonathan with an inviting smile.
"I've been informed that you haven't left the castle walls all day,"
he said in a rich, melodious baritone that seemed to caress Jonathan's ears.
"Perhaps you'd allow me to show you the grounds?"
Jonathan laughed nervously, a flush creeping up his neck.
I must confess, I was a bit apprehensive. I thought I heard, well, it seemed some sort of animal had followed us through the gates last night. A wolf, perhaps.
Dracula's eyes glinted with amusement.
"I assure you, Mr. Harker, nothing here would ever harm you. You're free to explore as you please, but I'd happily act as your guide if it would make you feel more at ease."
I would like that very much,
Jonathan replied, surprised by the warmth that spread through his chest at the Count's offer. As they stepped out into the cool night air, Jonathan felt a sense of calm wash over him. Despite the strangeness of his surroundings and the eccentric nature of his host, he couldn't help but feel safe in Dracula's presence. He believed him when he said nothing would harm him, but he couldn't explain why those words coming from the Count made him feel almost untouchable. The castle grounds were a marvel of carefully cultivated wilderness. Torchlit paths wound through gardens that seemed to dance on the edge between orderly design and untamed nature. Ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching towards the star-studded sky, stood sentinel over beds of flowers that glowed ethereally in the moonlight. The air was thick with the mingled scents of night-blooming jasmine, damp earth, and something deeper, more primal, the scent of secrets long buried. An owl's haunting call echoed across the grounds, followed by the sudden rustle of leaves as it swooped down upon its unsuspecting prey. Jonathan was acutely aware of Dracula's presence beside him as they strolled along the winding paths. Their arms brushed ever so slightly with each step, sending tiny sparks of electricity dancing across Jonathan's skin. He found his gaze drawn repeatedly to the Count's striking profile, illuminated by the flickering torchlight. "What are these?" Jonathan coughed, pointing to a cluster of unfamiliar flowers.
"I've never seen their like before."
That's right. It was better to speak of other things to prevent his mind from wandering. Dracula smiled, and the transformation was remarkable. The usually stern, aristocratic features softened, years seeming to melt away from his ageless face. His lips curved upwards, revealing a hint of perfectly white teeth, and the smile traveled to his eyes, lighting them from within. Those dark orbs, which had previously seemed fathomless and slightly unsettling, now sparkled with genuine warmth and enthusiasm.
"Ah, those are native to these mountains,"
he said, his voice rich with affection for the flora of his homeland. Jonathan found himself momentarily stunned by the change in Dracula's countenance. The Count's smile was radiant and infectious, and Jonathan felt an answering warmth bloom in his chest. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a different man entirely from the imposing figure he had first encountered. This version of Dracula, passionate about the natural world and openly sharing that passion, was utterly captivating. Jonathan realized with a start that the fear he had initially felt in the Count's presence had all but evaporated. In its place was a growing fascination, a desire to know more about this complex man who could be both intimidating and charming in equal measure. As Dracula began to explain the intricacies of the mountain flora, Jonathan found himself hanging on every word, as much enchanted by the Count's animated expression as by the information itself. He couldn't help but wonder what other hidden depths lay beneath Dracula's carefully cultivated exterior, and a part of him longed to discover them all. Their path led them to a large greenhouse, its glass panels glowing softly from within. As they entered, Jonathan was enveloped by humid air. The interior was a riot of lush greenery, but one plant immediately caught his eye.
"What on earth is that?"
Jonathan breathed, moving closer to examine the strange bat-like flower. The plant before him was unlike anything he had ever seen, a creation that seemed to belong more to the realm of dark fantasy than to the natural world. From a thick, sturdy stem rose a flower of such otherworldly beauty that Jonathan found himself momentarily speechless. The main body of the flower was a deep, velvety black, its petals unfurling like the wings of a bat in flight. The texture appeared almost leathery, with a sheen that caught the soft light of the greenhouse, creating an illusion of movement even in stillness. At the center of this dark bloom, a rich purple heart pulsed with life, reminiscent of the deep hues of a twilight sky. But the flower's most striking feature truly captured Jonathan's imagination. Emerging from the base of the black petals were long, whisker-like tendrils, some stretching nearly a foot in length. These delicate filaments were a stark white, creating a mesmerizing contrast against the flower's dark body. They swayed gently in the warm air of the greenhouse, giving the impression of a creature, both plant and animal, frozen in a moment of elegant metamorphosis. The leaves beneath the flower were broad and glossy, their deep green providing a lush backdrop that only emphasized the dramatic beauty of the bloom. As Jonathan leaned in closer, careful not to touch the delicate structure, he could almost imagine the flower coming to life, its bat-like form ready to take flight into the night.
That, Mr. Harker, is the black bat flower,
Dracula explained, a hint of pride in his voice.
also known as the devil flower, or cat's whiskers. It's native to the tropical forests of Southeast Asia.
Jonathan marveled at the flower's unique appearance.
It's extraordinary. But if it's native to such a distant land, how did you acquire it?
A shadow passed over Dracula's face, his expression growing distant.
I traveled to Southeast Asia personally to obtain it. It was a friend's favorite, a friend from long ago. Bela was his name.
The Count's voice softened, taking on a wistful quality that Jonathan had not heard before. Dracula's gaze seemed to look beyond the greenhouse, a man lost in memories.
Bela had never seen such a flower before, but he'd heard tales of it from pirates and merchant vessels traveling to those distant lands. He became quite fascinated with it.
A small, sad smile played at the corners of his mouth.
I promised him that one day, when the fighting was done and I was free, we would travel there together to see it in bloom.
Jonathan listened intently, captivated by this glimpse into the Count's past. He wondered who this Bela was. Clearly, he must have been a dear friend to have left such a lasting impression on Dracula. The sorrow in the Count's eyes was palpable, a deep well of grief that seemed to span centuries. As Dracula spoke of fighting, Jonathan's brow furrowed in confusion. He racked his brain, trying to recall any recent conflicts in the region. The only war that came to mind was the Russo-Turkish War, which ended 16 years ago. Could the Count and Bela have fought in that conflict? Given Dracula's youthful appearance, it seemed unlikely. Jonathan found himself studying the Count's face, trying to discern his age. Despite the sorrow in his eyes, Dracula looked remarkably young, certainly not old enough to have been involved in a war nearly 2 decades past. Yet something in his manner, in the depth of his knowledge and how he carried himself, spoke of far greater age than his appearance suggested. The mystery of Dracula's age and the identity of this Bela, who had meant so much to him, only deepened Jonathan's fascination with the enigmatic Count. He felt an inexplicable urge to comfort Dracula, to somehow ease the pain evident in his eyes. But he held back, unsure of how such a gesture would be received. Instead, Jonathan asked softly,
Did you and Bela ever get to see it together?
His heart anticipated the answer, sensing the tragedy beneath the surface of Dracula's words.
No, Bela died in the fighting, so I traveled there to find and plant this flower here in his memory.
He paused, seeming surprised by his own openness.
I apologize, Mr. Harker. I didn't mean to spoil the mood with such melancholy tales. If it would brighten the mood, while I was gathering the flower roots, I found a remarkable black cat who wouldn't leave my side, so much so that I had brought him home with me, and as strange as it sounds, I felt far less lonely with him around.
Please don't apologize. There's no need to lighten the mood.
Jonathan said quickly.
You've spoiled nothing.
A comfortable silence fell between them as Jonathan continued to study the flower. Suddenly he laughed.
It's strange, you know. That name, Bela, it's been on my mind for as long as I can remember, since childhood, really.
He leaned in to smell the flower but recoiled at the unexpected stench.
Good Lord, it smells like a rotting corpse.
Dracula's eyes sharpened with interest.
The name has been on your mind? How curious. Can you explain why?
Jonathan shook his head, frowning slightly.
I can't, really. It's just always been there. I even named my dog Bela. Perhaps I thought that if I spoke it aloud often enough, it would, I don't know, make sense somehow.
The Count's gaze was intense, searching.
Have you had any strange dreams, Mr. Harker? Anything you can recall?
Jonathan's brow furrowed as he delved into long-buried memories.
When I was a boy, I often felt an overwhelming loneliness. On those nights, as I drifted to sleep, I felt myself wrapped in someone's arms. But I was so cold as if I were dying.
His voice grew distant, lost in the recollection.
I couldn't see anything, but I could smell blood and death all around me. And a man was crying for me. It always ended the same way, the sensation of falling from a great height, and then I'd wake with a start.
As he spoke, Jonathan became aware of how close Dracula had drawn. The Count's dark eyes seemed to burn with an inner fire. His lips slightly parted as if in anticipation. Jonathan felt himself drawn in, an irresistible pull urging him to close the distance between them. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Jonathan's heart raced, his breath catching in his throat. He wanted, more than anything, to kiss the Count. The desire was overwhelming, frightening in its intensity. Panic seized him, and Jonathan stumbled backward, gasping for air. He turned away, struggling to regain his composure. When he finally gathered the courage to face Dracula again, intending to excuse himself, he found the greenhouse empty. The Count had vanished as silently and swiftly as a shadow at noon. Left alone with his turbulent thoughts, Jonathan felt shame wash over him. How could he have entertained such lustful thoughts? To give in to such deviant longings, even for a moment, could see him publicly disgraced, imprisoned, or worse. The world had no patience for sodomites. Yet even as he castigated himself, Jonathan couldn't shake the memory of Dracula's intense gaze, the electric charge that had passed between them. He had never felt anything like it before, and a small, rebellious part of him longed to feel it again. As he reached the castle doors, he cast one last look at the moonlit gardens, half expecting to see Dracula's tall figure emerging from the shadows. But the grounds remained still and empty, leaving Jonathan alone with the echoes of a past he couldn't remember and desires he dared not name. Chapter 12. 1 week later. The crisp Transylvanian morning found him seated at the ornate desk in his quarters, a letter from Lucy spread before him. As he read her words, a smile played across his lips, picturing his beloved dog Bela being pampered in his absence.
Your pop is doing well and being spoiled rotten,
Lucy wrote.
You may have to get used to Bela's extravagant new tastes once you return.
Jonathan's amusement was tinged with a bittersweet longing for home. Yet even as he yearned for the familiar comforts of London, he knew that returning would mean confronting the stark reality of his situation, a loveless engagement and a life of perpetual deception. This past week, his business meetings with the Count had been tormented by stolen glances and lingering touches. Jonathan struggled to maintain his professional demeanor, even as every interaction with Dracula stirred silent longings. The Count's penetrating gaze seemed to see right through him, as if privy to Jonathan's most secret desires. Seeking refuge from his tumultuous thoughts, Jonathan found himself drawn to a part of the castle grounds he had not yet explored. As he rounded a corner of the manicured gardens, he came upon an intriguing sight, the entrance to what appeared to be an enormous hedge maze. 2 towering yew trees formed the archway leading into the labyrinth, their branches intertwined to create a natural gateway. A weathered stone plaque above the entrance bore an inscription in Latin: Intra ad cor, enter to the heart. Curiosity overcame Jonathan's melancholy. He had read about such mazes in novels, but had never encountered one in person. The prospect of losing himself in its green corridors held a sudden appeal. Perhaps it mirrored his own emotions. As he stepped through the archway, the sounds of the outside world seemed to fade away. The high walls of meticulously trimmed hedges rose on either side, their dense foliage creating an atmosphere of secluded tranquility. The path beneath his feet was lined with crushed gravel that crunched softly with each step, the only sound breaking the eerie silence. The morning air was invigorating, carrying the mingled scents of damp earth, autumn leaves, and the sharp green aroma of freshly cut foliage. Dew still clung to the leaves, sparkling like tiny diamonds in the slanted morning sunlight that managed to penetrate the leafy canopy above. As Jonathan ventured deeper into the maze, the twisting paths seemed to close around him. In each turn was a new decision, left or right, progress or frustration. The high green walls, easily 10 feet tall, blocked out any view of the surrounding landscape, creating an unsettling and oddly comforting sense of isolation. Jonathan encountered small clearings within the maze here and there. Some held ornate stone benches, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of use. Others featured intricate topiaries, the hedges sculpted into fantastic shapes of animals and mythical creatures. One such clearing boasted a sundial at its center, its gnomon casting a sharp shadow across the weathered face. As he navigated the twisting paths, Jonathan found his mind quieting. The physical act of finding his way through the labyrinth provided a welcome distraction from his inner turmoil. Each decision, each turn, required his full attention, leaving little room for the conflicting emotions that had been plaguing him. The maze seemed to have a personality of its own, sometimes playful as it led him in circles, other times mysterious as it revealed hidden nooks and crannies. As he wandered, Jonathan lost all sense of time, the outside world fading into irrelevance. Within these green walls, he felt a strange sense of freedom, as if the very act of being lost allowed him to shed the burdens of his identity, if only for a moment. It was in this state of peaceful detachment that Jonathan rounded yet another corner, only to find himself face to face with the fountain that would shatter his momentary reprieve and plunge him back into the depths of his inner conflict. Before him stood a burbling stone fountain, its iconic center statue depicting two strapping nude male warriors frozen in a tender embrace. The sight was at once beautiful and utterly demoralizing. Jonathan's breath hitched, his heart racing at the brazen homoerotic imagery. He had seen such things before, tucked away in private collections in London, but never so flagrantly on display. The sight was intoxicating, stirring desires long suppressed beneath layers of Victorian propriety. His gaze traced the contours of the marble figures, drinking in every sculpted muscle and tender touch. The warriors' faces were etched with an expression of uninhibited passion, their stone eyes locked in a gaze of pure adoration. It was everything Jonathan craved, the freedom to love without fear or shame, to express his desires openly and without reservation. But even as he yearned for such a life, he knew it was forever beyond his grasp. The pressure of societal expectations bore down upon him, threatening to crush any hope of true happiness. He tore himself away from the captivating statue, slumping onto a nearby stone bench in dejected resignation. His thoughts turned to Lucy, to their friendship, and the sham of an engagement that awaited him back in London. He cared for her deeply, but not in the way a man should care for his future wife. Their marriage would be a facade, a convenient shield against the prying eyes of society.
There has to be more than this half-life of self-negation.
Jonathan muttered, running his hands through his hair in frustration. He knew all too well that proper London society would destroy him if he dared to live openly. And even if he did, who would he share such a life with? Most men like him also hid, seeking fleeting pleasures in the shadows. The thought of marrying Lucy and prowling for rent boys at night disgusted Jonathan. He didn't want that kind of duplicitous existence, constantly living in fear of discovery and scandal. But what other options did he have? He buried his face in his hands, and the cold, hard truth sank in. To remain entombed in the closet was to slowly wither and die inside, suffocating beneath his own unfulfilled desires. But recklessly shedding propriety and seizing his passions could prove even more ruinous. Jonathan lifted his head, his gaze once again drawn to the embracing warriors. Their stone faces were as serene and content as he wished he could be. Chapter 13. The overcast Transylvanian morning cast a pallid light through the library's towering windows. Dracula stood before them, his tall figure silhouetted against the grey sky. His piercing gaze swept across the castle grounds, coming to rest on the small figure of Jonathan Harker as he entered the hedge maze. A slight smile tugged at the corners of the Count's lips, softening his usually stern countenance. Vigo, ever present and attentive, observed his master's change in expression. "It is good to see you smile, my lord," he said, his gravelly voice tinged with a note of hope. "None of the others made you smile so. In fact, the last time I had seen such a smile was whenever you played with that stray you brought home." Dracula turned, irritation flashing in his dark eyes. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he scoffed.
"You give far too much weight to this Englishman's presence, old friend. He is merely a curiosity to me, nothing more."
The ancient servant raised one bushy eyebrow, skepticism etched into the deep lines of his face. "You cannot deny the resemblance. Of all the others, he is your beloved spitting image. After centuries of scorning the demon's empty promises—"
"Enough!"
Dracula's voice cracked like a whip, reverberating through the cavernous library. The Count's eyes blazed with barely contained fury, his fists clenching at his sides.
"I will not entertain such fanciful notions again, no matter how—"
His gaze flicked momentarily towards the window, softening almost imperceptibly.
"No matter how striking the similarities."
With an irritated huff, Dracula stalked across the room, his dark cape billowing behind him like the wings of some great bat.
"Leave me. I wish to study this, Jonathan Harker, further while he is away."
As Vigo bowed and retreated, Dracula swept out of the library, his footsteps echoing through the empty corridors. He found himself drawn inexorably towards Jonathan's quarters, a part of him reveling in this invasion of the young man's privacy, even as another part recoiled at his own weakness. The door creaked open, revealing a room that seemed to pulse with life compared to the rest of the castle. Dracula inhaled deeply, his heightened senses drinking in the lingering scent of Jonathan's cologne. It was a complex aroma, notes of bergamot and lavender mingled with deeper tones of sandalwood and musk. The scent was at once familiar and utterly foreign, stirring memories long buried while simultaneously reminding Dracula of the vast gulf of time that separated him from the world of the living. His gaze swept across the room, taking in the scattered personal effects that spoke of a life beyond these castle walls. A silver pocket watch gleamed on the bedside table. Folded copies of the Times lay nearby, their pages filled with news of a world Dracula had long since ceased to be a part of. But it was a small, velvet-lined case that truly captured his attention. He opened it to reveal a series of mounted photographic images. Dracula ran a long, pale finger over the glass surface, tracing the outlines of the frozen figures captured within. There was Jonathan, smiling broadly in a bustling London street. The background teemed with life, horse-drawn carriages, ladies in bustled dresses, gentlemen in top hats. It was a snapshot of a world in constant motion. Another photograph showed Jonathan with a young woman. They stood arm in arm, their expressions a mixture of affection and something else. Uncertainty, perhaps? The Count studied Lucy's face, searching for any hint of the passion he remembered from his mortal days. He found none. But what he did find was how different the world was outside. The clothes they wore, the large buildings in the background, and contraptions he had never seen before. His children had spoken of such things, and he had even seen through their eyes on occasion, but to step out into this new world, to live in it. Was he afraid? He laughed bitterly. Eternal paradise. That's how the demon described his dark world of immortality, and for a while he had believed it even as he missed his beloved. To him, it would have been an eternal paradise if his love was by his side. But lately, he had wondered how true that would have been. Perhaps they would have grown tired of one another and parted ways like so many of his children. Perhaps it was a good thing that Bela's soul didn't reincarnate. And if it did, would it be right to find him? Even if this Jonathan was Bela reincarnated, what could a monster offer him but darkness and stagnation? The photograph slipped from Dracula's hands, scattering across the floor in a flurry. He was overwhelmed by the realization of all he had lost. The world he had known and the empire he had fought for had changed beyond recognition.
This ceaseless stasis, it is death,
Dracula whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion.
My very essence wilts and fades while life's river flows on without me.
He had sold his soul for the power to crush his enemies, and immortality ensured that he would stand as an eternal bulwark against those who threatened his Romania. But now, everyone he had ever known was dust. The glory of the Ottoman Empire, which he had fought so fiercely to defend against, had waned. He was a relic, a creature out of time. Surrounded by the scattered remnants of Jonathan's life, Dracula was struck by a sudden, desperate desire for change. He wanted to live again, truly live, not merely exist in this twilight state. But how? The children he had created over the years were spread out in that new world, and he recoiled at the thought of approaching them for aid, of revealing his own uncertainty and fear. His thoughts turned to Jonathan, with his quick mind and his knowledge of the modern world. But even as the idea formed, Dracula dismissed it. How could he expect the young man to understand, let alone help? Jonathan was a part of that vibrant, ever-changing world. To drag him into the shadows would be an act of supreme selfishness. His movements were less fluid than usual as he gathered the scattered photographs, carefully replacing them in their velvet case. With a final glance around Jonathan's room, Dracula swept out. The castle suddenly felt more confining than ever. A mausoleum of memories and regrets. Chapter 14. The sun had begun its descent towards the horizon as Jonathan emerged from the hedge maze, his mind no clearer than when he had entered. Instead, he was raw and exposed. He wandered the grounds aimlessly, wondering what he should do next. Perhaps go to bed, or maybe take a bottle of wine and drink until he can't think of anything anymore. A weathered sign caught his eye as he rounded a corner of the castle. Mounted above what appeared to be a partially built underground structure, it read simply, "Wine Cellar." Jonathan's eyes lit up, a spark of mischievous desperation igniting. He recalled the exquisite vintages he had sampled during his stay. He could still practically taste their rich, complex flavors. The Count had such refined tastes.
Why not?
Jonathan muttered to himself, a wry smile tugging at his lips.
If I'm to be destroyed by my abnormal desires, I might as well go down with a fine vintage in hand.
Descending the rough-hewn steps into the cellar, Jonathan found himself surrounded by racks upon racks of dusty bottles. The air was cool and musty, heavy with the scent of aged wood and fermented grapes. He ran his fingers along the labels, marveling at the dates, some stretching back centuries. Jonathan selected a bottle at random and uncorked it. He inhaled the rich, ruddy liquid and took in the heady aroma before taking a deep drink. The wine was exquisite, its flavors unfolding on his tongue like a sensual caress. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Bottle in hand, Jonathan made his way back outside. The grounds seemed to sway gently around him as he stumbled along, taking generous swigs from the bottle. Before long, he found himself singing, his voice growing progressively louder and more slurred.
"O Count Dracula, so dark and tall, your gaze upon me, I might fall. In London streets I'd never dare, but in your castle should I care. Your art so bold, your wine so fine, I wonder if your tastes match mine. A count can do as he may please, while I'm just drowning in unease."
Jonathan's laughter echoed across the empty grounds at his silly little song, a sound tinged with equal parts mirth and despair.
"What kind of man are you, Count Dracula?"
he called out to the uncaring stones of the castle.
"To display such provocative art so openly? Perhaps your tastes are as abnormal as mine."
He slapped his hand to his mouth.
"I probably shouldn't say that out loud,"
he harshly whispered, before bursting into laughter again. He took another long pull from the bottle, the wine trickling down his throat and staining his lips a deep crimson. As he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, a thought struck him, sending him into fresh peals of laughter.
"Oh God,"
he chuckled.
"I'm going to be absolutely sozzled for my meeting with the Count tonight."
Rather than causing alarm, the idea filled him with a reckless glee. Perhaps, with his inhibitions lowered, he might finally unravel the mystery of the enigmatic Count Dracula. The alcohol coursed through his system, and his thoughts returned again and again to Dracula. In his mind's eye, he began to construct elaborate fantasies, scenarios where the two of them gave in to the unspoken tension that seemed to crackle between them. He imagined stolen glances across the dinner table, fingertips brushing as they reached for the same document, hushed conversations in darkened corridors that led to passionate embraces. Each imagined scenario sent a thrill of excitement and shame through him. Yet even in his inebriated state, a small voice of reason persisted.
"You're being a fool, Harker,"
he muttered to himself.
"Just because the man has some questionable art doesn't mean he shares your proclivities. He's probably just some eccentric European aristocrat. Push too far, and you'll end up hurt. Or worse."
But the wine had done its work, and Jonathan found it increasingly difficult to heed that cautionary voice. The alcohol had stripped away layers of Victorian civility and fear, leaving him raw and yearning. At that moment, the potential consequences seemed a small price to pay for even a moment of genuine connection, of being truly seen and accepted.
"What would you do, I wonder?"
Jonathan mused aloud, addressing the absent Count.
"If I were to kiss you? Would you recoil in disgust? Or would you—"
He let the thought trail off, too overwhelmed by the possibilities to give voice to them. A burst of laughter escaped him as he pictured the scene, himself, emboldened by wine and desperation, pressing his lips to the Count's. What would Dracula's face look like in that moment? Shock, anger, or perhaps desire?
And what would my own face reveal?
Jonathan wondered, touching his flushed cheeks.
Terror? Elation? The relief of finally being true to myself? Right before the Count slaps me silly and runs me through with one of those old swords of his.
Part of him longed to march straight to Dracula's quarters, damn the consequences. Another part urged caution, reminding him of the precarious nature of his position, both as a guest in the castle and as a man with unconventional desires in a world that showed little tolerance for such things. The castle's grand entrance hall spun around Jonathan as he stumbled inside, the wine coursing through his veins and clouding his judgment. The flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows on the ancient stone walls, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere that perfectly matched his intoxicated state. As he wandered aimlessly through the corridors, a movement caught his eye. Looking up, he spotted Count Dracula on one of the upper balconies of the inner castle. The Count stood motionless, his tall, dark figure silhouetted against the moonlit sky. He seemed lost in thought, unaware of Jonathan's presence below. Jonathan was transfixed, unable to tear his gaze away from the enigmatic figure above. His eyes traced the contours of Dracula's face, lingering on the Count's full lips and the sharp line of his jaw. How Dracula's raven black hair cascaded down his shoulders stirred something primal within. In his wine-addled state, Jonathan's imagination ran wild. He pictured Dracula's body beneath those fine clothes, all lean muscle and pale skin, powerful and beautiful. The image sent a jolt of desire through him, so intense it was almost painful. Before he could second-guess himself, the gentleman was moving, darting up the stairs, taking them two at a time, his heart thundering in his ears. In what seemed like mere seconds, he had crossed the balcony and stood before Dracula. The Count's eyes widened in surprise, but Jonathan seized him by the lapels before he could speak. With liquid courage doing its work, he pulled Dracula into a searing, passionate kiss. For a suspended moment, time seemed to stand still. Dracula remained frozen, too stunned to react. The hot silk of Jonathan's mouth, the sculptural lines of the young man's body pressed flush against his own. It was overwhelming and intoxicating. Was this what he had dreamed of for centuries? Then, as if a dam had broken, Dracula responded. His arms wrapped around Jonathan, pulling him even closer. Their tongues met in a dance of desire, the kiss deepening with an intensity that left them both breathless. It was hot, passionate, filled with a longing that had simmered beneath the surface for far too long. As they kissed, something strange began to happen to Jonathan. The room seemed to shift around him, and the familiar yet alien castle suddenly felt like home. Memories that weren't his own flooded his mind, secret rendezvous, stolen moments of passion, a love that defied time and death itself. Jonathan broke the kiss, gasping for air. His eyes, when they met Dracula's, held a spark of recognition that hadn't been there before. With a mischievous smirk playing on his soft, wet lips, he tugged at Dracula's hand.
"Follow me,"
he said, his voice husky with desire.
"I know where we can go."
Confusion flickered across Dracula's face.
What do you mean?
He asked, even as he allowed Jonathan to lead him through the castle's winding corridors. Jonathan's only response was a knowing smile that sent a shiver of anticipation coursing through Dracula. The Count felt himself grow hard, straining against the confines of his trousers as he followed Jonathan's confident steps. They stopped before a wooden door that Dracula hadn't opened in centuries. It led to the tower where he had once imprisoned treasonous nobles, and where he and Bela had stolen away for romantic nights while his wife slept, blissfully unaware.
How?
Dracula breathed, shock evident in his voice.
How could you possibly know about this place?
Jonathan's drunken laugh echoed in the empty corridor as he pushed open the door. They ascended the stone steps, the air growing thick with dust and memories. The old tower bedroom was a time capsule, untouched since Dracula's transformation. Cobwebs draped every surface like ghostly lace. The once opulent furnishings were faded and worn, the rich fabrics dulled by the passage of time. Moonlight filtered through the grime-covered windows, casting long shadows across the room. In the center stood a massive four-poster bed, its curtains hanging in tatters. Jonathan pushed Dracula onto it, sending up a cloud of dust that sparkled in the moonbeams. They both laughed, the sound a mixture of joy and disbelief at their surreal situation. Jonathan straddled Dracula, his eyes dark with desire. For a moment, they gazed at each other, centuries passing between them. Then, with a hunger that surprised them both, Jonathan leaned down and captured Dracula's lips in another passionate kiss. Chapter 15. They moved in a frenzy, their hands tearing at each other's clothes with a desperate urgency. The sound of fabric ripping echoed in the room, mingling with their heavy breaths and the beat of a racing heart. The once pristine sheets were now stained crimson. The air was heavy with the metallic scent of blood, mingling with the musk of their lovemaking. Dracula stood at the foot of the bed, his body trembling with each ragged breath. His eyes, wild and unfocused, darted between Jonathan's prone form and his own blood-stained hands. His face was a mask of horror and self-loathing, his features twisted in a rictus of shame and despair. He had transformed into a beast mid-coitus without knowing, a beast that would have surely killed the boy as he burst inside. The Count was confused and frightened of his own dark power for the first time since he had first acquired them centuries ago. He had never lost control of himself before. The beast in him, even now, looked at the strong, lithe body wrecked and ruined on a bed of midnight black blood and marveled at its dirty work. Oh, how it wanted to twist that body beneath him again and again, before ripping out pieces of its flesh and devouring every last morsel.
You must leave here at once,
Dracula growled, his voice a raw, guttural sound that seemed to claw its way from the depths of his tortured soul.
These urges cannot be sated, do you understand? Not with an abomination like me.
The words hung in the air like a death knell, each syllable dripping with equal parts hunger and disgust. Dracula's fists clenched at his sides, nails digging into his palms as he fought against the monstrous urge to finish what he had started. Jonathan lay amidst the ruined bedding, his mind adrift in a sea of conflicting sensations. The ecstasy of their union still thrummed through his veins, intertwining with the sharp, sweet pain of Dracula's bite. In his delirium, the boundaries between pleasure and agony had blurred, leaving him in a state of transcendent vulnerability. Jonathan's face burned with shame and confusion, the emotional whiplash of unleashing his darkest yearnings, only to have them cruelly denied, threatening to tear him apart. He couldn't really feel the pain anymore. He couldn't really feel anything anymore.
No, please, don't make me go.
Jonathan pleaded, his voice barely above a whisper. Tears welled in his eyes, spilling down his pale, bloodied cheeks.
I need you. Don't make me go back out there.
The raw honesty in Jonathan's words cut through. The Count's fierce expression faltered for a moment, revealing a glimpse of the lonely, tormented soul beneath.
You don't understand what you're saying,
Dracula said, his voice softer now, but no less pained.
I am a monster, a creature of darkness and blood. I can offer you nothing but death and damnation.
Jonathan struggled to sit up, his body weak from blood loss. He reached out a trembling hand towards Dracula, his eyes shining with a mixture of fear and undeniable love. Or perhaps reverence for this monster, this thing he just knew was taking a human form. Was he the devil or an angel here to set him free? He wasn't sure. All he knew was that he could not return to London. What fleeting encounter in some back alley could match what he felt right now? The Count was death himself, all-encompassing and all-freeing from the trappings of his tedious existence, and he had made love to it, wanted it inside of him again, wanted it to end him.
Then let me be damned. for I would rather spend an eternity in darkness with you than live another day in the light without you."
Bela's words, spoken to him long ago, when he, Dracula, was a hot-headed fool, eager to sign away his soul for victory. Bela was the only one he had informed of the deal, his plan to take him with him into what he thought was an eternal paradise. Dracula stood frozen. He knew now, without a doubt, that Jonathan was his long-lost beloved. And now, when he was here, begging to be taken, he couldn't bring himself to do it.
"This is no paradise. You do not know of what you ask."
Like the wind bellowing through the ragged curtains, the Count was gone. Jonathan swiped the air, his lids heavy as darkness finally took him. Chapter 16. The first traces of dawn filtered through the shattered windows of Jonathan's guest quarters, casting eerie shadows across the room. He stirred fitfully in his bed, caught in the throes of a nightmare he couldn't quite grasp. In his dreams, he heard the Count's voice, a ghostly whisper that made his blood run cold.
"Forget, but remember that I am a monster."
As consciousness slowly returned, he became aware of phantom pains in his shoulder and backside. He winced, his hand instinctively moving to the spots where he felt he had been bitten. But when his fingers probed the areas, they found only smooth, unbroken skin. Confusion clouded his mind as he tried to piece together everything that happened the night before. Fragmented memories flashed before his eyes. Passion, sweaty naked flesh against flesh, rough and animalistic lovemaking, the Count transforming into some kind of beast. But surely these were just dreams, feverish imaginings brought on by the strange atmosphere of the castle. He tried to recall how he ended up in his bed. He remembered drinking and wandering the maze, and then... Perhaps he had drunk too much and managed to stumble his way to his room by the grace of luck. But why does his lips feel the impression of another? Why the sharp pains around his inner thighs? And his ass was still wrapped around the Count's phantom cock. Most importantly, why did he feel rejected, pushed away by the very object of his desire? His head throbbed as he questioned his own sanity. Had the Count truly ravished him until he was destroyed? Or was his mind simply conjuring these fantastical scenarios to cope with his forbidden longings? Whatever the case, he couldn't shake the growing sense of dread that told him he must flee this place before he lost himself completely. But would losing himself be such a terrible outcome? He was beginning to feel at home here, even finding comfort in the howling of wolves at night. For the first time in his life, he had felt accepted amongst the strange and outcast beings of this inner world. He even wandered the grounds alone at night without fear. But now that sense of comfort had been shattered. Something terrible must have happened, something involving the Count. But the details eluded him. The more he tried to recall what happened the night before, the more they slipped away like wisps of smoke. With growing certainty, Jonathan concluded that Dracula must be a devil, a creature of darkness sent to tempt and destroy him. The thought spurred him into action. He had to leave Transylvania to escape this madness before it consumed him entirely. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he began to feel each second that he was not working toward that goal. He attempted to rise from the bed. His movements were so sluggish, he accidentally knocked over a glass on the bedside table. It shattered on the floor, scattering shards across the polished wood. Startled by the noise, Jonathan scrambled from the bed, only to cry out in pain as a shard of glass sliced into his foot. The sharp sting triggered another flash of memory. A bed soaked with blood, his blood. Fear gripped him as he pulled the glass free, his trembling hands leaving bloody smears on the sheets. Ignoring the pain, he stumbled towards his luggage, leaving a trail of bloody footprints in his wake. His body protested with every movement, but the need to escape overrode all physical discomfort. Catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, Jonathan was taken aback by his own appearance. His reddening, puffy eyes were hollow, sunken into a face pale as death, and tear stains marked his cheeks. "What the hell is wrong with me? Am I dying?"
An abomination.
He muttered under his trembling breath, echoing words he had heard in his dreams. The phrase, spoken in Dracula's voice, shook him entirely. He had witnessed things utterly impossible, terrifying, if only he could fully remember. One sensation suddenly stood out as vividly as if it were happening at that moment. The electrifying touch of Dracula's lips against his own. A kiss that had sent him into an almost primal passion he never wanted to let go of.
No!
Jonathan squeezed his brow.
The Count will kill me. I know it. I must leave here.
He grabbed his clothes, stuffing them haphazardly into his luggage, his head pounding with each movement. He tried once more to piece together the dream. The smell of wine lingered in his nostrils.
That explains the headache,
he muttered, grasping at this small bit of rational explanation. But even as he clung to this mundane justification, darker thoughts plagued him. What if Dracula truly was in league with the devil? What if Jonathan's growing comfort in the castle, even his attraction to the Count, were signs of his own inherent evil? Perhaps the curse of homosexuality was proof that he too was born wicked. He recalled his father's booming voice as he declared, "You're no son of mine, leave this house and never return." For a moment, he was back in his childhood bedroom, packing up his clothes just as frantically as he was now. The rejection stung just as deeply. Back then, he was afraid because he had no place to go and no means to care for himself. Now, this fear was different. Deep inside, he felt as if these were not his true feelings, but he couldn't help but be driven by them. He finished packing and stood in the center of his guest room, luggage in hand, poised on the precipice of flight. Behind him lay broken glass, bloodstains, and the tattered remnants of his former self. Ahead, the unknown, a world he never felt he belonged to, but one he must return to nonetheless. As the sun continued its inexorable rise over the Carpathian peaks, Castle Dracula seemed to exhale a collective breath, as if rousing from its own shroud of nightly secrets. The quiet was shattered by a booming rap at Jonathan's chamber door. "Master Harker, I must speak with you at once," came the insistent voice of Vigo, the Count's trusted manservant. Jonathan flinched, his heart racing. He couldn't bear the thought of facing Dracula again.
Go away,
he cried out, his voice cracking.
I'll not be made a party to whatever devilry plagues this damned place.
There was a pause, then the sound of the door's lock turning. Vigo shouldered his way inside with remarkable strength, for one so aged, his beady eyes studying Jonathan with an inscrutable gaze. The old servant's gaze immediately fell to the trail of blood on the floor, then to Jonathan's cut foot. Without a word, he produced a tray of bandages from seemingly nowhere. "Back to bed with you, Master Harker," Vigo said firmly, guiding Jonathan to place the luggage down and sit on the edge of the mattress. He began to clean the wounds while speaking in a low, urgent tone. "I'm afraid you misunderstand the circumstances at play here, young sir. The Count is not himself. He has not been for some time. And after last night, please do not listen to the Count's advice to flee. You must remain. You are perhaps the only one who can help me." Jonathan's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing with weary suspicion.
Help you?
He shook his head vehemently.
I want no part of this place. Not any more. Don't you understand that this place is evil, and the Count?
He trailed off, his head beginning to throb as flashes of memory assaulted him. Him pleading with Dracula not to let him go, a desperate, passionate embrace. Confusion warred with fear in his mind. Vigo sighed heavily. I wish my master wasn't so stubborn. He should never have toyed with your memory and emotions of last night.
What?
Jonathan's voice rose in panic.
What did the Count do to me?
Vigo's hands stilled in their work, his eyes meeting Jonathan's with a mix of sympathy and resolve. I cannot betray my master, but know this. The suggestion to flee, the fear you feel, these are merely planted in your mind. Your true desire is to remain by the Count's side. Please believe me. I understand how confusing this must be, but I beg you not to give in to the suggestion. As powerful as it is, you must fight it. You must remain and see this through. Jonathan's mind reeled. He remembered feeling an overwhelming sadness, begging the Count to return to him. A tear slid down his cheek as the emotion overtook the pain.
I must leave,
he whispered.
Even if I can't remember what happened. I'm afraid of what will happen to me if I remain.
The old man arched one bushy eyebrow in an infuriatingly calm response. And go where, pray? Back to the life of denial and falsehoods that were already suffocating your spirit before you came here? You cannot unsee what has been shown to you, nor undo the truth you've had the courage to finally embrace.
Enough!
Jonathan shouted, his voice nearly cracking.
Just leave me be, please.
His face sank back into his hands, shoulders slumped in dejection and fatigue. After a pregnant pause, Vigo let out a world-weary sigh. As you wish, sir. Leave for London and rot in that city if you must. The path before you leads only to tragedy and regret, I promise. He paused at the threshold, his voice softening. Should you find your purpose again, the purpose that gave you the courage to embrace my master, you know where to seek me out. With that, the wizened servant took his leave, the heavy door creaking shut behind him and sealing Jonathan's private sanctum of misery once more. Try as he might to descend back into blissful unawareness, Jonathan couldn't shake the disquieting sense that Vigo was right. What was waiting for him back in London? A prop marriage and a society of watchful eyes everywhere. The thought of returning to that life of denial and pretense suddenly seemed suffocating. Was Vigo's desperate plea for aid some parlor trick, or the key to making sense of the madness? With a cry of frustration, he flung his clothes across the room, watching as they scattered like the broken pieces of his former life. He slumped onto the bed, his mind whirling with conflicting emotions and half-formed memories. Was he truly now a man caught between two worlds? The familiar, stifling safety of his old life in London and the dangerous, intoxicating freedom he had tasted here in Transylvania. Vigo's words echoed in his mind. You cannot unsee what has been shown to you. It was true. Even if he returned to London and married Lucy and played the part of the respectable gentleman, he would always know the truth about himself. He would always remember the electrifying touch of Dracula's lips, the passion that had awakened something long dormant within him. Was it Dracula he was now afraid of, or himself? But to stay, to embrace this new self fully. The risks were enormous. Jonathan thought of the strange, supernatural occurrences he had witnessed, the gaps in his memory, and the fear that still lingered at the edges of his consciousness. He closed his eyes, trying to sort through the jumble of emotions and memories. There was fear, yes, but also an undeniable longing. He remembered the comfort he had found in this place, the sense of belonging he had never experienced before. And then there was Dracula himself. Despite the confusion and fear, Jonathan couldn't deny the pull he felt towards the enigmatic Count. There was a connection there, something deep and primal that defied explanation. He slipped on his shoes and painfully stood before limping toward his luggage and began repacking the fallen clothes. His mind was made up. He would flee. Chapter 17. The rickety mail coach jostled and swayed along the rutted forest trail, leading away from Dracula's estate. Jonathan Harker sat alone in the cramped compartment, his body tense and his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He knew he was running away, but the alternative was just as frightening. Facing the realization that something had transpired between himself and Dracula, and from what little he understood, Dracula was rejecting him or perhaps protecting him. With each passing mile, he felt layers of dread and unease sloughing off like dead skin after a fevered delirium. Yet a nagging doubt persisted. Had fleeing been the right decision? Would he regret this decision forever? Strange as it seemed, he had already missed the Count, even though he hadn't yet left Transylvania. He was wise and so elegant, so unlike himself, according to Jonathan. One night, he had caught the Count lounging in his library window, and the two talked about history until the sun made itself known. Or more like the Count talked, and Jonathan was so mesmerized by his knowledge that he couldn't stop asking him question after question, to which the Count indulged. He had forgotten that he was supposed to play the role of the well-educated man of society, and it was one of the ways he felt at ease here. He had come from a decent enough background. His father worked hard to ensure he received a good education. He was an investment beyond what his father could completely afford. He was supposed to socialize with the upper class, secure a lucrative job, and marry into wealth, the retirement plan of his parents. And he had ruined that by being caught with the son of the help. The two boys had barely had a chance to do anything, just fumbling hands touching intimate parts on a hot summer day. A small act, and yet enough for his father to toss him on the street before his 18th birthday. His education was the only good thing his father had ever given him, and he put it to good enough use, working his way up until he was able to co-invest in his real estate company. To society, he was a young, handsome, educated man, and he did well keeping up that appearance. It was how he met and befriended Lucy. But here, he hadn't thought of that once. He was happy to learn from the Count, yet in the quiet moments when the Count wasn't aware of his presence, Jonathan would catch him gazing out into the night, his dark eyes blanketed with sadness. Jonathan felt like he had only scratched the surface of the enigmatic man. He peered out the carriage window, drinking in the picturesque countryside. Babbling brooks meandered through verdant hillsides speckled with vibrant wildflowers. Simple peasant folk went about their bucolic lives, a world away from the festering darkness he'd fled. As the carriage rolled on, Jonathan became acutely aware of his surroundings. The sound of water seemed to fill the carriage, as clear as if he were standing beside the streams they passed. The scent of wildflowers wafted through the air, their fragrance impossibly strong and sweet. The day itself seemed saturated with light, colors more vivid than he'd ever experienced. Jonathan's brow furrowed in confusion. He had flashes of memory, the taste of something metallic yet sweet lingering on his tongue, the tingle of wounds mending. He shook his head, trying to dispel the strange sensations. In his lap lay a folded piece of parchment, a hastily penned letter resigning from the Carfax deed assignment. He had quite literally washed his hands of the entire damned affair. He closed his eyes to stave off the overwhelm of his senses, and a tremor coursed through him as memories of that fateful night threatened to resurface. Dracula's inhuman visage, his body covered in fur like a wolf, the scorching embrace that had awakened Jonathan's long-suppressed desires. He gritted his teeth, wrestling such ghastly recollections back into the deepest recesses of his mind. He tried to convince himself it had all been a dream, though the lingering soreness in his body suggested otherwise. Whatever profane forces he had brushed up against in that place, he wanted no part of them. Not anymore. At least, that's what he told himself, even as doubt gnawed at the edges of his resolve. The carriage finally slowed to a halt in a quaint village square. Jonathan disembarked, his legs unsteady after the long journey. He made his way to the local inn, a rustic two-story building with weathered wooden beams and a thatched roof. A hand-painted sign depicting a rearing stag swung gently in the breeze. Inside, the inn was a far cry from the opulent luxury of Castle Dracula. Low ceilings were crisscrossed with dark wooden beams, and the air was thick with the scent of pipe smoke and ale. Jonathan secured a modest room for the night and made his way to the tavern. A few stiff belts of brandy, he reasoned, was just what he needed. He settled at the bar, grateful for the din of workers and tradesmen providing a firm tether to reality. The brandy burned pleasantly as it went down, and Jonathan began to feel the tension in his shoulders ease. That is, until an ominous presence slid onto the stool beside him. The newcomer was an older man, perhaps in his 60s, with a lined face that spoke of both wisdom and weariness. His white hair and full beard were neatly trimmed, giving him an air of scholarly respectability. But it was his eyes that caught Jonathan's attention, piercing blue orbs that seemed to look right through him as if peering into the very depths of his soul. The man was dressed in a well-worn tweed suit, a far cry from the local attire. A heavy crucifix hung around his neck, glinting in the dim tavern light. When he spoke, his accent was unmistakably Dutch.
"Good evening, Mr. Harker,"
the stranger said, his voice low and grave.
"I believe we have much to discuss about your recent experiences."
Jonathan's blood ran cold. How did this man know his name? And what could he possibly know about what had transpired at Castle Dracula? As the stranger signaled the barkeep for a drink, Jonathan found himself frozen in place, caught between the urge to flee once more and an inexplicable compulsion to hear what this mysterious man had to say.
"You've had dealings with the Count recently,"
rumbled a gravelly voice. Jonathan turned to find a grizzled, intense-looking stranger appraising him from beneath a low, wide-brimmed hat. The man's next words were laced with grim portent.
"Did you bear witness to any peculiarities while working in that decrepit mausoleum? Anything that defies the laws of nature?"
Jonathan instinctively bristled, his gut clenching with anxiety.
"I'm afraid you're quite mistaken. My business has concluded. Nothing further."
"I was once a doctor,"
the mystery man interrupted, his piercing gaze never wavering.
"One night, a patient came to me exhibiting extremely unusual symptoms: severe anemia, allergic reactions to sacred objects and rituals, and what appeared to be bite marks on their neck."
Jonathan's hand unconsciously moved to his own neck, remembering phantom pains. The stranger continued,
"Despite my medical training, no clinical explanations could account for this disturbing array of ailments. I began digging into ancient texts and superstitions, eventually becoming convinced my patient was suffering from a rare, unclassified condition known in Slavic folklore as vampirism."
Jonathan's blood ran cold at the word.
"After my wife, I traced the origins here to Transylvania," the man said, his voice low. "The Count himself is the primordial source, a vampiric plague-bearer. The only reason I'm speaking to you and not driving a stake into your chest is because you clearly remain uncorrupted. No one remains uncorrupted after coming from that castle. I want to know why he spared you."
Jonathan shook his head, overwhelmed.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
The man introduced himself as Van Helsing, a name that meant nothing to Jonathan.
"Please,"
Jonathan pleaded,
"leave me alone to enjoy my drink in peace."
Van Helsing's expression softened slightly. He reached into his coat and produced a worn, leather-bound book.
"Look up and read on vampires,"
he said, sliding the tome across the bar.
"It will tell you all you need to know about your host."
With that, Van Helsing stood and left, leaving Jonathan alone with his thoughts and the mysterious book. Later that night, Jonathan retreated to his room above the tavern. It was a far cry from the spacious chambers of Castle Dracula, small and cramped, with rough-hewn wooden walls and a single narrow window. A creaky iron bed frame adorned with a threadbare quilt occupied most of the space. A small writing desk and chair stood in one corner, while a chipped ceramic wash basin rested on a rickety stand. Despite his exhaustion, sleep eluded Jonathan. This man, Van Helsing, his words echoed in his mind, intertwining with fragmented memories of his time at the castle. Unable to rest, he lit the stubby candle on the bedside table and opened the book that old man had given him. Turning to the chapter on vampires, Jonathan read with growing unease. The creatures described within were beautiful men and women who hungered for blood, could shape-shift into other creatures of darkness, and were immortal. They were portrayed as lacking morals, seducers, and killers of the innocent. He thought of that night in Paris, that beautiful man who led him to the tents, the hands that slid all over him. Dracula's own hands caressing his naked, sweaty skin. One passage in particular caught his attention, a reference to vampires' ability to alter memories. Jonathan's heart raced as he wondered if he and the Count had truly made love, or if his memories had been tampered with. And that night in Paris? Was that real as well? He recalled the wolf-like man he had seen in London before taking this job, and then seeing him again in Paris. Were they all connected to the Count? How long had he been watching him, and for what reason? Jonathan slammed the book shut and took a deep breath. He was losing his grip on reality. Finally, exhaustion claimed him, and he fell into a fitful sleep. In his dreams, Jonathan found himself transported to another time and place. He watched, as if from afar, as two figures stole away from a military encampment under the cover of night. With a start, he recognized one as a younger Dracula. His face was less haunted, and his eyes were alight with a passion that took his breath away. The other man, Bela, Jonathan somehow knew, was tall and lithe, with a shock of dark hair and eyes that sparkled with mischief and love. They moved swiftly and silently through the forest, their hands clasped tightly together. Finally, they reached a secluded glade, bathed in moonlight. Without a word, Dracula pulled Bela close, their lips meeting in a kiss that spoke of longing. Hands roamed over bodies, urgently removing layers of clothing until they stood bare before each other, vulnerable and unashamed. Their lovemaking was intense and passionate. Dracula's lips traced the contours of Bela's body, worshipping every inch of skin as if it might be the last time. Bela's fingers tangled in Dracula's black hair, pulling him closer, deeper. They moved together, their bodies intertwined in the soft grass. Jonathan felt jealous and aroused watching the pair. He could feel Dracula's desperation, his fear of losing Bela, and his desire to freeze this moment in time forever. The dream dissolved, and Jonathan felt a profound sadness, a longing for something he couldn't quite grasp. He mourned for Dracula and Bela. Even as he felt a pang of jealousy, he still mourned for the love they had shared and lost. He grieved for his own decision to leave the castle and turn his back on the connection, however small he had felt with Dracula. How could he feel such sorrow for leaving a man he also feared? How could he yearn for a love he had never truly experienced? As Jonathan drifted in and out of consciousness, tears staining his pillow, he grappled with the realization that he might never know a love as deep and all-consuming as what he had witnessed in his dream. Societal expectations, the fear of his own desires, and the terrifying reality of what Dracula truly was, all pressed down upon him, threatening to crush his spirit entirely. Chapter 18. Jonathan jolted awake to the shrill bleat of the carriage driver's whistle. His room was dark, but he didn't bother to light the oil lamp on the bedside table. For some reason, he was able to see somewhat sharply, even in this dead of night. He grabbed his luggage and quietly headed downstairs. He spotted the owner in the dark near the bar with a sickle in hand, as if to attack him. Jonathan watched him for a moment, unsure if he should speak or not. He decided to just simply take his leave of this place. As the rickety coach set off, Jonathan gazed out at the quaint thatch-roofed cottages, finding an odd sort of melancholy beauty in this place he was leaving behind. His thoughts drifted to that rambling old man named Van Helsing and his ramblings about vampires. He recalled Lucy and her servant Bistra's warnings as well. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out the cross necklace, turning it over in his hands before tucking it away again. It hadn't saved him after all. Jonathan couldn't help but chuckle now at the absurdity of it all, as if a piece of metal could save him. A sudden cry from the driver broke Jonathan's reverie. There was a harsh crunch of gravel underfoot, and several ominous figures emerged from the tree line, brandishing torches and crude weapons. The beleaguered driver tried to whip the horses into a gallop, but it was too late. Fear gripped Jonathan's heart as he realized they were under attack.
"You there, coachman! Pull up and surrender the passenger, and no harm shall befall you!"
A familiar, gravelly voice bellowed through the evening gloom. Jonathan strained to see the speaker, but the darkness and chaos made it impossible to identify him.
"What do you want from me?"
Jonathan shouted, his voice trembling.
"I haven't brought much money. My trip was funded by my company."
He assumed this was a simple robbery, his mind unable to grasp the true nature of the attack. Without warning, the armed men surged forward. They attacked the carriage with brutal efficiency, setting it ablaze with their torches. Jonathan found himself trapped inside the burning vehicle as the horses panicked, their whinnies of terror piercing the night air. Just as Jonathan thought all hope was lost, the carriage door was wrenched open with inhuman strength. There, silhouetted against the flames, stood Count Dracula. His pale face was a mask of fury, eyes blazing with an otherworldly light.
"Away from him, you wretched fools!"
The Count's voice was a bestial snarl, ripping through the chaos. With almost languid ease, he landed amidst the raving mob, those piercing eyes now burning like twin garnets in the torchlight. What followed was a horrific display of speed and brutality as Dracula quite literally tore his attackers limb from limb. Jonathan watched in sheer, petrified awe as the Count unleashed the full ferocity of his preternatural strength, talons and fangs lashing out to shred flesh from bone. Blood rained down in steaming arcs with each tattered body part flung aside, only fueling the frenzy in Dracula's scarlet-flecked gaze. Though armed with blades and pikes, the coterie proved little match for the immortal's berserker onslaught. One attacker lunged at Dracula, swinging a heavy axe. The Count moved with impossible speed, dodging the blow and seizing the man's arm. With a sickening crack, he wrenched the limb from its socket, using it as a gruesome club to batter another assailant. Blood sprayed across Dracula's face, his fangs bared in a terrifying grin of savage pleasure. Another man charged, brandishing a sharpened stake. Dracula's hand shot out, fingers elongating into razor-sharp claws. In one fluid motion, he plunged his hand into the attacker's chest, ripping out his still-beating heart. The organ pulsed in Dracula's grip for a moment before he crushed it, showering the ground with gore. The air filled with screams of agony and the wet, tearing sounds of flesh being rendered. Dracula moved like a whirlwind of death, his supernatural strength allowing him to toss full-grown men about like ragdolls. Bones snapped like twigs under his assault, and arterial spray painted the night in crimson. Shaking off his stupor, Jonathan noticed the carriage driver struggling to free the panicked horses. He rushed to help, his hands trembling as he worked to undo the harnesses. As he did so, he caught sight of a figure creeping up behind Dracula, stake raised high. Without thinking, Jonathan snatched up a fallen dagger and plunged it into the would-be attacker's back. The man's dying gurgle was lost in the chaos of battle, but what he'd done hit Jonathan like a physical blow. He'd never killed anyone before, and the realization left him horrified and nauseous. The mystery leader, his voice now unmistakably familiar to Jonathan, called for a retreat as they were overpowered. Dracula, his face and clothing drenched in blood, turned towards the fleeing figure with murderous intent.
"You dare lay a hand on what is mine?"
The Count growled.
"Foul deceiver of God!"
The mystery leader howled from above the hill, drunk on fanaticism.
"I'll see your profane existence wiped from this earthly plane."
As the man turned to flee, Jonathan caught a glimpse of his face in the flickering torchlight. With a jolt of recognition, he realized it was Van Helsing, the very man who had warned him about vampires in the tavern. The shock of this revelation was cut short as a sharp pain lanced through Jonathan's abdomen. Looking down, he saw blood seeping through his shirt. He'd been wounded in the chaos without even realizing it. His legs gave way, and he crumpled to the ground, the world spinning around him. Dracula, poised to pursue Van Helsing and his retreating men, froze as the scent of Jonathan's blood reached him. In an instant, his priorities shifted. He let out a frustrated roar and allowed Van Helsing to escape, instead rushing to Jonathan's side. With impossible gentleness for one who had just torn men apart, the Count gathered Jonathan into his arms.
"Hold on,"
he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Then, with a powerful leap, they were airborne, soaring through the night sky back towards the castle. The journey back to Castle Dracula passed in a blur of pain and disorientation for Jonathan. He drifted in and out of consciousness, aware only of the strong arms holding him and the rush of wind against his face. The night sky above was a tapestry of stars, impossibly bright and close, as if he could reach out and pluck them from the heavens. Its imposing silhouette loomed against the moonlit sky as they approached the castle. What had once seemed a place of dread now appeared as a sanctuary, a promise of safety in chaos. The great doors swung open of their own accord as Dracula swept in, still cradling Jonathan's limp form.
"I think I'm dying,"
Jonathan muttered, blood seeping from his lips.
"You will heal. That I promise you."
Dracula entered his chambers and laid Jonathan onto the canopy bed, cradling him close as he tore open his own shirt and used his long nail to slice at his chest.
"Drink from me and heal, boy."
Dracula cradled Jonathan's head, his eyes locked onto the young man's face, pale and drawn from blood loss. He pressed his bleeding chest to Jonathan's lips, his voice a soft, urgent command.
"Drink, Jonathan. Take my blood to heal."
He pleaded once more. Jonathan's eyes fluttered open, meeting Dracula's gaze. He hesitated for a moment, then his lips parted, and he began to drink. The first taste of Dracula's blood was like an electric shock, jolting through Jonathan's body, awakening every nerve ending. He could feel its power, the ancient primal energy that was the Count's essence. He felt a warmth spread through him, a tingling sensation that started in his core and radiated outwards. But he wasn't satisfied. He wanted more. He wanted Dracula inside of him. He reached for the Count, his hands tugging at his shirt, trying to pull him closer.
"Please,"
he begged.
"I want you inside me. I want you to make me yours."
Dracula's body was taut with desire, every muscle straining with the effort of holding back. He wanted nothing more than to give in, to claim Jonathan as his own. But he knew the consequences, the darkness that would follow. He had made up his mind to stop chasing after the ghost of the past. Even if this boy proved to be his long-lost love, he would leave him be. Gently, he pried Jonathan's hands away, his voice a soft, pained whisper.
No, Jonathan, you need to rest. You've been through too much tonight.
Jonathan's eyes filled with tears, his voice breaking with emotion.
But I want you. I need you.
Dracula cupped Jonathan's face in his hands, his thumbs brushing away the tears.
I cannot condemn you to a life in the shadows, a life of darkness and blood.
Jonathan's brow furrowed in confusion.
But I've already tasted your blood. I've already crossed that line. I won't pretend to understand your meaning, but I don't think I can return to my life now.
Dracula shook his head.
But you still can. A taste is not enough to change you, Jonathan. You are still human, still alive. You can still go back to your life in London, leave this darkness behind. If you take another helping of my blood for the third time, then you will be changed forever.
Then give it to me.
You do not know of what you ask. You are just afraid and running from your London, just as I was running from my loneliness. I am determined to accept my fate, as should you. This is not love, just two lonely souls clinging to one another.
What does it matter?
Jonathan fired back.
In London, families arrange marriages for sport. People commit their lives to one another, unsure if love will ever bloom. Why can't we do the same? We have passion. That's a better start than most.
Can you live forever with me, knowing I see another man in you? How I long to kiss his lips once more. Would you tolerate me crying out his name as I enter you?
Dracula chuckled at Jonathan's silence.
You must rest now. Tomorrow you will leave this place. You will return to your London, to the life you were meant to live.
Jonathan looked like he wanted to argue, but suddenly and without warning, his head was light as the exhaustion and blood loss were taking their toll.
Yes, sleep.
Dracula's voice was so hypnotic. Through the haze, Jonathan knew what was happening. The Count was using some sort of magic to alter his mind.
Please don't make me forget.
He muttered, trying vainly to fight against his heavy lids.
Don't make me.
Just sleep. You will remember everything, I promise.
You play dirty, Count.
His eyes fluttered closed, and he drifted off to sleep, his breath soft and even. Chapter 19. As Jonathan stirred from his slumber, soft morning light filtered through the heavy velvet curtains. His mind was foggy, struggling to piece together what happened last night. He remembered everything, from the violent attack and Dracula's savage defense to the intimate exchange of blood that followed. The Count didn't alter his mind, and Jonathan was grateful for it. Jonathan's hand instinctively went to his abdomen, where he remembered being wounded. To his surprise, he found the area expertly bandaged, with only a dull ache remaining where there should have been searing pain. He was healed, mostly healed, but his body was still sore and bruised, and he could barely move. However, his vision was as sharp as ever. He could smell roasted meat, as if it was already in the room with him, but it wasn't. He also smelled something like cooking grass with garlic, but he couldn't tell what that was. And yeast, yes, he smelled that too. A gentle knock at the door preceded Vigo's entrance. The old man carried a tray laden with a hearty breakfast, fragrant bread, rich cheeses, and what appeared to be a dark, savory stew. Ah, was that the grassy smell? Jonathan wondered. Is this the magic of the Count's blood? "Good morning, Master Harker," Vigo said. His gravelly voice was also very warm. He reminded Jonathan of a kindly old grandfather, at least what he imagined a grandfather to be like. "I trust you slept well." Jonathan struggled to sit up, wincing slightly at the movement.
As well as can be expected, I suppose,
he replied. his voice hoarse.
Though I confess, I'm having trouble reconciling everything that's happened.
Vigo nodded sagely as he set the tray on a nearby table. That is understandable. You have been thrust into a world few mortals ever glimpse, let alone comprehend. Perhaps I can provide some clarity while you eat? Jonathan nodded, suddenly aware of the gnawing hunger in his belly. Vigo settled into a nearby chair as he began to eat. He first tasted the stew. Its rich flavors seemed more vibrant than any stew he ever had. My master is not a monster, though he himself would disagree. Vigo continued, his voice taking on a solemn tone. My master was once known as Vlad the Impaler, a valiant warrior who fought against the Ottoman Empire. He was a mortal man then, a prince of Wallachia. Jonathan's eyes widened in shock.
The historical figure? But that was centuries ago.
Vigo nodded gravely. Indeed, the Count traded his mortal soul for victory against the Ottomans. However, the bargain was cruel. He won a few battles, but ultimately lost the war, and his beloved Bela in the conflict. Jonathan listened intently, his mind reeling with this new information.
So the Count was once human, and this Bela...
For centuries he searched for Bela's reincarnation, Vigo explained. But as each potential match proved false, he grew bitter and despondent. The years weighed heavily upon him. Vigo paused, his gaze intense as he looked at Jonathan. You, Master Harker, are that reincarnated lover? Jonathan shook his head in disbelief.
That's impossible. How could I be?
Vigo stood, moving the food tray aside. Come, let me show you something. Confused but curious, Jonathan allowed Vigo to help him out of bed. As they made their way downstairs, Jonathan glanced around, expecting to see Dracula. The Count is resting, Vigo explained. Giving his blood weakened him. He will sleep for some time. They approached a locked door, which Vigo opened to reveal a sitting room. Jonathan's gaze was immediately drawn to a large painting on the wall. His breath caught in his throat as he stared at the familiar face. His own face, yet not quite. This is Bela, Vigo said softly. The demon who changed Dracula prophesied Bela's return, and so you have. Jonathan's mind whirled with confusion and realization. The name that had been on his mind for as long as he could remember, the inexplicable choice to name his dog Bela, the undeniable draw he felt towards the Count. It all suddenly made a strange sort of sense.
I don't know what to think,
Jonathan admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Vigo placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. It's a lot to take in, I know, but perhaps it explains the connection you've felt since arriving here. The past and present are intertwined in ways we cannot always comprehend.
I don't know if I like this idea,
he said, his voice strained.
These feelings I'm developing for the Count, are they even mine, or are they some echo of this Bela's emotions?
He turned to Vigo, his eyes pleading for understanding. I want to believe that what I feel is genuine, that it's coming from me. But how can I be sure? I don't even know if I love the Count, or if it's just some remnant of a past life pushing me towards him. Vigo listened patiently, his weathered face full of compassion. When Jonathan finally fell silent, the old servant spoke gently. I understand your concerns, he said. Reincarnation or not, you are your own man, with your own experiences. Your feelings are valid, regardless of any past life connections. Jonathan's shoulders sagged with relief at Vigo's words.
Thank you,
he said softly.
I needed to hear that. It's all so overwhelming, and I'm struggling to make sense of it all.
What do you feel about the Count? Vigo asked, his eyes kind but probing. Jonathan hesitated, his brow furrowed in thought.
I don't know. In London, I've been repressed for so long. I was never given the chance to explore feelings like this.
Then perhaps it's time to stop thinking through the lens of Victorian society, Vigo suggested. Here, you have the freedom to explore these feelings without judgment. Jonathan's face reddened as he spoke. The Count is fascinating, handsome and noble. I find I can talk to him for hours without tiring of his company. His voice lowered as he added,
And the intimacy we shared. It was unlike anything I've experienced.
He paused, his expression growing troubled.
But I'm also afraid of him. The way he tore those men apart. It was terrifying. Yet he did it to protect me. I feel as though I'm losing pieces of myself on this journey. I wonder if I'll like what I see in the end.
Vigo nodded sagely. Hiding one's true self can be a terrible burden. Not knowing oneself is even worse. I urge you to remain, to see this through and discover who you truly are.
But the Count wishes for me to return to London.
Jonathan protested weakly. A knowing smile crossed Vigo's face. My master will give in if you insist on staying. However, you should know that he has already marked you. You cannot truly leave now. Jonathan's hand flew to his neck, searching for bite marks. Finding none, he looked at Vigo in confusion.
I don't understand. What do you mean marked?
Vigo's expression grew serious. The blood exchange you shared with the Count has forged a connection between you. It's not a physical mark, but a mystical one. You are now tied to him in ways that transcend the physical realm. Vigo leaned forward, his eyes intense. By aligning yourself with the Count, even unwittingly, you have now been irrevocably marked. Van Helsing and his fanatics will stop at nothing to purge anyone or anything associated with what they call the vampire scourge.
But I didn't...
Jonathan exclaimed, a note of panic in his voice. Perhaps not consciously, Vigo replied gently. But that hunter sniffed you out immediately. He is not the only hunter in the world, and my master is not the only vampire.
Are you saying I'm in danger?
I believe my master believes that sending you away will be enough to keep you safe. Perhaps he is correct. But trust me when I say that once you have touched the preternatural world, it will always draw you in, whether you wish for it or not.
What am I to do now?
Jonathan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Vigo's expression softened. That, my dear boy, is entirely up to you. You stand at a crossroads. You can attempt to retreat back into your former life, though I warn you, it will be a hollow existence now that you've glimpsed the truth. Or, Jonathan prompted, leaning forward. Or you can embrace this new world that has opened up to you, plunge headlong into the mysteries the Count embodies. It will not be an easy path, mind you. There will be dangers, both physical and spiritual. But it offers the chance for a kind of transcendence few mortals ever experience. Jonathan fell silent, contemplating Vigo's words. The enormity of the choice before him was staggering. After a long moment, he spoke again.
Are you, vampire?
Vigo laughed. No, I wish. I am a mere immortal servant, a creature that was once a mortal man who had fallen in love with a vampire and abandoned to live out my mortal life. I searched for him, and my search led here to Castle Dracula. Like a fool, I begged to be turned, and when he refused, I behaved like a fool. His punishment was to make me his servant by feeding me his blood. Jonathan's eyes widened. Don't worry. It is not the same intimacy as what you share. In the early days, I had to lick it off the floor. Now, I drink from my own goblet.
Am I immortal?
No, your blood has been replaced by his twice now. A third time you may be changed into one of his vampiric children. For me, I merely drink his blood to stave off aging. I've served for nearly 200 years now, but I do age, and I can be killed like a mortal man, though it will take a lot for that to happen. I have the strength of 10 men and can move as fast as a jaguar.
Why did he turn others? Did he love them?
I can't begin to understand his reasons entirely. Some have been quite fascinating and useful to him, and others were given the gift after striking a bargain. None have been the men he believed could be his lost love. Jonathan's mind raced. He thought of London, of Lucy, of the life he had left behind. It all seemed so small now, so constrained.
I can't go back,
he said finally, his voice firm.
Not to London, not to that life. It would be a kind of death to deny everything I've learned and felt.
Vigo's face broke into a rare smile. I believe you've made a wise choice, Master Harker. Though the path ahead will not be easy, I think you'll find it infinitely more rewarding than the life you left behind. Jonathan nodded, a sense of resolve settling over him.
I should write to Lucy at least. Let her know I'm safe, even if I can't explain everything.
A prudent decision, Vigo agreed, though I would advise caution in what you reveal. The less she knows of the supernatural elements at play, the safer she will be.
Of course,
Jonathan said. He paused, then asked,
Vigo, what happens now? With the Count, I mean, after last night.
Vigo's expression turned serious once more. That is between you and the Count. I won't be able to get away with nearly the same as you. Convince him to let you stay. It won't be that difficult. He has fed you his blood, and therefore will be intensely focused on you. Jonathan felt a flutter in his stomach at Vigo's words.
And is that dangerous?
Not inherently, Vigo replied, but it will be intense. The Count's emotions and desires are not like those of mortals. They burn with a ferocity that can be overwhelming. You must be prepared for that. Jonathan nodded, a mix of anticipation and apprehension coursing through him.
I understand, or I'll try to at least.
As Vigo turned to leave, Jonathan called out,
Vigo, thank you. For everything.
The old servant paused, a knowing smile on his weathered face. You're welcome, Master Harker, and may I say, it will be a pleasure to continue to serve you. Chapter 20. Jonathan sat at the ornate writing desk in his chamber, his quill poised over a sheet of crisp parchment. He then tapped the edge to his lips, a habit he wanted to break before he began to write.
My dearest Lucy, I hope this letter finds you well. I must apologize for the delay in my correspondence. My journey has taken unexpected turns that have consumed my time and attention. Transylvania is a land of breathtaking beauty and dark mystery. The castle where I've been staying is a marvel of architecture. I wish you could see how breathtaking it is. Knowing you would lose yourself in his hedge maze drunk off of his old wine. Something I found myself doing not too long ago. My host, Count Dracula, is a man of remarkable character, cultured, intelligent, and possessed of an old-world charm that is utterly captivating. I find myself changed by this experience in ways I could never have anticipated. The air here seems to breathe life into one's very soul, awakening parts of myself I never knew existed. I've discovered a thirst for adventure, a yearning for knowledge that goes beyond the stuffy confines of our London society. Lucy, I must confess that I'm uncertain when I shall return. My work here has expanded beyond its original scope, and I feel compelled to see it through to its conclusion. I hope you can forgive this extension of my absence. Please give my regards to my partners at the firm. Tell them that all is well, and that I am making great strides in my professional endeavours. Know that you are in my thoughts, even as I am caught up in the chaos of this extraordinary place. Yours sincerely, Jonathan Harker.
He sealed the envelope and felt a twinge of guilt at the omissions and half-truths. But how could he possibly explain the reality of his situation? blood-drinking creatures of the night, reincarnations, and raving bands of monster hunters, the danger, the complex emotions gripping his heart. These were things that defied explanation in a simple letter. He set the sealed envelope aside, his mind already turning to thoughts of Dracula. He knew he needed to discover a way to convince the Count to allow him to remain at the castle, and he had just figured out how to do it. Jonathan leaned back in his chair, his mind drifting to the enigmatic Count.
A man as handsome as the Count,
he mused aloud,
shouldn't be cooped up in a castle forever.
He again indulged in a brief fantasy of introducing Dracula to London society. He saw the Count effortlessly charming both women and men, captivating hearts with a mere glance. The image brought a smile to his face, but it quickly faded as an unexpected wave of jealousy washed over him. Suddenly, he found himself wanting to keep Dracula hidden away, like a jealous explorer guarding a rare, precious pearl. The Count was more than just a man. He was a living embodiment of all things dark, mysterious, and hidden in this mundane world. Jonathan felt privileged to have glimpsed this secret realm, and the thought of sharing it, even under the guise of introducing a European noble, seemed almost sacrilegious. He chuckled softly at his own possessiveness.
That's silly,
he chided himself, rising from the desk. Still, the sentiment lingered as he considered his plan to convince Dracula to let him stay. It wasn't just about remaining in the castle anymore. It was about preserving this connection to a world beyond the ordinary, a world he was increasingly reluctant to leave behind. Jonathan made his way through the castle's winding corridors. He found himself outside Dracula's chambers, hesitating only briefly before pushing the heavy oak door open. The room that greeted him was a stark contrast to the rest of the castle. Where the other chambers were adorned with tapestries and ornate furnishings, Dracula's bedroom was austere, almost monastic in its simplicity. The walls were bare stone, their rough surfaces catching the fading daylight that seeped through the heavy velvet curtains. He didn't have time to look at this room last night. For one, it was too dark, even for his newly sharpened vision, but he was also too wounded to care. Now he was able to take it all in. A massive fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth cold and empty. Beside it stood a high-backed chair, its dark leather cracked with age. A small writing desk occupied one corner, its surface bare save for a single quill and an inkwell. He spotted the canopy bed off to the other side of the room. Its bloodied sheets were gone and replaced as if nothing happened. But Dracula was not there. It was the center of the room that drew Jonathan's gaze. There, atop a raised dais, stood Dracula's coffin. It was a thing of terrible beauty, crafted from polished ebony wood so dark it seemed to absorb the light around it. Jonathan approached the coffin with a mixture of trepidation and fascination. His fingers traced the intricate carvings on its ebony surface, feeling the stories etched into the wood, tales of a mortal life long past. The coolness of the wood beneath his fingertips sent a shiver down his spine. This was the thin line between life and death that Dracula straddled. As he peered inside, the rich, blood-red silk lining caught his eye. It was luxurious, almost inviting. A part of him recoiled at the idea of willingly lying in what was essentially a vessel for the dead. Yet another part, a part he was only beginning to acknowledge, felt an odd longing to experience it, to understand this aspect of Dracula's existence. He imagined what it would be like to lie there, enveloped in silk and darkness. Would it feel confining, or would there be a strange comfort in it? Would he feel closer to Dracula, sharing this most intimate space? The thought both thrilled and terrified him. His gaze fell upon his still form. The Count looked so peaceful, so human in his repose. It was hard to reconcile this image with the powerful, sometimes terrifying being Jonathan had come to know. He found himself wondering about Dracula's dreams. Did vampires dream? And if so, what visions haunted the slumber of a creature who had lived for centuries? Unbeknownst to Jonathan, Dracula was acutely aware of his presence. The vampire had sensed Jonathan's approach the moment he had entered the room. No long before that, he had heard the scratching of his pen along the parchment and the beat of his heart as it grew louder the closer he approached. And yet Dracula remained still, feigning sleep, his keen senses attuned to Jonathan's every move like wind, brushing against the hairs on his skin. He was curious to see what Jonathan would do, how he would react to this intimate glimpse into his unlife. Would he run in fear, or would his fascination overcome his natural revulsion? Dracula found himself hoping for the latter, though he chided himself for such sentiment. Bela would have ran from the room the moment he saw the coffin. He hated all things that had to do with death, as he had lost so much of his family. And when he confessed his pact with the monster, not even he knew what type of monster he would become or the conditions that came with it. Perhaps Bela would have changed his mind the moment death became a part of it. And yet, here this boy was, tracing his hand along his coffin and having the gall to gawk at him as if he were a piece in a museum. There was a spirit in this solicitor, a curiosity and courage that both intrigued and unsettled Dracula. Finally, when he sensed Jonathan leaning in too close, Dracula decided to end his charade. His eyes snapped open, his lips twisting in a fanged grin. Jonathan stumbled back, but not quickly enough. Dracula's hand shot out, grasping Jonathan's wrist and pulling him into the coffin.
Why have you disturbed my sleep?
Dracula's voice was a low growl, his face inches from Jonathan's. Jonathan felt his face flush, acutely aware of their proximity. He felt both fear and desire, each threatening to overwhelm the other. I was just... Dracula's lips curled into a smirk.
You seem well enough to catch the train out of Transylvania. Though it isn't quite nightfall yet, I'll escort you to the station when the sun sets.
Jonathan's heart sank.
My work isn't complete,
He protested.
I refuse to leave a job half-finished.
Dracula chuckled, the sound reverberating through the confined space of the coffin.
Real estate was merely an excuse to bring you here, solicitor.
Then I've discovered a way I can truly be helpful to you,
Jonathan said, his voice gaining strength. Dracula cocked an eyebrow.
Oh? And what might that be?
You no longer wish to live like this.
Jonathan breathed. He could feel his partner awakening to the Count's cock pressed against him.
Isolated from the world, I can help you rejoin society.
Oh?
Dracula's voice was tinged with amusement and irritation.
And you presume to know how I wish to live? We share a bond, solicitor, but you don't know me?
Jonathan's eyes flashed with determination.
Then why did you search for Bela's reincarnation all these years? You could have given up, but you refused. And now I'm here. Why lock yourself away in this castle full of memories from a long-dead era? It's nothing but dwelling on the past. Why refuse to go out there and experience the new world, a new era? I don't have to know you to know that this is unhealthy.
Dracula's expression hardened.
Sending you home was most certainly the right call, boy.
He shifted, giving Jonathan space to leave the coffin.
We leave the moment the sun goes down.
But Jonathan refused to budge.
Why did you kill the others, who resembled Bela? Have you killed every mortal you've come into contact with, or transformed them into whatever your servants are?
Dracula muttered under his breath.
Vigo has certainly been chatty.
Then louder.
Do you have a death wish, Jonathan?
I do not. That's why returning to London is something I can't do. Van Helsing might follow me there, or other hunters.
I will have my children of the night look after you.
But it won't be the same. It won't be you.
Frustration colored Dracula's tone.
I'm trying to give you your life back, to make of it what you will. Right now you're experiencing the highs of drinking my blood, but after a while it will settle, and your heart will pump more of your human blood back into your body. Do you really wish to be like Vigo?
Jonathan paused, considering.
I'm not sure what I want. And that's all the more reason why I need to remain here. We can help one another break whatever cycle we're in. I am not Bela, but you are no longer the historical war hero, nor do I believe you to be a monster. Times have changed, things are different, and you are alive, so you should live.
Dracula scoffed, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of something. Uncertainty, perhaps.
I won't pretend to be unaffected by your words. But I most certainly am a monster.
He flashed his fangs at Jonathan.
You will die if you cannot see what is right in front of you.
The first touch was electric. Dracula's lips were cool and surprisingly soft. Jonathan felt a shiver run through him as their mouths met, the Count's breath ghosting across his skin. Perhaps it was desperation. Perhaps it was courage. Perhaps it was who the fuck knows what. But Jonathan couldn't help himself. For a heartbeat, Dracula remained still, shocked by Jonathan's boldness. Then, with a low growl that Jonathan felt more than heard, the Count responded. His lips moved against Jonathan's with centuries of pent-up passion, alternating between gentle caresses and hungry presses. Jonathan's senses were overwhelmed. The taste of Dracula was intoxicating, a heady mixture of wine, copper, and something indefinably ancient. His scent enveloped Jonathan, a complex bouquet of earth, smoke, and a hint of something metallic. As the kiss deepened, Jonathan felt the sharp edge of Dracula's fang graze his lower lip. A jolt of both pain and pleasure shot through him as the fang nicked his flesh, drawing a bead of blood. The taste of iron mingled with their kiss, and Jonathan heard Dracula's sharp intake of breath. The Count's hand came up to cup the back of his head, his fingers tangling in the young man's hair. The touch was possessive, almost desperate, as if Dracula feared Jonathan might slip away at any moment. Jonathan's own hands found purchase on Dracula's shoulders, feeling the cool, marble-like skin beneath the thin fabric of his shirt. He pressed closer, lost in the sensation, all thoughts of fear forgotten in the heat of the moment. When they finally parted, both were breathing heavily. Jonathan's lips tingled, swollen and sensitive from the intensity of the kiss. He could still taste Dracula on his tongue, a flavor he knew he would crave for the rest of his days. Dracula's eyes were dark with desire, the earlier uncertainty replaced by a hungry glow. A drop of Jonathan's blood clung to his lower lip, a vibrant splash of red against his pale skin. He reached for the Count to pull him in for more. Dracula tried to pull away, but Jonathan held fast. Dracula laughed, a rich, warm sound that Jonathan loved.
Greedy little thing, aren't you?
Bela would have obeyed, would have left when ordered, perhaps out of respect for his rank. But Jonathan was different. Dracula didn't know how he felt about that. The boy began unbuttoning the Count's shirt and resumed kissing his neck and then cheeks before moving to his lips again. But Dracula held back, admitting,
I can't do much. I've been weakened by the blood loss from mending your wounds.
Jonathan looked up at Dracula, his eyes filled with desire.
It's okay.
He whispered, his voice husky with need.
There are other things we can do together. Let me show you.
Dracula raised an eyebrow, a small smirk playing on his lips.
Oh, really?
He said, his voice a low rumble.
And what, pray tell, do you have in mind?
Jonathan smiled, a wicked glint in his eye. Jonathan could feel Dracula's heart dance and could see the flush of pleasure on his pale cheeks.
That was incredible,
Jonathan said, his voice filled with awe. Dracula smiled, his eyes soft and affectionate.
Yes, it was. You never cease to amaze me, Jonathan Harker.
It's settled.
Jonathan breathed, still feeling lightheaded.
I'll remain here and take on a new job. I'll become your teacher, educate you on the changing times and the ways of a Victorian man.
Dracula laughed, a sound tinged with both amusement and disbelief.
Are you sure this is what you wish to do?
Yes,
Jonathan said without hesitation. Dracula hesitated, a shadow passing over his features. Being happy like this with another man, it felt like a betrayal of Bela's memory. He pulled away abruptly.
You will leave the castle tonight,
he said, his voice cold.
You must.
Jonathan's face darkened with anger. He climbed out of the coffin, his movements sharp and decisive.
I am not going anywhere,
he declared.
You will, and I'll hear no more discussion about this.
I can't believe you, after what we just did.
I said, no more discussion. Please let me rest.
Jonathan stormed out of the room, his mind already formulating plans to defy Dracula's orders. He would not be sent away, not if he had any say about it. Dracula watched him go, his emotions warring within him. Part of him admired Jonathan's spirit and his determination. Another part feared what it might mean to let someone in after so many centuries of solitude. And still another part, a part he tried desperately to ignore, yearned to call Jonathan back, to hold him close and embrace him once again. Chapter 21. Daylight bled from the Transylvanian sky as Jonathan Harker stirred from his fitful slumber. The castle's stones seemed to whisper with secrets as he descended the winding staircase, each step echoing in the vast, shadowy halls. He knew Dracula would attempt to force his departure, but just as the Count was determined to make him leave, Jonathan was just as determined to remain. He would not be cast out so easily. As Jonathan reached the bottom of the stairs, he caught sight of Dracula waiting for him. The Count cut an imposing figure in the dim light, his aristocratic features set in an unreadable mask. His dark eyes were fathomless pools of beauty that fixed upon Jonathan with an intensity that made the young solicitor's breath catch in his throat.
A carriage awaits, Mr. Harker.
Dracula's voice was low and melodious, a sound that sent shivers down Jonathan's spine, despite the coldness of his words. Jonathan strode past the Count, their shoulders brushing briefly. That fleeting contact was enough to set his skin tingling. He pushed open the heavy oak doors and stepped out into the courtyard, the cool night air caressing his flushed cheeks. A carriage waited before the castle gates, its black lacquered surface gleaming dully in the moonlight. The vehicle seemed almost alive, a creature of shadow poised to spirit Jonathan away from this realm of dark enchantment. Beside it stood the driver, a young man whose wide, darting eyes and trembling hands betrayed his fear of this cursed place. The driver's face was pale and drawn, his skin sallow in the dim light. Sweat beaded on his brow despite the chill in the air, and his Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he swallowed. His ill-fitting livery hung loosely on his thin frame, as if he had lost weight during his journey to this forsaken castle. The boy could have looked no more than 18. A wicked idea formed in his mind. He would use this man's fear to his advantage to thwart Dracula's plans.
Do you know where you are, boy?
Jonathan folded his arms and smirked. Yes, sir. I'm here to take you directly to the station, sir.
We will be ready momentarily,
Dracula said as he waited by the doors. Most of Jonathan's clothing was lost during that wretched Van Helsing's attack, but once Dracula recovered, he personally went back to the site and gathered what he could find, his photographs and the pen he had always used. Surely, He knew Jonathan would not have left without those items.
Go and gather your items. I shall wait here.
Jonathan glanced back at Dracula as he approached the carriage. The boy turned his gaze away from the beautiful blue eyes staring into him.
Do you know that this is a place of evil? That monsters prowl the darkness and made this place its home?
Stop teasing the child.
Are you truly comfortable having creatures of darkness ride in your carriage?
The boy trembled at a loss for words.
We might take over your mind, force you to drive us to a dark and secluded location so we could bite your neck and drink your blood.
Jonathan leaped onto the carriage and flashed his non-existent fangs with all the theatrical villainy he could muster.
For I have acquired a taste for blood, and yours looks particularly delicious.
The effect was instantaneous. The driver's already pale face turned ashen, his eyes widening to the point where the whites were visible all around. A strangled whimper escaped his throat as he stumbled backward in his haste to put distance between himself and the perceived monster before him. Mercy! The driver stammered, his voice cracking with terror. Please! I beg you! I have a family, a wife, and a child! The driver's resolve crumbled entirely, and with a final terrified yelp, he ordered the horses to move, much to Dracula's dismay. Jonathan hopped off, so proud of himself as they watched the driver fly away from the castle grounds. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jonathan burst into laughter. The sound echoed off the castle walls, a joyous counterpoint to the somber atmosphere that usually permeated the grounds. He turned to find Dracula standing behind him, one eyebrow arched in a mixture of amusement and disapproval.
That wasn't very kind, Mr. Harker.
Jonathan shrugged, still grinning broadly.
Perhaps not. But it was undeniably effective. I dare say you'll have a hard time finding another driver willing to brave these woods now.
Dracula shook his head, a reluctant smile tugging at the corners of his mouth.
You do realize this means I'll have to escort you to the train station myself.
I'm not leaving,
Jonathan said simply, turning back towards the castle. He could hear Dracula's footsteps behind him as he ascended the stairs, but he made it to the consort quarters and slipped inside, closing the door firmly behind him. A moment later, there was a knock.
Jonathan.
Dracula's voice was muffled through the heavy wood, but the underlying frustration was clear.
You're behaving like a child.
I'm afraid I'm rather indecent at the moment, Count.
He called back, his voice steady despite the nervous flutter in his stomach. There was a pause, and then Dracula spoke again, a hint of exasperation coloring his tone.
We are both men, Jonathan. Surely it doesn't matter.
Taking a deep breath, Jonathan opened the door. Dracula stepped inside, only to freeze at the sight before him. Jonathan stood at the door, completely naked as the day he was born, his pale skin luminous in the candlelight. His body was a study in contrasts, lean yet strong, vulnerable yet defiant.
Well, Count?
Jonathan said, spreading his arms wide, exposing himself fully to Dracula's gaze.
Will you be sending me to the train station like this?
Dracula stared, his dark eyes roving over Jonathan's form with an intensity that made the young man's skin prickle with heat. For a long moment, the only sound in the room was their breathing. Jonathan's quick and shallow, Dracula's deep and measured. Then, to Jonathan's surprise, Dracula laughed. A rich, genuine sound seemed to light up the room.
You are impossible, solicitor,
he said, shaking his head.
Absolutely impossible.
Jonathan couldn't help but feel that rush of triumph.
Does this mean I can stay?
He asked, stepping closer to the Count. Dracula's eyes darkened, and for a moment, Jonathan thought he might close the distance between them, might take him in his arms and kiss him senseless. But instead, the Count sighed, a sound filled with equal parts fondness and resignation.
Yes, you stubborn creature. You win for now.
With that, Dracula turned and left the room, leaving Jonathan alone with his racing thoughts and the lingering scent of the Count's presence. The next night. The day was uneventful. Jonathan spent the day in a flurry of activity, his mind racing with ideas on how to introduce the Count to the modern world. There was so much to cover, technology, politics, social customs, that he scarcely knew where to begin. As darkness fell, Dracula stirred from his daytime slumber. Even before his eyes opened, he sensed Jonathan's presence in the castle, the young man's energy pulsing through the very stones of the building. It was a curious sensation, as if the castle itself had come alive with Jonathan's vitality. Vigo appeared silently, ready to assist his master in preparing for the night ahead. As the old servant helped him dress, Dracula couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed within his ancient home. The air seemed less stagnant, and the shadows were less oppressive. He wondered if he was imagining things, or if Jonathan's presence truly had such a profound effect on his surroundings.
"How is our guest faring?"
Dracula asked, trying to keep his tone neutral. A knowing smile played at the corners of Vigo's weathered mouth. "Master Harker has been quite busy, my lord. He's made some interesting arrangements for the evening. I believe you should see for yourself." Intrigued despite himself, Dracula set out to find Jonathan. The young solicitor's heartbeat led him to the ballroom, which had stood empty and neglected for centuries. As he pushed open the ornate doors, he froze in astonishment. The ballroom had been transformed. Dust and cobwebs were banished, replaced by a gleaming elegance that harkened back to the castle's glory days. Candles flickered in polished sconces, their warm light reflecting off the newly polished floor. At the center of it all stood Jonathan, a proud smile on his face.
"Ah, Count,"
Jonathan exclaimed.
"I'm glad you're here. Tonight's lesson is one every modern man must know. Dancing."
Dracula arched an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his dark eyes.
"Dancing? Jonathan, I assure you I am quite proficient in the art of dance. I've attended more balls than you can imagine."
Jonathan's smile widened.
"I'm sure you have, Count. But times have changed. While undoubtedly elegant, the dances of your era are a bit outdated. Allow me to introduce you to some more contemporary steps."
Despite his initial reluctance, Dracula found himself intrigued. He watched as Jonathan demonstrated a series of moves, his body moving with a fluid grace that caught the vampire's eye. When Jonathan held out his hand in invitation, Dracula took it without hesitation. Their first attempts were awkward, with Dracula struggling to adapt to the less formal style. But as they continued, laughter began to fill the room. Jonathan's patience and enthusiasm were infectious, and soon even Dracula smiled as they twirled around the ballroom.
"You're a quick study, Count,"
Jonathan said, slightly breathless.
"Now show me one of your dances. I want to see how the nobility moved in your time."
Dracula's eyes lit up at the challenge. He took Jonathan's hand, placing it on his shoulder, then assumed the proper stance. With practiced ease, he led Jonathan through the steps of a courtly dance, their bodies moving in perfect sync.
"You know,"
he began, his voice soft with nostalgia,
"my father used to throw the most magnificent balls when I was a boy."
Jonathan's eyes lit up with interest.
"Really? What were they like?"
Dracula smiled, twirling Jonathan gently.
"Oh, they were spectacular affairs. The castle would be filled with music and laughter. Ladies in glittering gowns that seemed to float as they moved, their faces hidden behind elaborate masks."
"Masks?"
Jonathan asked, intrigued.
"Yes."
Dracula chuckled.
"It was all the rage then. The more intricate the mask, the more admired you were. I remember one gentleman who wore a mask fashioned to look like a golden phoenix. The beak alone must have been worth a small fortune."
Jonathan laughed, picturing the scene.
"It sounds wonderful. Did you enjoy these balls?"
Dracula's smile turned wistful.
I did, though perhaps not as much as I should have. I was young, you see, and more interested in sneaking away to the kitchens for extra sweets than in dancing with the young ladies.
I can just picture a young Count Dracula, pockets stuffed with stolen pastries.
Jonathan teased. Dracula's laughter echoed through the ballroom.
You're not far off, solicitor. Not far off at all.
It must have been breathtaking.
My mother, she was a remarkable woman. Kind and gentle, but with a strength that could rival any man's.
Jonathan smiled encouragingly.
She sounds wonderful. What was she like?
She had this way about her.
Dracula mused, his eyes distant with memory.
Grace personified. She could enter a room and command attention without saying a word. It was she who taught me the importance of poise, of carrying oneself with dignity.
Did she enjoy the balls as well?
Jonathan asked. Dracula nodded, a fond smile playing on his lips.
Oh yes, she loved to dance. I can still see her, twirling across the ballroom floor, her laughter ringing out like music.
Jonathan's expression turned wistful.
My own mother loved to laugh as well. She had the warmest smile you've ever seen. It could light up a room.
Tell me more about her.
Dracula encouraged, genuinely interested.
Well,
Jonathan began, his voice soft with affection.
she wasn't one for grand balls, but she did love to sing. Every evening she'd sit by the fire and sing old folk songs. And her hugs.
He paused, swallowing past a sudden lump in his throat.
Her hugs could make you feel like everything in the world was right, even when it wasn't.
Dracula's hand tightened slightly on Jonathan's waist, a gesture of comfort.
She sounds like a truly wonderful mother.
Jonathan nodded, blinking back tears.
She was. I admit I rarely think of my father, and when I do, a lot of anger follows it. But my mother, I'm almost surprised that I can still speak fondly of her. Despite everything, I still miss her terribly.
Mother is God in the eyes of a child.
Dracula said softly. Dracula jerked Jonathan about and whirled about the room as if to shake him from his melancholic thoughts. Their dance became less structured and more playful. They teased and bantered, their bodies drawing closer with each turn. Finally, unable to resist any longer, Dracula pulled Jonathan close and kissed him. It was a sweet, tender kiss, far removed from the passionate encounters they had shared before. In that moment, surrounded by candlelight and silence, Dracula felt something stir within him, a warmth he had thought long extinct. As they parted, both slightly breathless, Jonathan smiled up at him.
Well, Count,
He said softly.
it seems you're a natural at modern romance as well.
Dracula chuckled, pulling Jonathan close once more.
Or perhaps I simply have an excellent teacher.
Chapter 22. As the haunting melody faded away, Jonathan and Dracula remained locked in their embrace, swaying gently in the center of the grand ballroom. The candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows across their entwined forms. Dracula's eyes darkened with desire as he looked down at Jonathan, their bodies pressed tightly together. The warmth that had stirred within him now burst into a full-blown inferno, consuming all rational thought. He wanted Jonathan, needed him with an intensity that was both exhilarating and terrifying.
You are exquisite.
Dracula murmured, his voice a low rumble. He leaned down, capturing Jonathan's lips in a fierce kiss. Their tongues clashed, dancing together in a wild, passionate tango that left them both breathless. Dracula's hands roamed over Jonathan's body, tracing the lines of his muscles and the curves of his hips. He could feel the young man's heart racing, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. He wanted to draw out this moment, to tease and tantalize, but his own desire was too great. He lifted Jonathan off the ground with a swift, fluid movement, pinning him against the wall. Jonathan gasped, his eyes widening in surprise and excitement. They lay there for a long moment, the only sound in the grand ballroom their ragged breathing and the distant ticking of a clock. Dracula's face was buried in Jonathan's neck, his lips brushing softly against the pulse point that throbbed with life. He could feel Jonathan's heartbeat slowing, his body relaxing into the afterglow of their passion. With a gentle kiss on Jonathan's neck, Dracula lifted himself up, his dark eyes gazing down at the young man. Jonathan's eyes were closed as he drifted to sleep. Chapter 23. The ballroom lay silent, the only sound being Jonathan's soft breathing as he slept peacefully on a makeshift bed of cushions and blankets. Dracula stood, adjusting his clothing and casting one last tender glance at his lover's slumbering form when the presence made itself known.
"Bravo!"
The sound of clapping echoed from a dark corner of the ballroom. Taken completely off guard, Dracula instinctually went on the attack, moving fast as lightning and pinning the intruder to the far wall, tearing the brocade wallpaper as the plaster underneath cracked from sheer force. It was a vampire. But how? Dracula had not known another was in Transylvania, let alone in his home. He hadn't sensed the other's presence at all.
My, such a warm welcome from a father to his son.
The vampire chuckled.
I must admit I'm surprised by you. I thought you would have paid me a visit the moment I crossed the borders into your land. But it seems your senses has dulled over the centuries.
His icy eyes glanced past Dracula to the delectable human sprawled naked on the chaise like a carved work of art. He could smell his sweet blood pumping, his skin still flushed from sex. How he wanted to join the pair when he watched them coupling. How he wanted to run his tongue over that soft pink flesh and give that human a taste of his own cock. Dracula sensed the raw, primal desire emanating from the other vampire and felt a surge of hatred course through his undead veins. With an iron will, he forced the younger immortal to maintain eye contact, preventing him from gazing upon the vulnerable human nearby.
Andor,
Dracula intoned, his voice a low, menacing growl.
Why have you darkened my doorstep?
In response, Andor merely chuckled, the sound reminiscent of some mischievous trickster god. He was Dracula's firstborn, the initial success in the dark art of vampiric creation, a living experiment to test the boundaries of the elder vampire's formidable power. Andor had once been a mere peasant from a neighboring village, a place so ravaged by plague that it had earned the moniker Hell on Earth. Every soul there had either perished or teetered on the brink of death. It was in such forsaken places that Dracula had prowled, searching for suitable test subjects. There he had discovered the young, handsome man of 16, desperately clinging to the putrid corpse of a deceased lover. Like an angel of mercy, or perhaps death, Dracula had swept through the window of the desolate hovel. His presence filled the room with an otherworldly aura as he offered the young man a tantalizing promise: eternal life. Though uncertain if the transformation would take hold, Dracula extended the opportunity nonetheless. Without hesitation, the plague-stricken youth had fallen to his knees, his parched lips barely able to form the single word that would seal his fate. "Yes," he had whispered, his voice cracked and desperate but filled with unwavering conviction. But those were days long gone that Andor couldn't help but recall while in his father's presence. Now, he was a healthy, strong, immortal man, with smooth white skin and plump red lips from having fed before his arrival at the castle. He had captured a nice soft boy and squeezed his nipples as he seduced the blood from his body as eagerly as he siphoned his cum. Dracula could smell the blood and sex emitting from him. He released Andor, forcing himself not to glance once more at Jonathan, not wanting the other to know how much he was beginning to care for the young man. Better he be seen as a whore to sate his lust. He had no intent on entertaining his son for long.
I ask again, why are you here, Andor?
The young vampire ran his fingers over the tuft of white in the sea of black hair, a side effect of the change from man to vampire.
You really have no idea what is going on outside of your little bubble, do you, Father?
Speak plainly. I have no time for your games.
My siblings have noticed the rise in human activity here, and are naturally concerned, even as they are too frightened of you to confront you.
Ah, and are you here to prove to the others that you are not afraid?
Oh, but I'm trembling as we speak,
he mocked.
Don't be so eager to dismiss their concerns. We are living by your rules, after all. Rules that if you break, don't make for very good rules. Now do they?
And what rules have I broken?
Did you really think you could hide that human of yours for long? Your rules were that humans cannot know of our existence without being turned or killed, and yet you were going to allow that boy to return to London.
Now it was Dracula's turn to laugh.
You wish to lecture me on following rules when you are the wildest of all my children? Don't forget that one of your little messes is still receiving care under my roof.
Andor sighed. He knew who his father was referring to. He purposefully went out of his way to avoid the lowly manservant.
My mess, as you say, was a simple man pursued during a simpler time. Now times have changed, humans have become more resourceful, and they are far less simple. You would return an educated man with ties to aristocracy back to the most advanced city of our era, while you allow Van Helsing and his growing band of hunters to run wild within your border. Have you gone mad?
Dracula's eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern passing across his ancient features before being quickly masked by his usual stoic demeanor. He had indeed underestimated the situation, both with Jonathan and the growing threat of Van Helsing. However, he refused to show weakness before his impudent offspring.
Your concern is noted, Andor,
Dracula replied coolly.
But do not presume to dictate my actions or question my judgment. I have ruled these lands for centuries, long before you drew your first breath as a mortal or vampire.
Andor leaned against the cracked wall, a sardonic smile playing on his lips.
And yet, here we are, the great Count Dracula, caught off guard in his own castle, distracted by a pretty face and a warm ass. Tell me, Father, is this human worth risking everything we've built?
Dracula's hand shot out, gripping Andor's throat with inhuman speed and strength.
You forget your place, boy,
he snarled, his fangs elongating.
I created you, and I can just as easily destroy you.
But even as he threatened his son, a part of Dracula knew Andor's words held truth. He had grown complacent, allowing his fascination with Jonathan to cloud his judgment. The mention of Van Helsing both angered and embarrassed him. How had he allowed the hunter to gain such a foothold in his domain? Releasing Andor, Dracula turned away, his mind racing. He needed to reassert control, both over his wayward children and the growing human threat. But first, he had to deal with Jonathan. The young man's fate now hung in the balance, caught between Dracula's desires and the harsh realities of their world.
Leave us,
Dracula commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument.
I will address your concerns, but not tonight. Go and speak of this to no one.
Andor bowed mockingly, backing towards the shadows from whence he came.
As you wish, Father, but remember, the others are watching. We all are.
Chapter 24. Jonathan's eyes fluttered open, his mind still hazy from sleep and the lingering effects of his passionate encounter with Dracula. He remained perfectly still, feigning slumber as he became aware of voices in the ballroom. The conversation between Dracula and another man. Andor, he heard him called, drifted to his ears in fragments, each word sending him more on edge.
Your rules were that humans cannot know of our existence without being turned or killed, and yet you were going to allow that boy to return to London.
Jonathan's heart raced as he processed the implications of those words. Turned or killed. The stark reality of his situation crashed over him like a wave, washing away the romantic notions he'd been clinging to. He strained to hear more, catching bits and pieces of their heated exchange.
Van Helsing and his growing band of hunters. Is this human worth risking everything we've built?
As the confrontation between Dracula and Andor intensified, Jonathan's mind whirled with questions and doubts. He had known, of course, that his relationship with Dracula was unconventional, even dangerous. But hearing it laid out so bluntly, that his very existence posed a threat to Dracula and his kind, shook him to his core. When silence finally fell over the ballroom, Jonathan dared to open his eyes fully. He found himself alone, the vast room empty save for the lingering scent of Dracula and the unfamiliar vampire. Slowly, he sat up, wincing at the soreness in his body, a bittersweet reminder of the passion he and Dracula had shared mere hours ago. His shirt lay nearby, missing several buttons where Dracula had torn it open in his haste. Jonathan slipped it on, acutely aware of his near nakedness. His pants, he discovered with dismay, were beyond salvation, torn to shreds in their frenzied lovemaking. The thought of wandering the castle in such a state of undress made him uncomfortable. While he had grown accustomed to Dracula seeing him naked, the idea of encountering Vigo, or worse, this new vampire Andor in such a vulnerable state, filled him with dread. Jonathan crept to the ballroom doors, pressing his ear against the cool wood. He could hear movement in the hallway beyond. Dracula's voice, low and urgent, speaking to someone. Vigo, perhaps? He waited until he heard the sound of retreating footsteps. Taking a deep breath, Jonathan eased the door open a crack, peering out into the dimly lit corridor. He caught a glimpse of Dracula's tall figure disappearing around a corner, heading towards the castle's main entrance. Where was he going at this hour? Jonathan pushed the thought aside, focusing on getting back to his room without being seen. He slipped out of the ballroom, bare feet silent on the cold stone floor. The castle seemed different now, more menacing. Shadows that had once held a mysterious allure now concealed potential threats. Every creak and groan of the ancient building set his nerves on edge. As he reached the foot of the grand staircase, Jonathan heard Vigo's unmistakable shuffling gait approaching. Panic gripped him as he looked frantically for a place to hide. At the last moment, he ducked behind a suit of armor, holding his breath as the old servant passed by, muttering to himself in a language Jonathan didn't recognize. Once Vigo had moved on, Jonathan made a dash for the stairs, taking them two at a time in his haste to reach the safety of his room. His mind raced with the fragments of conversation he'd overheard. What did it all mean? And what would become of him now that he knew the truth about Dracula and his world? As he reached the landing, a flicker of movement caught his eye. For a moment, he thought he saw a figure standing at the far end of the hallway, a young man with striking features and a shock of white hair. But the apparition was gone when he blinked, leaving him to wonder if his imagination was playing tricks on him. Jonathan hurried to his room, relief washing over him as he grasped the familiar handle. But as he pushed the door open, that relief turned to icy fear. There, lounging on his bed as if he belonged there, was the vampire from the ballroom, Andor.
Well, well,
Andor drawled, a predatory smile playing on his lips.
What have we here?
Jonathan froze in the doorway, his mind screaming at him to run even as his body refused to move. Andor was breathtakingly beautiful, his features softer and more delicate than Dracula's commanding presence. But there was a dangerous glint in his eyes that made Jonathan's blood run cold.
Such a clever boy,
Andor continued, rising from the bed with fluid grace.
Pretending to sleep while the grown-ups talked. I must say, I'm impressed. My father's senses truly have dulled if he didn't notice you were awake.
Jonathan swallowed hard, finding his voice at last.
What do you want?
He demanded, trying to inject more bravado into his tone than he felt.
If you hurt me, Dracula will...
Kill me?
Andor finished, laughing. The sound was musical, almost enchanting, but with an undercurrent of cruelty that made Jonathan shiver.
Oh, little human, I have no intention of hurting you. Not physically, at least. No, I'm here to open your eyes to the truth.
What truth?
Jonathan asked, wary, but unable to quell his curiosity. Andor's smile widened, revealing the tips of his fangs.
The truth about your position here, about what you mean to my father. You see, some of his children, my siblings if you will, wish to usurp him, to take his throne. And yet, here he is, his guard lowered because of you.
The vampire moved closer, his movements too fast for Jonathan to track. Before he could react, Andor had him pinned against the wall, his cool fingers working open the buttons of Jonathan's shirt.
Stop!
Jonathan cried, struggling against Andor's iron grip.
What are you doing?
Andor ignored his protests, pushing the shirt open to expose Jonathan's torso. His eyes roved over the pale skin, searching for something.
Interesting,
he murmured.
The wound should still be visible, even with his blood.
Jonathan's hand flew to his stomach, remembering the injury he'd sustained during Van Helsing's attack. He'd almost forgotten all about it.
How do you know about that?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper.
I know many things, little human.
Andor replied, releasing Jonathan and stepping back.
I know that my father gave you his blood, far more than was necessary to heal your wounds. It's created a bond between you, one that's difficult to maintain with a mortal. It's left him weakened, vulnerable.
Jonathan's mind reeled with this new information. He'd known, in a vague sense, that drinking Dracula's blood had changed him somehow. But he hadn't realized the extent of it, or the cost to Dracula himself.
I didn't know.
Andor's laugh was sharp, cutting.
Of course you didn't. How could you? You're just a pawn in a game you can't even begin to understand.
The words stung, but Jonathan couldn't deny the ring of truth in them. How much did he really know about Dracula? About this world he'd stumbled into?
You look so much like him, you know.
Andor said, his tone suddenly wistful.
Like Bela. I never met him, of course, but I've seen the paintings. The resemblance is uncanny.
Jonathan's heart skipped a beat.
I know about Bela,
he said, trying to sound confident.
Dracula told me.
Did he tell you about the others?
Andor interrupted, his eyes glittering with malice.
Did he tell you about the east wing of the castle?
A cold dread settled in Jonathan's stomach.
What about it?
Jonathan remembered that he was warned never to go there. Andor's smile was cruel now, all pretense of charm gone.
It's filled with beautiful young men who resembled Dracula's beloved Bela. They all thought they were special, just like you. They all believed they would be the one to finally claim Dracula's heart, to become his eternal companion in this eternal paradise.
Jonathan felt as though the floor was dropping out from beneath him.
No.
He whispered, shaking his head in denial.
You're lying.
It wasn't that Jonathan didn't know there were others, but from what he understood, they were all... Well, he didn't really think about it. He didn't know nor care where those other men were, or if they were alive or dead. What does that say about me? He thought, questioning his morals. Did all he care about was his own feelings? Did the others feel the same as him?
Am I?
Andor challenged.
Ask him yourself if you dare. But I warn you, don't make the mistake of believing you're any different until the change actually happens. If it happens.
The change?
Jonathan echoed, his voice hollow. Andor rolled his eyes, exasperated.
Becoming a vampire, you fool. Did you think my father would keep you as a pet forever? No. Eventually he'll have to decide. Turn you or kill you. Those are the rules, after all.
Jonathan's mind was spinning, trying to reconcile this new information with everything he thought he knew about Dracula and their relationship. Had it all been a lie? Was he just another in a long line of Bela lookalikes destined to be discarded when Dracula grew bored? He begged Dracula to take him, hell to even turn him. But did he love Dracula enough to spend an eternity with him, or was he riding the highs of being at the center of this hidden world, of being free to express his desires with the most beautiful man he had ever seen? Were all vampires this beautiful?
Why are you telling me this?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Andor's expression softened slightly, almost to the point of pity.
Because, little human, someone needs to open your eyes. My father, he's not the monster you might think he is, but he's not the romantic hero you've built up in your mind either. He's dangerous and unpredictable, and right now, you're making him vulnerable in ways he can't afford to be. If you wish to be undergone the transformation, then focus on that. The others didn't, and well, you can see for yourself the state of their mind.
With that, Andor moved to the window, opening it with a flourish. The cool night air rushed in, carrying with it the scent of the pine forests beyond the castle walls.
Think about what I've said, Jonathan Harker,
he said, 1 foot already on the windowsill.
And remember, in our world, love is a luxury few can afford.
Before Jonathan could respond, Andor was gone, leaving nothing but a flutter of curtains and a whirlwind of doubts in his wake. Alone in his room, Jonathan sank to the floor, his back pressed against the cool stone wall. His mind raced with everything he'd learned. Every certainty he'd held about his relationship with Dracula was now called into question. The East Wing was filled with other men who looked like Bela. There was the threat of being turned or killed, and his presence had a weakening effect on Dracula. It was all too much to process. Chapter 25. Dawn filtered through the castle's high windows as Jonathan Harker crept through the silent corridors. His bare feet made no sound on the cold stone floors, and he found himself holding his breath, afraid that even the slightest noise might betray his presence. He was on a mission, driven by his unsettling conversation with Andor. The East Wing. That's where he needed to go. Where, according to Dracula's son, the other men who resembled Bela were kept. Jonathan's heart raced at the thought, a mixture of dread and morbid curiosity propelling him forward. He had explored much of the castle during his stay, but the East Wing had always been off-limits. Now, as he approached the heavy oak doors that separated it from the rest of the castle, he understood why. An aura of foreboding seemed to emanate from beyond, sending a chill down his spine. Jonathan's hand hovered over the ornate door handle, trembling slightly. Did he really want to know what lay beyond? Could he handle the truth if Andor's words proved true? His fingers had just brushed the cool metal when a voice startled him. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Master Harker." Jonathan whirled around to find Vigo standing behind him, the old servant's face a mask of concern.
I was just...
Jonathan stammered, searching for an excuse. Vigo shook his head, a sad smile playing at his lips. "Curiosity is a dangerous thing in this castle, sir. Some doors are best left unopened. Don't allow that fiend to talk you into walking into your own death."
Andor, what do you know about him?
"I gave my heart to him once when I was younger and prettier, and he abandoned me." He sneered at the memory. "Trust me when I say that nothing good will come of taking his words to heart.
Be, but you're not turned.
No, and I never will be. It was Andor who began my transformation into a vampire consort, and once the transformation begins, only that vampire can finish it. Dracula has taken pity on me, and only shares enough blood to keep me alive, but I still age, albeit very slowly, and one day I will fall asleep and never awaken, if I'm lucky. His tone was filled with malice, though he tried to sound as neutral as possible. Vigo led him away from the East Wing with a gentle but firm hand on Jonathan's arm. As they walked, Jonathan couldn't help but notice the servant's knowing gaze, as if he could see right through to the doubts plaguing his mind. The day passed in a haze of restless energy for Jonathan. He tried to distract himself with books from the library, but his mind kept wandering back to the mysteries of the East Wing and the implications of Andor's words. By the time evening fell, he was a bundle of nerves, both dreading and anticipating Dracula's awakening. As the last rays of sunlight faded, Jonathan felt a change in the castle's air. It was as if the ancient stones themselves were holding their breath, waiting for their master to rise. He made his way to Dracula's chambers, wanting to move on. Perhaps he could give the Count another lesson. The door creaked open just as Jonathan raised his hand to knock. Dracula stood there, resplendent in a black silk robe, his dark hair tousled from sleep. For a moment, all of Jonathan's doubts melted away in the face of the Count's otherworldly beauty.
Jonathan,
Dracula breathed, his voice husky with sleep and something else. Desire, perhaps.
come in, solicitor.
As Jonathan stepped into the room, Dracula pulled him close, capturing his lips in a searing kiss. Jonathan melted into the embrace, his body responding with a fervor that surprised him. Despite everything, despite the doubts and fears swirling in his mind, his attraction to Dracula remained undeniable. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, Jonathan saw a flicker of something in Dracula's eyes, a vulnerability that vanished as quickly as it appeared.
Did you sleep well?
Dracula asked, his tone casual as he moved to pour them both a glass of wine. Jonathan accepted the glass, taking a sip to steady his nerves.
Well enough,
He replied, then gathering his courage added,
though I found myself rather curious about certain parts of the castle.
Dracula's back stiffened almost imperceptibly.
Oh?
He said, his voice carefully neutral.
And what parts might those be?
The East Wing.
Jonathan said, watching Dracula's face closely for any reaction.
I've never been there, you see, and I wondered.
The East Wing is off limits.
Dracula interrupted, his tone brooking no argument.
It's not safe. Promise me you won't go there, Jonathan.
The abrupt change in Dracula's demeanor only fueled Jonathan's suspicions.
Not safe? What do you mean? What's in there?
The Count turned away, moving to stand by the window.
It's nothing for you to concern yourself with.
He said, his voice distant.
Just promise me you'll stay away.
Jonathan felt a surge of frustration.
I'm not a child, Count.
He said, unable to keep the edge from his voice.
I think I deserve to know.
Enough!
Dracula's voice cracked like a whip, making Jonathan flinch. The Count's eyes softened immediately, regret evident in his features.
I'm sorry, I need you to trust me on this. Please.
The pleading note in Dracula's voice tugged at Jonathan's heart, even as his mind rebelled against the secrecy. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak, and Dracula visibly relaxed. As the night wore on, Jonathan found himself hyper-aware of every touch, every glance from Dracula. The Count seemed more attentive than ever, almost hovering at times. When Jonathan mentioned taking a walk in the castle grounds, Dracula insisted on accompanying him, citing concerns about Van Helsing and his hunters.
I can take care of myself, you know.
Jonathan said as they strolled through the moonlit gardens.
I'm not completely helpless.
Dracula's arm tightened around his waist.
I know, my dear solicitor, but you don't understand the dangers that lurk in the shadows. It's better if you stay close to me.
The words, meant to be comforting, only served to increase Jonathan's sense of unease. Was this protectiveness born of genuine care, or was Dracula simply trying to control him, to keep him from discovering uncomfortable truths? A sudden and peculiar sensation coursed through Jonathan's body, amplifying his awareness of the world around him. The rustling of leaves in the far reaches of the garden tickled his ears, and the rich, loamy scent of the earth clung to the air, filling his lungs with vitality.
Dracula,
Jonathan began, his voice a mix of curiosity and awe.
sometimes I get used to this new sensation, and it feels normal. But then, out of nowhere, I feel the wind on my skin, or I catch a glimpse of a leaf dancing in the breeze. It's like I can see everything at night so clearly. It's fascinating.
As Jonathan spoke, he noticed a flicker of concern cross Dracula's usual calm demeanor.
It's the effects of my blood.
Dracula explained, his voice low.
Your body is changing.
Jonathan's heart raced at the implications.
Changing? You mean, am I becoming like you?
Dracula shook his head, a sad smile playing at his lips.
No, not yet. But the potential is there. My blood has awakened something in you, Jonathan, but it is something that can be undone with a lot of time.
The mixture of excitement and fear that Jonathan felt must have shown on his face, for Dracula cupped his cheek gently, his eyes intense.
We don't have to decide anything now. There's time.
For a moment it seemed as though Dracula might say more, might finally open up about the mysteries surrounding them. But then, as quickly as it had come, the moment passed. Dracula's hand dropped away, and he stepped back, his expression once again inscrutable.
It's getting late,
he said, his voice suddenly brisk.
You should rest.
Confused and hurt by the abrupt dismissal, Jonathan retreated to his room. Sleep eluded him, his mind too full of unanswered questions. Finally, unable to quiet his thoughts, he sat at his desk and began to write.
Dear Lucy,
he began, then paused, unsure how to continue. How could he possibly explain the turmoil he was experiencing without revealing the supernatural nature of his situation? In the end, he settled for vague generalities, hinting at a growing attachment tinged with doubt and confusion. As he sealed the letter, a knock at the door startled him. It was Vigo, come to collect any outgoing mail. As the old servant took the letter, a wistful expression crossed his face. It's good to see the castle with some life in it again, Vigo said, his voice soft with memory. It's been too long since we've had a guest stay for more than a few days. Jonathan's ears pricked up at this.
Oh, how long have the others stayed?
Vigo's eyes widened slightly, as if realizing he'd said too much. Oh, no. Not long, and not many have come here as you may think, he backpedaled. None of them were as special as you, of course. The servant's hasty retreat left Jonathan with a sinking feeling in his stomach. More lies, more half-truths. Was there anyone in this castle he could trust? As dawn approached, Jonathan again found himself drawn to Dracula's chambers. He told himself he would demand answers, to confront the Count about the fate of the others. But as he raised his hand to knock, he hesitated. Did he really have the right? Dracula was going to send him back to London. But it was Jonathan who forced the Count to allow him to remain. What right did he have to demand he spill all of his secrets? Whatever happened to the others, Dracula was trying to prevent from happening to him. Perhaps he should follow Vigo's advice. On the other side of the door, unbeknownst to Jonathan, Dracula stood frozen, his keen senses having detected the young man's approach. His hand hovered over the door handle, every fiber of his being yearning to open it, to pull Jonathan into his arms. Maybe this time it would be different. But the memory of past heartbreaks, of the terrible price of vulnerability, held him back. He couldn't risk it, couldn't bear to see Jonathan's admiration turn to horror and revulsion when he learned the full truth. And so they stood, separated by mere inches of wood, yet divided by centuries of secrets and fears. Jonathan turned away from the door, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Inside the room, Dracula sank into his chair, his head in his hands. The castle settled into its daytime silence, unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Another day would pass, another night would come, and still the dance of love and doubt would continue, each step bringing them closer even as it threatened to tear them apart. Chapter 26. The forbidden east wing of Castle Dracula loomed before Jonathan like a maw of darkness, ready to swallow him whole. His heart thundered in his chest, and each beat a war drum urging him forward, even as his instincts screamed for retreat. The ornate door handle, cold and unyielding beneath his trembling fingers, seemed to pulse with otherworldly energy. With a deep breath, Jonathan steeled himself and pushed the door open. It swung inward with an ominous creak, revealing a corridor shrouded in shadows. The air that rushed out was stale and tinged with a sickly sweet odor that made his stomach churn. How can anyone live like this, he thought, swallowing hard before taking his first tentative steps into the forbidden wing. The floorboards groaned beneath his feet, each sound amplified in the oppressive silence. Cobwebs clung to every surface, their silken strands glistening in the dim light that filtered through grimy windows. As he ventured deeper, the corridor seemed to twist and contort, defying the laws of physics. Portraits lined the walls, their subjects' eyes following his progress with malevolent intent. Jonathan could have sworn he saw one blink, its lips curling into a cruel smirk. The air grew thicker and heavier with each step. Jonathan's heightened senses, a gift, or perhaps a curse, from Dracula's blood, picked up on subtle sounds, scratching behind the walls, whispers just beyond the range of comprehension, and something else, a rhythmic thumping that grew louder as he progressed. Finally, the corridor opened into a vast chamber. Jonathan's breath caught in his throat as he took in the scene before him. The room was circular, its high ceiling lost in darkness, but it was the occupants that truly chilled him to his core. Coffins lined the walls, each containing a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, to Bela. But these were no mere men. Their faces were twisted in perpetual agony, skin pallid and stretched tight over protruding bones. Eyes, once perhaps as blue as Jonathan's own, now glowed with an unholy red light. As Jonathan's presence registered, the creatures stirred. They pushed open their coffin lids and emerged, approaching him with slow, menacing steps. Their mouths opened in silent screams, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. "Welcome, brother!" a raspy voice called out, sending shivers down Jonathan's spine. "We've been waiting for you." Jonathan spun around, coming face to face with one of the creatures. It stood a mere feet away, its emaciated body swaying slightly, as if caught in an unfelt breeze. Despite its horrific appearance, Jonathan could see traces of the handsome man it once was, the man who, like him, had caught Dracula's eye.
What? What are you?
Jonathan managed to choke out. The creature's face split into a gruesome parody of a smile. "We are what you will become," it hissed. "Dracula's failed experiments. His discarded loves." Another voice chimed in. "It is only his past lover he seeks. He'll do the same to you, pretty one. Turn you, twist you, lock you away." It chuckled wickedly.
No.
Jonathan shook his head in denial.
He wouldn't.
Wouldn't he? The other creature interrupted, stepping closer. Look at us. We were all you once, full of hope, of love, and see what his love has wrought. The ones who did not make the cut were fucked, drained, and discarded. Oh, to be a rejected one, another giggled like a child. As if on cue, the creatures began to wail, a mash of anguish threatening to drive Jonathan to his knees. He clapped his hands over his ears, but the sound penetrated his soul. You can't trust him, the creature before him continued, its voice cutting through the din. Dracula corrupts everything he touches. He'll promise you eternity, but deliver only suffering. Jonathan's mind reeled. Could this truly be his fate? To end up twisted and caged in this place, a monument to Dracula's obsession. He thought of the tender moments they'd shared, the passion that had ignited between them. Had it all been a lie? Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice the creature inching closer until it was too late. With inhuman speed, it lunged forward, its claws raking across Jonathan's chest. He cried out in pain and surprise, stumbling backward. Stay with us, the creature crooned, its voice a mockery of tenderness. Be our brother in misery. It's better than the false hope Dracula offers. Panic surged through Jonathan as he realized the danger he was in. He turned to flee, but found his path blocked by more of the creatures. They had now surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with hunger and madness. The vampires began unbuttoning Jonathan's clothes, their fingers cold and deliberate against his skin. They wanted to have sex with him, to play with him as if he were their toy. They guided Jonathan to the floor, their movements fluid and predatory. They all wanted to touch him, taste him. One of the creatures leaned in, its breath chill against Jonathan's ear, and whispered, Playing with us will be way more fun than playing with Dracula.
Why did he lock you all in here?
Jonathan asked, trying his best to swat the pawing hands away.
Does he?
One laughed. Does he still fuck us? Aw, poor lil Johnny boy. Doesn't want to share the master with his brothers? Does he believe himself to be Bela? We all tried to be, and look where it got us.
No, I know I'm not Bela and don't want to be.
Jonathan hollered.
If he falls in love with me, then it will be me he falls for, and not some poor imitation of his lover.
The chorus of voices laughed and mocked him.
Is that what happened to all of you? Did you try to become Bela?
Jonathan tried to get more out of them, but they only laughed at his desperation. It's the only way. The chorus of voices began to chant, It is the only way. Jonathan's survival instincts kicked in. He ducked under a grasping arm, wincing as claws scraped against his back. He ran, not caring which direction, just needing to put distance between himself and these pitiful, terrifying beings. The east wing became a nightmarish labyrinth. Corridors stretched and twisted. Doors appeared and disappeared. All the while, the creatures pursued him, their howls echoing off the walls. Jonathan's lungs burned, and his legs ached, but terror kept him moving. He burst through a door and found himself in what appeared to be a sitting room. Plush, cobweb-infested armchairs and ornate sofas were arranged around a large, unused fireplace, with dusty antique side tables holding delicate lamps and curious ornaments. But he had no time to investigate. The sounds of his pursuers grew closer. Jonathan's eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape route. There, a window. He rushed towards it, praying it wasn't locked. A cold hand clamped onto his ankle as his fingers closed around the latch. He looked down to see one of the creatures, its face contorted in a rictus of glee. Join us, it rasped. Be one with us forever. With a cry of desperation, Jonathan kicked out, his foot connecting with the creature's face. It released him with a shriek of pain and anger. Not wasting a moment, Jonathan wrenched the window open and climbed out onto a narrow ledge. The cool, early morning air hit him like a slap, clearing some of the panic from his mind. He was several stories up, the ground a dizzying distance below. But the creatures were still coming, their twisted forms now framed in the window he'd just escaped through. Jonathan inched along the ledge, his back pressed against the rough stone of the castle wall. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to escape. His fingers found purchase in the cracks between stones, and his feet somehow found solid footing despite his terror. After what felt like an eternity, he spotted another window. This one was slightly ajar, warm light spilling out into the dark fall morning. With a silent prayer, Jonathan made for it. He had just swung himself through the window when a hand grabbed his shirt. Jonathan looked back to see one of the creatures, its face a mask of fury and desperation. "Don't leave us," it pleaded, its voice a mixture of threat and anguish. With a final burst of strength, Jonathan tore himself free, tumbling into the room beyond. He scrambled to his feet and ran from the room, slamming the door shut. Jonathan backed away, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. He was safe, for now, but the horrors he'd witnessed in the East Wing would be forever seared into his memory. He sprinted down the winding, dimly lit corridors of the ancient castle. His ragged breaths echoed off the stone walls, mingling with the sinister laughter and taunts of his pursuers. They emerged from shadowy doorways and hidden alcoves, pale, gaunt figures with eyes gleaming with malice and mouths twisted into cruel smiles that revealed razor-sharp fangs. The vampires' mockery cut through the air, their voices dripping with sadistic pleasure as they savored Jonathan's terror. He could feel their hunger, their desire to tear into his flesh and drain him dry. Every instinct screamed at him to look back, to gauge how close they were, but he knew that even a moment's hesitation could mean his doom. With single-minded desperation, Jonathan focused on his goal, the main castle entrance just ahead. His legs burned with exertion as he pushed himself to his absolute limit, lungs heaving as he gasped for air. In a final frantic burst of speed, he hurled himself across and shut the doors. He stepped away, as if they could open the door at any moment, but for some reason they didn't. Perhaps it was some sort of unholy magic keeping them confined to the eastern wing. Jonathan took a deep breath. His legs were wobbly as he tried to regain his composure. As the adrenaline began to fade, anger took its place. Anger at Dracula for keeping such secrets, for the suffering he'd inflicted on those poor souls. Anger at himself for being so blind and willing to overlook the darkness that lurked beneath their passion. Jonathan strode down the familiar corridors of the main castle. He would confront Dracula, demand answers, and—
"Going somewhere, little human?"
The voice, smooth as silk but sharp as a blade, stopped Jonathan in his tracks. He turned to see Andor lounging against a wall, a knowing smirk playing on his lips.
"I need to speak with Dracula,"
Jonathan said, trying to keep his voice steady. Andor's smirk widened.
"Oh, I don't think that's a good idea right now. You look rather disheveled. Been somewhere you shouldn't have?"
Jonathan's silence was answer enough. Andor pushed off from the wall, moving towards him with predatory grace.
"Come,"
he said, his tone leaving no room for argument.
"There's something you need to see."
Before Jonathan could protest, Andor grabbed his arm and pulled him along. They descended a spiral staircase hidden behind the main staircase, going deeper into the castle's bowels than Jonathan had ever been. The air grew cooler and damper. The walls were rough-hewn stone, and water seeped through in places to form eerie patterns. Finally, they emerged into a vast underground chamber that took Jonathan's breath away. Rows upon rows of coffins lined the walls and floor, each ornately carved and inlaid with precious metals and gems. The air hummed with an otherworldly energy, making the hairs on the back of Jonathan's neck stand on end.
What is this place?
He whispered, awed despite his lingering fear and anger.
This,
Andor said, sweeping his arm in a grand gesture,
is where we slept in the early days. Now it's a tomb to my brothers and sisters who couldn't handle eternity and wished to go down for the long sleep.
Jonathan's brow furrowed in confusion.
Why have you brought me here?
You can't confront my father now.
Andor continued.
He needs to focus on the coming battle. Your emotional entanglement would only serve as a distraction.
Jonathan bristled at this.
I'm not some complication to be brushed aside. I deserve answers.
Perhaps,
Andor conceded.
but now is not the time. Besides, can you truly trust anything my father might tell you?
The words hit Jonathan like a physical blow, reminding him of Vigo's warning. Vigo told me not to trust you, he said, eyes narrowing. He said you abandoned him. For the first time, Andor's composure cracked. A flicker of what might have been pain crossed his features before being quickly masked.
Ah, Vigo,
He sighed.
my greatest love and my greatest regret.
What happened?
Jonathan found himself asking, curiosity momentarily overriding his anger and fear. Andor was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on a point in the distance. His voice was soft when he spoke, tinged with an emotion Jonathan couldn't quite place.
I suppose you've earned the right to know this much. Vigo was the love of my life. Perhaps he still is in a way, but the turning, it wasn't going well. By the second dose of my blood, he was already showing signs of becoming feral, like those poor souls you encountered in the East Wing.
Jonathan shuddered at the memory.
So you just left him?
Andor shook his head.
I couldn't bear to see him suffer. I stopped the process and left him in the care of a wealthy family. I even paid for his education, intending to provide for him for the rest of his mortal days. But Vigo...
A sad smile played on Andor's lips.
He was always stubborn. He set out to find me, nearly losing his life several times in the process.
And that's when Dracula took him in?
Jonathan guessed. Andor nodded.
It seemed the best solution at the time. He would be safe and cared for. I thought it was for the best.
Jonathan absorbed this information, his mind whirling.
Could that happen to me?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper.
Could I become like those things in the East Wing?
It's always a risk.
Andor admitted.
Not every human takes to the change. What you saw, that's the worst-case scenario. Personally, I think my father should put them out of their misery. But he keeps them as some sort of twisted penance, I think. A reminder of his failures. Personally, I never liked any of them. They tried to become Bela. Is that what you intend to do, boy? Find his journals and adopt his mannerisms like some fool?
No, I would never.
Then there may be hope for you still. Perhaps you won't be driven mad in the pursuit like those others.
They did that because they loved him.
Andor cut him off with a sharp laugh.
Love? Hardly. They wanted immortality, and like all humans, they were willing to do anything to get it.
Jonathan opened his mouth to protest, but if he truly thought about it, he still had no idea what he wanted.
Why, after everything you had seen and experienced, did you want to return to London?
Jonathan breathed deep as he thought of his answer.
Fear. I was rejected, and I wanted to get away. I was afraid of myself and what my attraction to Dracula could unleash in me. and I was afraid of him.
Andor merely nodded.
Why didn't you run off after you were healed?
I thought my place was by his side, for better or worse.
Jonathan felt sick. The idea that he could end up like those pitiful creatures, locked away and forgotten, filled him with dread. But another part of him, the part that still yearned for Dracula despite everything, wondered if it might be worth the risk. As if reading his thoughts, Andor placed a hand on Jonathan's shoulder.
You have a choice to make, little human, but make it with open eyes. The world you've stumbled into, it's beautiful and terrible in equal measure. I often find that the change takes better to realists than idealists. A lot of these coffins here are filled with idealists. That East Wing is filled with fanciful fools. I'm not saying there is no way you two could ever love one another. He was actually beginning to move on from pursuing Bela before you arrived. At least that's what I was told.
Then why send for me?
Old habits are hard to break.
He shrugged.
Especially for a vampire, we tend to fixate on things.
Jonathan opened his mouth to respond, but a sudden, earth-shaking rumble cut off his words. The coffins rattled in their alcoves, dust raining down from the ceiling.
What was that?
Jonathan gasped, steadying himself against a nearby wall. Andor's face had gone pale, his eyes wide, with an emotion Jonathan had never seen in him before. Fear.
It started,
Andor whispered.
That worm Van Helsing has found us.
Chapter 27. The underground chamber shook with another violent tremor, dust and small debris raining down from the ceiling. Jonathan stumbled, catching himself on one of the ornate coffins. Andor strode towards the chamber's exit.
Stay here,
he commanded, his voice brooking no argument.
The hunters will kill you on sight if they find you. You're safer down here.
Before Jonathan could protest, Andor was gone, vanishing up the stairs with inhuman speed. Left alone in the eerie silence of the tomb, Jonathan's mind raced. The sounds of battle filtered down from above, crashes, shouts, and an occasional inhuman shriek that made his blood run cold. Upstairs, chaos reigned. Van Helsing and his hunters had launched a surprise attack, catching even Dracula off guard. The castle's great hall had become a battlefield, with hunters wielding crossbows, silver-tipped stakes, and blessed weapons facing off against Dracula's supernatural strength and speed. Dracula was a blur of motion, his claws raking through the air as he fended off multiple attackers at once. Bodies littered the floor, some hunters and some lesser vampires who had answered Dracula's call. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid smell of gunpowder. As Andor burst into the fray, Van Helsing's eyes widened in shock.
Another one!
He bellowed, his voice carrying over the din of battle.
Keep pressing the attack, men! We can't let them regroup!
Andor's arrival seemed to turn the tide momentarily. He moved with fluid grace, dodging arrows and slashing at hunters with deadly precision. But Van Helsing was no ordinary opponent. The vampire hunter seemed to anticipate their moves, matching their supernatural speed with an uncanny ability of his own. Outside the castle, a group of hunters worked feverishly, piling kindling and dousing the walls with oil. At Van Helsing's signal, they set the blaze, flames licking up the ancient stones with unnatural speed. Dracula's nostrils flared as the scent of smoke reached him. His eyes widened in horror as he realized the hunter's plan. With a snarl of rage, he dispatched the two hunters nearest to him and launched himself towards the upper floors. In his mind, there was only one thought: Jonathan. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber, Jonathan paced restlessly. The sounds of battle above had intensified, and now he could smell smoke. His heart raced with worry, not for himself, but for Dracula. Despite everything he had learned, despite the horrors he had witnessed in the East Wing, He couldn't bear the thought of Dracula coming to harm. Making a split-second decision, he grabbed an old unlit torch from a bracket on the wall. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was better than nothing. He ascended the stairs, emerging into the chaos of the main castle. The scene that greeted him was like something out of a nightmare. Bodies lay strewn across the floor, blood staining the stones. Smoke billowed through the halls, and the crackle of flames could be heard in the distance. Jonathan coughed, his eyes watering as he tried to make sense of the mayhem around him. Andor materialized beside him, his clothes splattered with blood.
"What are you doing? I told you to stay below. You need to escape. There's a secret passage in the tomb that leads out of the castle."
Jonathan shook his head stubbornly.
I won't leave without Dracula. Where is he?
Before Andor could answer, a familiar voice rang out from above.
Jonathan!
Looking up, Jonathan's heart leaped as he saw Dracula on the upper balcony. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the chaos around them seemed to fade away. But the moment was shattered as Dracula's voice cried out in warning.
Behind you!
Jonathan began to turn, but it was too late. Van Helsing, moving with impossible speed, was upon him. The hunter's blade flashed in the firelight, and Jonathan felt a searing pain across his back. He stumbled, crying out in agony as he fell to the floor. Dracula's roar of fury shook the very foundations of the castle. In an instant, his form shifted, growing larger, more monstrous. Leathery wings unfurled, and his face elongated into a bestial snout filled with razor-sharp teeth. The giant bat-like creature that Dracula had become launched itself from the balcony, hurtling towards Van Helsing with murderous intent. But Van Helsing was ready. As Dracula descended upon him, the hunter moved with inhuman agility, dodging the massive claws and retaliating with his blessed weapons. It was as if he could anticipate Dracula's every move, matching the vampire's supernatural abilities with his own inexplicable skills. Andor watched the battle with growing confusion and suspicion. How was this possible? Van Helsing was just a man, wasn't he? As he scanned the room, searching for an explanation, his eyes fell upon a familiar figure slipping away amidst the chaos. Vigo. In that moment, everything clicked into place. Somehow, Vigo had been helping Van Helsing. He must have fed the hunter Dracula's blood. Without a second thought, Andor took off in pursuit of his former lover. They disappeared into the smoky halls of the castle, leaving the main battle behind. The fight between Dracula and Van Helsing was like nothing the hunters had ever seen. The massive bat creature that was Dracula seemed to fill the entire hall, his wings creating gusts of wind that fanned the flames spreading through the castle. Van Helsing darted and weaved, his movements a blur as he struck at Dracula with his silver-tipped weapons. But for all his newfound abilities, Van Helsing was still human at his core. As the battle raged on, he began to tire, his movements slowing ever so slightly. Dracula, driven by rage and fear for Jonathan, pressed his advantage. With a mighty sweep of his wing, Dracula sent Van Helsing crashing into a wall. The hunter slumped to the ground, dazed but still conscious. Dracula loomed over him, ready to deliver the final blow. "Retreat!" Van Helsing bellowed, his voice hoarse but commanding. "Fall back, all of you!" The remaining hunters didn't need to be told twice. They broke away from their individual fights, supporting their wounded comrades as they made for the exit, and leaving the dead behind. Dracula watched them go, every fiber of his being screaming to pursue, to end this threat once and for all. But a weak groan from behind him stayed his hand. Jonathan. In an instant, Dracula's form shifted back to his human appearance, strong and naked and caked in gore. He rushed to Jonathan's side, gently turning the young man over. The wound on Jonathan's back was deep, blood seeping through his torn shirt at an alarming rate.
"Jonathan?"
Dracula whispered, cradling the young man's face in his hands.
Stay with me. Don't close your eyes.
Jonathan's eyelids fluttered, his gaze unfocused.
Dracula.
He murmured, his voice barely audible over the crackling of the flames.
You're all right.
Dracula felt emotion unlike anything he had experienced in centuries. This beautiful, fragile human had been worried about him, even as he lay bleeding on the cold stone floor. But now, Dracula faced an impossible choice. Jonathan was losing blood rapidly. Without intervention, he would die. Dracula could save him, but at what cost? If he gave Jonathan his blood now, it would be the third time. The change would begin, irreversibly setting Jonathan on the path to becoming a vampire. But there was no guarantee it would work. The memories of his past failures, the twisted creatures locked away in the East Wing, haunted him. His eternal mistakes, creatures created out of loneliness and desperation. He hadn't loved them. He knew they only used him for the gift, but at the time he was chasing a past obsession and addiction he had been slowly but surely kicking with time. Now, things were different. He couldn't bring himself to toy with this young man's life so callously. Could he risk subjecting Jonathan to that fate? Time seemed to slow as Dracula weighed his options. He could hear Jonathan's heartbeat growing weaker with each passing second. The fire was spreading, the heat becoming unbearable even for him. They needed to leave now. With a heavy heart, Dracula made his decision. He couldn't risk it, couldn't bear the thought of Jonathan becoming one of those pitiful, malformed creatures. Better to try and save him as a human than condemn him to an eternity of suffering. In one fluid motion, Dracula scooped Jonathan into his arms. The young man's head lolled against his chest, his breathing shallow and labored. With a last look at the burning ruin of his ancestral home, Dracula made for the exit. The cool night air hit them like a physical force as they emerged from the inferno. Dracula didn't stop, using his supernatural speed to put distance between them and the burning castle. Behind them, the structure that had stood for centuries began to collapse, flames reaching toward the sky like grasping fingers. Chapter 28. As they fled into the night, the fate of the others remained unknown, but Dracula pushed these thoughts aside, focusing solely on the precious burden in his arms. Jonathan's life hung by a thread, and every second counted. They needed shelter, somewhere safe where he could tend to Jonathan's wounds and plan their next move. The Transylvanian landscape flew by in a blur as Dracula flew across the sky. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, Dracula knew he was running out of time. Finally, as the sky began to turn from inky black to a deep purple, Dracula spotted what he was looking for, a small, abandoned church nestled in a grove of ancient trees. It was risky. Consecrated ground could be dangerous for him, but it was their best option for shelter. Approaching the dilapidated building, Dracula felt the familiar prickle of discomfort that came with holy ground. But his concern for Jonathan overrode any personal discomfort. He kicked in the rotting wooden door and carried Jonathan inside. The interior of the church was musty and thick with dust. Cobwebs hung from the rafters, and the few remaining pews were covered in a thick layer of grime. But it was dry and, more importantly, defensible. Dracula gently laid Jonathan down on the altar, the irony of the situation not lost on him. As he examined Jonathan's wound more closely, Dracula's keen hearing picked up the sound of another vampire approaching. His entire body tensed, ready for another fight. But as the creature drew nearer, he recognized a familiar scent in the wind. Andor. Moments later, the younger vampire burst through the door, supporting a semi-conscious Vigo. Both looked worse for wear, with torn clothing and various cuts and bruises.
Father,
Andor gasped, his eyes widening as he took in the scene before him.
You made it out.
Dracula nodded curtly, his attention still focused on Jonathan.
What happened with Van Helsing? Are they in pursuit?
Andor shook his head.
No, they've retreated for now, but...
He hesitated, glancing at Vigo.
Speak,
Dracula commanded, his voice hard. Andor took a deep breath.
It was Vigo. He's been helping Van Helsing, feeding him information and giving him vials of your blood.
Dracula's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with fury.
Is this true?
He demanded of Vigo. The old servant, looking more haggard than ever, nodded weakly. I'm sorry, my lord. I only wanted them to get Andor. I have no excuse. A low growl escaped Dracula's throat, but Jonathan stirred on the altar before he could respond. In an instant, all of Dracula's attention was back on the young man.
He needs help,
Dracula said, his voice tight with worry.
I didn't give him my blood. I couldn't risk it.
Andor moved closer, examining Jonathan's wound.
It's bad. Without intervention, he won't last much longer.
Dracula closed his eyes.
I know, but I can't condemn him to that fate.
A moment of heavy silence fell over the group. Then, to everyone's surprise, it was Vigo who spoke up. There is a witch in Moldova who can surely heal him enough to keep the wound from killing him. Dracula's eyes flickered with a mix of hope and skepticism.
A witch? Are her powers genuine or merely a trick of light and shadow?
Vigo struggled to rise, bracing himself against the altar, his voice raspy but resolute. She is formidable, my lord. Though her methods may be unconventional, I have seen her work miracles with mere herbs and incantations. He paused, swaying slightly. She took me in a long time ago. I'm sure she still lives.
And if we seek her out, we risk drawing attention.
Andor warned, glancing anxiously towards the door.
Van Helsing's hunters could be tracking our movements. They will not rest until they capture us. And who knows how much blood our little spy has been giving them.
I believe Van Helsing may have another vial, but only enough for himself. Andor thumped his skull.
Then we must be swift and stealthy,
Dracula said, stepping from the altar and fixing a hard look on his son.
Andor, you do as you please with him,
he said, gesturing to Vigo.
I will fly with Jonathan to Moldova. And you filthy worm, you will tell me this witch's exact location.
Father, I must insist you reconsider using your blood to save him. Perhaps if we are careful, we can control it.
Dracula's voice cut through the air, a cold wind sweeping through the room.
I will not risk that path again. Once Jonathan is healed, I beg you to take him to the train station so that he may return to London.
Dracula gently scooped Jonathan in his arms.
Father, it's dawn. You will not make that flight and survive.
It no longer matters,
Dracula muttered, his tone finite and resolute. Dracula, Vigo spoke up. That was her last known location to me. Dracula's eyes narrowed, the name echoing in his mind like a distant bell tolling in the fog.
Dracula,
he repeated, tasting the syllables like bitter wine. Andor stepped forward. Urgency was etched on his face.
You cannot fly to Dracula. What if she doesn't live there anymore?
Dracula hesitated, glancing down at Jonathan's pale face, the young man's chest rising and falling unevenly.
I will fly low and fast, find Jonathan there tonight.
Andor didn't want to agree to what would amount to damn near a suicide mission. Dracula was strong, for certain, and he could withstand some sunlight. But he was talking about flying without any protection to a witch none of them knew was still there. To Andor, the sure thing was taking the risk to turn Jonathan. but it wasn't as if his father would listen.
Fine, I will stash this fool somewhere and find you tonight.
I didn't say find me. I said find Jonathan.
And with that, Dracula took off into the morning, leaving a trail of burning smoke behind him. "I'll not beg for mercy," Vigo spat, his voice filled with defiance as he stood tall, despite just how damn tired he was.
Good, 'cause I won't ask you to,
Andor replied, his tone cold. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful blow to the back of the older man's head, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 29. Jonathan's eyes fluttered open, his vision blurry as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. Flickering candles dimly lit the room, casting dancing shadows on the rough stone walls. Shelves lined every available surface, crammed with dusty tomes and jars filled with mysterious substances. A large copper cauldron bubbled ominously in one corner, emitting a faint green vapor. Strange symbols were etched into the wooden floorboards, forming intricate patterns that seemed to shift and move in the wavering light. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of herbs and incense, creating an intoxicating and unsettling atmosphere. Jonathan groaned, attempting to sit up, only to be met with a searing pain that shot through his back.
"Where am I?"
he muttered, his voice hoarse.
"Dracula?"
Slowly, carefully, Jonathan swung his legs over the side of the bed. His wound was bandaged tightly, but he could feel the dull throb beneath the wrappings. He took a deep breath, steadying himself before attempting to stand. As he made his way to the door, his mind raced with questions. Where's Dracula? Is he all right? Did he make it out of the castle? Oh, God, what if he's hurt? What if Van Helsing caught him? Jonathan was confused about where he was as he pushed open the door, revealing a small, cluttered living area. His eyes immediately fell on a young girl, no more than 12 or 13 by the looks of her, grinding herbs in a mortar. She had a delicate face framed by unruly auburn curls that cascaded past her shoulders. Her emerald eyes, wise beyond her years, looked up at him with curiosity. She wore a simple worn linen dress, cinched at the waist with a frayed rope belt, and her bare feet peeked out from beneath the hem. Despite her youth, she carried herself with a quiet confidence, her movements deliberate and practiced as she worked with the herbs.
"Excuse me, child,"
Jonathan said, his voice tentative.
"Could you tell me where I am?"
The girl's head snapped up, her eyes flashing with annoyance.
"Oh, you're awake! Wonderful! And I'm not a child, you fool. I'm 400 years old, so you'd do well to show some respect."
Jonathan blinked, taken aback.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. Are you a vampire?"
The witch rolled her eyes.
"Hell no, I'm a witch. And don't bother thanking me. The Count and his spawn owe me a favor now, which is far more valuable than gold."
She set down her mortar with a thud.
Now, as much as I'd love to play host, I prefer my privacy. And I particularly dislike vampires and their associates.
Jonathan's mind was reeling. Witches are a real thing. And Dracula owes her a favor? But where is he? Why isn't he here?
"You healed me?"
Who else? But I couldn't close you up completely, as that would have taken more mana than I could give. Your wound can still reopen if you move around too much.
The witch continued.
But that's not my problem anymore. Andor is waiting outside to take you away from here.
"Andor?"
Jonathan's heart sank. Not Dracula. Why not Dracula?
"But where's—"
Out!
The witch said firmly, pointing towards the door.
Now!
Jonathan nodded, moving slowly towards the exit. Each step sent a jolt of pain through his body, but it was nothing compared to the ache in his chest. As he stepped outside, He saw Andor leaning against a tree, his face unreadable.
Where's Dracula?
Jonathan blurted out, unable to contain himself any longer.
Is he all right? Was he hurt? Why isn't he here?
Andor raised an eyebrow.
My father is well enough, though more of a miserable wreck than usual, if that's possible. It would seem you've had quite an effect on him.
Jonathan's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. He's alive, thank God. But why isn't he here? Doesn't he care? Did I do something wrong?
I'm honoring my father's wishes.
Andor continued, his voice cool.
You're to return to London.
What? No, I can't. I need to see him. I need to talk to him.
Andor shook his head.
I will not incur my father's wrath. Well, not tonight. His word is final.
Jonathan felt as if the ground was crumbling beneath his feet. He's rejecting me. After everything we've been through, he's sending me away.
Perhaps. Returning to London is for the best.
Jonathan nodded numbly, unable to form words. His heart felt like it was being torn in two. Part of him wanted to scream, to fight, to demand answers. But another part, the part that had always doubted, that had always feared this was too good to be true, whispered that this was inevitable. The journey to the train station passed in a blur. Jonathan moved as if in a trance, his body on autopilot while his mind spiraled. Andor escorted him onto the train, his presence a constant reminder of Dracula's absence. Jonathan's eyes fell on a familiar figure among the crowd on board as the train began to pull away from the station. It was the man who had been watching him in London and Paris, the one who looked partly like a beast. But this time, Jonathan felt no fear. He was beyond fear now. A part of me still wants to stay, Jonathan thought, watching the landscape of Transylvania slip away. But what would that even mean? To stay with someone who doesn't want me? To live in a world of darkness and secrets? He closed his eyes, leaning his head against the cool glass of the window. I can't make sense of my own feelings anymore. Maybe it is better to leave. Miles away, Dracula stood amidst the ruins of his once great castle. Blackened stone walls crumbled around him, still radiating heat from the intense blaze. Acrid smoke hung in the air, stinging his nostrils with the scent of burnt wood and melted metal. The east wing, where he had kept the Bella lookalikes, was completely destroyed. Only skeletal remains of the structure stood, jagged beams reaching toward the sky like accusing fingers. Ash drifted on the breeze, coating everything in a fine gray powder. The eerie silence was broken only by the occasional crack of weakened timbers giving way. Dracula stared at the charred remains, a mix of emotions swirling within him as he surveyed the devastation of his lair.
It's fitting,
he murmured to himself.
I should have killed them long ago, but I held on to them, tormenting myself, reminding myself to keep loving Bela.
He ran a hand through his hair, his eyes distant.
I thought my waning love for Bela meant I was growing colder, becoming more of a monster. So I sought to love his image harder than ever before.
A bitter laugh escaped his lips.
I told myself I would always remember that love, over and over again, and now it's all ash.
Good, a voice said from the shadows, a voice Dracula hadn't heard in centuries but would know by instinct. Dracula whirled around, his eyes widening as he saw the demon saunter from the darkness. Its form shifted constantly, as if struggling to maintain cohesion in the mortal realm, just as it was long ago. Then it took on a more human visage, hauntingly beautiful like before, with long white hair and glowing amber eyes. Rage boiled up within Dracula.
Now you decide to show yourself?
He snarled, lunging at the demon.
After all these years!
But the demon easily dodged every attack, laughing as Dracula's fists met nothing but air. Still as impulsive as ever, I see, it taunted. Dracula stopped, his chest heaving.
You lied to me.
The demon's laughter died away, replaced by a look of mild curiosity. I have no reason to lie to you, Vlad Tepes. Your soul already belonged to the eternal paradise when we struck our second bargain. Dracula grumbled at the name Tepes. The demon had obviously called him that to insult him, and he didn't like it. His enemies had given him this moniker to focus on the act of punishing, rather than what the so-called victims were getting punished for. The murderous intent coming from the Count was immeasurable. Oh, did I insult you? I'm so sorry, Vladislaus Dracula.
I gave up my son, my legacy, for the promise of Bela's return.
Dracula said, his voice raw with emotion.
And for what? Nothing but pain and disappointment.
The demon's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oh, but I did make good on that promise. Bela's soul did return, and you did a fine job of caring for it. Dracula froze, his mind struggling to process the demon's words.
What do you mean? Jonathan
was hurt more than once because of you? The demon finished, its tone light. No, not him. Shock rippled through Dracula.
Then, who?
The demon's eyes glittered with amusement. Remember that cat? The one you doted on, almost turned into one of your creatures of the night. Oh, how you loved it so.
That was Bela?
Dracula whispered, disbelief coloring his voice. The curious cat he had met while picking the bat flower. He felt compelled to bring the animal home, and it had been a source of comfort until one night it curled into his lap as he sat by the fire in his library on a cold winter night and died peacefully in its sleep. The demon nodded, its smile widening. See? Your Bela returned. He found you. You loved him, and he died a peaceful old mortal death. Promise fulfilled. Dracula's mind was reeling.
But Jonathan, the things we experienced together, like how Bela and I used to make love in the tower.
Ah, that was Bela's spirit, the demon explained casually, but only interfering enough to stir you toward the boy.
Is Bela's spirit still here?
Dracula asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The demon shrugged. Spirits linger in places that were once important to them, or around loved ones who can't let them go. So he lingered until you let him go. Dracula let out a long, slow breath.
Then Jonathan was just a man,
he said, his voice filled with a mix of wonder and regret.
A man I was developing feelings for, who allowed me to finally begin to truly let Bela go.
He laughed, the sound hollow and mocking.
I chased after physical appearances for centuries, never knowing that I had already held Bela in my arms.
The demon watched Dracula with detached interest. I must say, watching your castle burn was the highlight of my night, it said, its tone conversational. Seriously, this entire place was depressing. It stretched, its form shimmering slightly. Anyway, see you in another few centuries. As the demon faded away, Dracula was left alone amidst the ruins of his past. Centuries of obsession, misplaced love, and misguided actions settled heavily on his shoulders. He thought of Jonathan, of the connection they had shared, of the way the young man had stirred feelings in him he thought long dead. And he had sent him away, back to London, back to a world that could never truly understand him. Dracula closed his eyes, feeling the cool night air on his face. For the first time in centuries, he felt truly lost. The past he had clung to so desperately was gone, turned to ash and rubble. And the future he had allowed himself to glimpse with Jonathan, even as fleeting as it was, Had he thrown that away too? Chapter 30. The ruins of Castle Dracula lay in a crumbled smoking heap, a skeletal remnant of its former grandeur. Amidst the charred rubble and crumbling stone, Dracula stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The cool night air carried the scent of ash and decay, a fitting atmosphere for the desolation that consumed him. Memories of Jonathan flashed through his mind, each one a bittersweet dagger to his heart. The young man's laughter echoed in his ears, a phantom sound that only deepened his anguish. Dracula closed his eyes, allowing himself to be swept away by the tide of recollection. Jonathan's eyes wide with wonder as he explored the castle library. The warmth of Jonathan's body pressed against his as they danced. The taste of Jonathan's lips, sweet and intoxicating. Dracula's eyes snapped open, a low growl rumbling in his chest. Centuries of existence stretched out behind him, a tapestry of blood and shadow. But now, after the young solicitor's departure, it all seemed meaningless. What was the point of immortality if it meant an eternity of loneliness?
You fool,
Dracula muttered to himself, his voice thick with self-loathing.
You had a chance at happiness, and you threw it away.
He wandered through the ruins, his feet carrying him to what remained of the East Wing. The charred remnants of the Bella lookalikes' prison mocked him, spitting on his centuries of obsession and misguided love.
All of it, for nothing,
he whispered, kicking at a piece of debris.
Bela, Jonathan, I've lost them both.
As the night wore on, Dracula's despair deepened. The long years pressed down upon him, each memory a fresh torment. He had lived through plagues, wars, and revolutions, but nothing had prepared him for the hollow ache that now consumed him. He suddenly lashed out, his fist connecting with a crumbling wall. Stone cracked and shattered, but the pain in his hand did nothing to alleviate the agony he felt.
Enough,
he snarled, his voice echoing through the ruins.
Enough of this weakness.
If he could not have love, if he could not have peace, then he would embrace the darkness that had always threatened to devour him. He sent out a psychic call to his remaining children of the night, summoning them to what remained of the Great Hall. He would not call Andor or his other vampiric children. There was no need to get them involved in what could essentially be a suicide march. His legacy was his spawn, and they will live on, whatever that meant. They came in ones and twos, materializing from the shadows like wraiths. Some looked wary, others excited by the unexpected summons. Dracula stood before them, his presence commanding even amidst the ruins.
My dark children,
he began, his voice low and intense.
For centuries, I have hidden in the shadows, feeding on the fringes of humanity, content to exist rather than to truly live.
He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled werewolves, bats, and other beasts.
I have misused you, kept your claws dulled and wanting, no more. Tonight we embrace our true nature. Tonight we show mankind the power of the children of the night.
A growling murmur ran through the creatures. They surely understood their master. Dracula could sense their conflicting emotions, fear, excitement, bloodlust. He fed on their energy, letting it fuel his own desperate resolve.
Van Helsing and his hunters think they have won.
Dracula continued, his voice rising.
They believe they have driven us from our home, broken our spirit. Let us show them how wrong they are.
As he spoke, Dracula's form changed. His body grew larger, more monstrous. Leathery wings unfurled from his back, and his face elongated into a bestial snout filled with razor-sharp teeth. The werewolves gasped, some cowering back while others leaned forward, enthralled.
Follow me!
Dracula roared, his voice now an inhuman growl.
Follow me to glory or to death. Either way, we will burn our monstrous visage in their bloodied skulls."
With that, he launched himself into the night sky. After hesitating, his children followed, a dark cloud of wings and fangs streaming behind their master. The village lay sleeping, unaware of the doom that approached. Dracula swooped low over the rooftops. The chorus of heartbeats were like a choir. With a bone-chilling shriek, he gave the signal to attack. Chaos erupted in an instant. Creatures smashed through windows and tore down doors, their inhuman strength no match for wood and glass. Screams filled the air as villagers were dragged from their beds, their terrified faces illuminated by the pale moonlight. Dracula himself crashed through the church's roof, landing amidst a shower of splintered wood and shattered tiles. The priest, awakened by the commotion, stumbled out of his quarters, only to be met by the vampire lord's nightmarish visage.
"Your god cannot save you now."
Dracula snarled, seizing the man by the throat. As he prepared to sink his fangs into the priest's neck, a memory flashed unbidden through his mind. Jonathan's face, filled with horror at the sight of Dracula feeding. The moment of hesitation was all it took for the priest to fumble for the cross around his neck, pressing it against Dracula's chest. But it didn't have the intended effect. He hurled the priest across the church, the man's body crumpling against the far wall. Outside, the battle raged on. The children of the night feasted on terrified villagers, their inhuman strength and speed making quick work of any resistance. But as Dracula emerged from the church, he sensed a shift in the air. The hunters had arrived. Van Helsing stood at the head of a group of armed men, his face set with a cruel smirk. But there was something different about him, something that made Dracula's hackles rise. The hunter moved with an unnatural grace, his reflexes far beyond what any human should possess.
"So?"
Dracula called out, his voice carrying over the chaos.
"You've tasted the power of vampire blood. How does it feel, Van Helsing, to become what you hate?"
Van Helsing's eyes narrowed.
"I use this curse to destroy its source. Tonight, Dracula, your reign of terror ends."
The hunters surged forward, their weapons gleaming in the moonlight. But these were no ordinary stakes and crossbows. The points glowed with an unearthly light, and Dracula could smell the potent mix of holy water and other, more esoteric substances. The night air filled with howls of pain and snarls of fury. Silver-tipped arrows whistled through the darkness, finding their marks in werewolf flesh. Massive lupine bodies crashed to the ground, fur smoldering where blessed metal pierced hide. Vampire bats, their wings torn and bloodied, fell from the sky in droves, screeching as holy water burned through leathery skin. Dracula's nostrils flared at the acrid stench of burning fur and flesh. His eyes blazed crimson as he watched his lesser creatures fall. Werewolves, once proud and fierce, now whimpered and writhed as silver coursed through their veins. Bat corpses littered the ground, twitching in their death throes. A gargoyle, its stone skin cracking and crumbling, toppled from its perch with an ear-splitting shriek. The ground trembled as it shattered upon impact, fragments scattering across blood-soaked earth. Andor materialized beside Dracula, his nostrils flaring at the acrid stench of blood and ash. Bodies lay strewn across the scorched earth, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Andor's eyes darted from one gruesome sight to another, his jaw clenched tight.
"Father,"
he whispered, his voice hoarse.
"this is madness. Call off your children and flee."
Andor's words hung in the air, unheeded. Dracula's eyes blazed crimson, fixed solely on Van Helsing. With a snarl that shook the very stones, he lunged. Claws raked flesh. Fangs flashed in the moonlight. Blood spattered stone as the two foes collided. Decades of hatred exploded in a frenzy of violence. The air crackled, each blow echoing like thunder. Inhuman roars, and the sickening crunch of bone filled the night. Dracula's talons tore strips from Van Helsing's chest. The hunter's silver blade sliced deep into vampiric flesh. They grappled, tumbling across jagged rocks, locked in a dance of death. Van Helsing's eyes gleamed with righteous fury, his face twisted in a snarl of disgust. Dracula's features were a mask of inhuman rage, lips peeled back to reveal razor-sharp teeth. They crashed through walls, leaving craters in their wake. Bones cracked, skin tore. Neither combatant uttered a sound beyond guttural growls and hisses of pain. The stench of blood and sweat hung thick in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of burning flesh where holy water had splashed. The church's stained glass windows shattered as Dracula's roar reverberated through the walls. Shards of colored glass rained down, glinting in the flickering candlelight. Van Helsing stumbled back, his stake leaving a trail of acrid smoke where it had grazed Dracula's chest. The scent of burning flesh mingled with incense and dust. Dracula's eyes blazed crimson, his fangs bared in a snarl. For a split second, the memory of Jonathan's soft caress ghosted across his skin. That fleeting distraction was all Van Helsing needed. The hunter lunged forward, his stake whistling through the air. Dracula twisted, narrowly avoiding the killing blow. His claws raked across Van Helsing's arm, drawing blood. The hunter's cry of pain echoed off the vaulted ceiling as he stumbled against an ornate wooden pew. Dracula advanced, his form seeming to grow larger, darker, consuming the very light around him. In a moment of distraction, Van Helsing's stake found its mark, piercing Dracula's side. The vampire lord howled in pain, staggering back. The wound smoked and hissed, the blessed weapon causing far more damage than ordinary wood ever could. Dracula fell to one knee, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Around him the battle was winding down. Most of his children had been slain or had fled, leaving only a handful still fighting against the hunters. Van Helsing approached, another stake raised for the killing blow.
"It's done, you wicked monster,"
he said, his voice filled with both triumph and regret.
"Your reign of terror ends here, for Nadia."
Dracula looked up at his nemesis, his vision blurring from pain and blood loss. In that moment, he saw not Van Helsing, but Jonathan. Jonathan, whom he had pushed away. Jonathan, whom he had loved and lost.
"Jonathan,"
Dracula whispered, his voice barely audible.
"I'm sorry."
As Van Helsing's stake descended, time seemed to slow. Dracula closed his eyes, ready to embrace the final death that had eluded him for so long. In his mind, he saw Jonathan one last time, smiling at him with love and forgiveness. Chapter 31. The London air hung heavy with fog as Jonathan Harker trudged along the cobblestone streets, his shoulders slumped and his eyes downcast. The wound on his stomach had mostly healed, leaving behind a jagged scar that served as a constant reminder of his time in Transylvania. But it was the wounds that couldn't be seen, the ones that plagued his heart and mind, that refused to heal. Months had passed since his return, yet Jonathan felt as though he was sleepwalking through his own life. The bustling city that had once filled him with excitement now seemed dull and lifeless. He went through the motions of his daily routine, but his thoughts constantly drifted back to the castle, to Dracula, to the passion and danger he had left behind. At times a faint whisper would tickle the edges of his consciousness, a voice so distant and indistinct he couldn't make out the words. Was it calling his name? Was it Dracula? Or was his mind finally fracturing under the weight of his experiences? Jonathan would shake his head, trying to clear away the phantom sound. He told himself it was nothing more than the lingering effects of his ordeal, a trick of an overactive imagination. Yet the voice persisted, growing neither louder nor clearer, but remaining a constant nagging presence in the back of his mind. He did his best to ignore it, to focus on the mundane tasks of his London life. But the whisper was always there, a reminder of the otherworldly realm he had left behind. Lucy Westenra, ever the devoted friend, had taken it upon herself to nurse Jonathan back to health. She fretted over his physical recovery, changing bandages and preparing nourishing meals. But it was his emotional state that worried her most. The Jonathan who had returned from Transylvania was a mere shadow of the vibrant young man she had known. Lucy gently knocked on the study doorframe.
Jonathan, may I come in?
Jonathan looked up, his eyes hollow. He nodded silently. Lucy settled into the armchair across from him, smoothing her skirts.
I think it's time we talked about what happened in Transylvania.
Jonathan's shoulders tensed. He opened his mouth to protest, but Lucy held up a hand.
Please,
she said softly.
Why have you returned so changed? I mean, you were always a little melancholy, but now I hardly recognize you at all.
Rain drummed steadily against the window panes as Jonathan's resolve crumbled. Words spilled out, haltingly at first, then in a torrent. He spoke of Dracula's otherworldly allure, of passion and terror intertwined, of secrets hidden in shadowy corridors and choices that haunted his dreams. Lucy listened with wide eyes, her expression a mixture of shock, disbelief, and fascination. When Jonathan finally fell silent, she took a moment to process all she had heard.
Jonathan,
she said at last, her voice barely above a whisper.
I don't know if I can fully believe everything you've told me. It seems so fantastical, so impossible. But I believe that you believe it, and I can see how deeply it has affected you.
Jonathan nodded, feeling both relieved and anxious.
I know how it sounds, Lucy. There are times I wonder if I've gone mad, if it was all some fever dream. But then I look at this scar. I remember the taste of his kiss and the power of his presence, and I know it was real.
Lucy leaned forward, taking Jonathan's hands in hers.
Then why did you leave? Why did you come back to London if what you had there was so powerful?
Jonathan's eyes filled with tears.
Because I was afraid of losing myself, of becoming something I didn't recognize. And he sent me away, Lucy. He didn't want me anymore.
Lucy's grip on his hands tightened.
Oh, Jonathan, don't you see? Fear is what's holding you back. You experienced something extraordinary, something most people can only dream of. A connection so intense it transcends the boundaries of life and death. And you're willing to let it slip away because of fear?
Jonathan stared at her, stunned by the passion in her voice.
But Lucy, the danger.
Life is dangerous, Jonathan. Every day we risk our hearts, our souls, but that's what makes it worth living. If I had the chance to experience a love like that, a connection so profound, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd embrace it with every fibre of my being, consequences be damned.
Her words struck Jonathan like a physical blow. He saw the truth in them, the wisdom that had eluded him for so long.
But what if he doesn't want me?
Lucy's eyes softened.
Then at least you'll know. You'll have closure. But Jonathan, from what you've told me, I don't believe that's the case. I think you both acted out of fear, and now you're both suffering for it. You need to go back, to fight for what you want against those hunters or Van Helsing or who the hell ever else.
Jonathan felt something stir within him, a spark of hope and a fire that had long been dormant.
You're right,
he said, his voice growing stronger.
You're absolutely right, Lucy. I can't keep living like this, trapped between two worlds. I need to go back. I need to see him.
Lucy smiled, a mixture of joy and sadness in her eyes.
Then go, Jonathan. Go and find your happiness wherever it may lead you.
Jonathan stepped out into the crisp London air, his Doberman puppy Bella trotting eagerly at his side. The dog had grown considerably since Jonathan last saw him, Lucy did a fantastic job taking care of him. Jonathan's mind churned with conflicting emotions as they rounded the corner to make their way toward the clock in the tower of the Houses of Parliament. Lucy's words echoed in his thoughts, reminding him of the extraordinary connection he'd shared with Dracula. The cobblestones beneath his feet felt alien now, the bustling city a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of Transylvania. Bela's leash tugged gently as the dog paused to sniff a lamppost. Jonathan absently scratched behind the pup's ears, lost in contemplation. A cool breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it a whisper so faint Jonathan almost missed it. His name, barely audible, in a voice he'd recognize anywhere. Dracula's voice. Jonathan's heart leaped into his throat, his breath catching. He spun around, eyes desperately searching the busy London street. But there was nothing. No tall, dark figure emerging from the shadows, no piercing gaze meeting his own. His hands trembled as he steadied himself against a lamppost. That voice, after all this time, all the pain and doubt, to hear it again. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes. A cocktail of emotions swirled within him, longing, fear, hope, anger. Jonathan closed his eyes, willing the voice to come again. But only the mundane sounds of the city reached his ears now. He felt hollowed out, aching with a need he'd tried so hard to bury. With a shaky exhale, he pushed himself upright and continued down the street. But his steps were hesitant now, his gaze constantly darting to the shadows, waiting, hoping, dreading. A smile tugged at Jonathan's lips as he looked down at Bela.
Well, boy, I think that settles it.
Bela whined softly, his dark eyes fixed on Jonathan's face.
What do you say? Want to come with me this time?
Jonathan asked, crouching down to ruffle the dog's fur. Bela's tail wagged furiously, and he let out an excited bark that echoed through the quiet street. Jonathan laughed, his decision solidifying with each passing moment.
I'll take that as a yes. Let's go home, Bela. Our real home.
1 week later. The rhythmic clatter of the train wheels lulled Jonathan into a trance-like state as he gazed out the window. Rolling hills and dense forests blurred past, the landscape growing wilder with each passing mile. His fingers absently traced the rough fabric of the seat, his mind a whirlwind of memories and doubts. Bela's steady presence beside him offered some comfort, but couldn't fully quell the storm of emotions within. What if Dracula rejected him again? What if he arrived too late? The possibilities haunted him, yet the alternative, never knowing, never trying, was unbearable. As the train rattled on towards Transylvania, Jonathan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Whatever awaited him, he was finally on his way to confront it. A sudden movement beside him caught Jonathan's attention. He turned to find a strikingly handsome man settling into the seat next to him. The stranger's otherworldly beauty was almost unsettling. Sharp cheekbones, piercing amber eyes, and long white hair that seemed to shimmer in the dim light of the train car. He wore an impeccably tailored suit of deep burgundy, with a silk waistcoat embroidered with intricate golden patterns. A gleaming pocket watch chain draped across his chest. "Happy to be heading home?" the man asked, his voice rich and melodious. Jonathan blinked, taken aback by the question.
Yes, I suppose I am,"
he replied hesitantly. The stranger's lips curved into a smile. "Good. I'm quite the romantic, you know. I do love a happy ending."
"Oh, I don't really read romances,"
Jonathan said, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. "If you did, though, you'd prefer the ones with happy endings, wouldn't you?" the man pressed. Jonathan nodded, unsure how to respond to this bizarre conversation. "Let me tell you a story," the stranger continued, his eyes gleaming. "A romance that spans centuries. It's a tale of lost loves found again in new forms, and a meddling demon who told a little white lie to ensure he'd see a happy ending. Jonathan laughed nervously, glancing out the window.
I think we're almost at our stop,
he said, hoping to end the conversation. The man sighed dramatically. Perhaps another time, then. Maybe we'll meet again in a few 100 years, or 1,000, and have a good laugh about all this. Confusion and unease swept through Jonathan.
I'm sorry, but who are you?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Just then, the train lurched to a stop. The stranger stood, smoothing his immaculate suit. I'm afraid you don't have time to waste, Bela and not Bela, he said cryptically. Dracula awaits. Before Jonathan could respond, the man vanished, leaving behind only the faintest scent of brimstone. Jonathan sat frozen, his mind reeling from the encounter. Bela stirred beside him, raising his head and letting out a soft whine.
It's all right, boy,
Jonathan murmured, scratching behind the dog's ears.
Come on, let's go.
With shaking hands, he gathered his belongings and stepped off the train, the mysterious stranger's words echoing in his mind. Jonathan stepped off the train. The familiar Transylvanian air filled his lungs, crisp and tinged with the scent of pine. He closed his eyes, focusing on the faint whisper that had been growing stronger with each mile of his journey. Despite the flutter of being back, something wasn't quite right. The familiar carriages that once ferried travelers to the village were conspicuously absent. An eerie silence hung in the air, broken only by the distant barking of dogs. As he scanned the area, Jonathan's eyes widened. A group of men huddled near the station entrance, their faces grim and weapons poorly concealed. Hunters. He ducked behind a pillar, pulse quickening. A flash of movement caught his attention. A young boy, no more than 10, wheeled a rusty bicycle across the square. Jonathan's mind raced. He approached the child, fishing coins from his pocket.
How much for your bike?
He asked, voice low and urgent. The boy's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. Without a word, he thrust the handlebars toward Jonathan and snatched the coins. Jonathan swung his leg over the frame. He pedaled hard, the rickety bike creaking beneath him. As he left the village behind, his faithful companion loped alongside, tongue lolling. The wind whipped Jonathan's face as he rode, the looming silhouette of Castle Dracula growing larger on the horizon. That voice, his voice, echoed in his mind, growing stronger with each turn of the wheels. He stopped only once he reached the desolate chained gates of the burned structure. Bela whined softly at his side. Jonathan scratched behind his ears, drawing comfort from its presence.
We're close, boy. Can you feel it?
As if in response, the dog's ears perked up. With a sharp bark, he took off down the worn path, leading away from the crumbled castle and into the woods. Jonathan dropped the bike and hurried after, his legs protesting the sudden exertion. His recent injuries, though mostly healed, still made themselves known with dull aches. He laughed when he thought of the fear he felt when he had first entered these lands. How that hungry wolf that followed unnerved him. Now he was afraid of nothing. The path wound through dense forest. Jonathan's footsteps crunched on fallen leaves, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. Where were the birds, the chittering squirrels? An eerie silence had settled over the woods, broken only by his own labored breathing and the occasional snap of a twig beneath his feet. Branches snagged at his clothes as he pushed through, leaving small scratches on his exposed skin. The air grew heavy, laden with the musty scent of decay. Jonathan's heart raced, a mix of anticipation and fear coursing through his veins. Bela's excited barks echoed ahead, spurring him onward. Suddenly, the trees parted, revealing a small clearing. In its center stood a dilapidated wooden structure, barely more than a shack. Moss clung to its weathered planks, and the roof sagged ominously. It looked as if a strong gust of wind might topple it entirely. Jonathan approached cautiously, his footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves. The dog circled the hut, sniffing intently before scratching at the warped door.
Dracula.
Jonathan called softly, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence.
Are you here?
No response came from within the hut, but the pull in his mind intensified. Jonathan's hand trembled as he reached for the rusted door handle. The metal was ice-cold against his palm. With a deep breath, he pushed the door open. It creaked ominously, the sound reverberating through the clearing. Stale air rushed out, carrying the musty scent of long abandonment. Jonathan peered into the gloom, his eyes struggling to adjust to the dim interior. Dracula's blood may not have completely left his body, but he no longer enjoyed the benefits of improved vision and hearing. Dust motes danced in the thin shafts of light, filtering through cracks in the walls. Cobwebs adorned every corner, and the floorboards groaned beneath his weight.
Dracula?
He called again, his voice barely above a whisper.
It's me, Jonathan. I've come back.
The silence stretched on, broken only by the pounding of Jonathan's heart. He took a tentative step forward, the floorboard creaking loudly beneath his foot. Chapter 32. Jonathan entered the small hut. Darkness enveloped him, and he squinted, trying to make out shapes in the gloom. The familiar pull that had guided him here suddenly vanished, leaving him feeling untethered.
Dracula,
he whispered, his voice trembling slightly. No response came. Bella's nails clicked on the wooden floor as the dog moved deeper into the hut. Jonathan heard him sniffing intently, circling an area in the corner.
What is it, boy? You found something?
Jonathan's hand sought the comforting warmth of Bella's fur. The dog whined softly, pawing at the floorboards. Jonathan kneeled, running his fingers over the rough wood. His heart quickened as he felt the edge of a trapdoor.
Good boy, Bela,
he murmured, scratching behind the dog's ears.
What would I do without you?
With a deep breath, Jonathan grasped the iron ring and pulled. The trapdoor creaked open, revealing a yawning darkness below. A musty smell wafted up, making him wrinkle his nose.
All right, Bela,
Jonathan said, his voice barely above a whisper.
I need you to stay up here and keep watch. Can you do that for me?
The dog's tail thumped against the floor in response. Jonathan swung his legs over the edge, feeling for a ladder with his feet. He lowered himself into the unknown, clinging to the edge of the trapdoor. I'll be back soon, he promised Bela, whose concerned whine was the last thing he heard before dropping into the darkness below. The basement of the abandoned hut was no better than the decaying structure above. As Jonathan descended the creaking ladder, the musty air grew thick and oppressive, carrying the damp scent of earth and decay. The space was small, barely larger than a modest bedroom, with rough-hewn stone walls that glistened with moisture in the dim light filtering from above. Cobwebs clung to every corner, their silvery strands swaying gently in the stagnant air. The floor was packed earth, uneven, and slightly spongy underfoot. Scattered about were remnants of a life long abandoned, a rusted bucket in one corner, a moldering pile of rags in another. A ragged wooden table, its surface warped and pitted, stood against one wall, while a few broken chairs lay toppled nearby. The air was thick with the pungent odor of mold and decaying wood, accompanied by a distinct earthy smell that hinted at years of neglect. Each breath Jonathan took felt laden with particles of dust and decay, making him want to cough and sneeze simultaneously. Jonathan's eyes strained against the inky blackness, desperately seeking any sign of movement. He blinked rapidly, willing his vision to adjust, but the darkness remained impenetrable.
Fine time to not have your gift.
Jonathan muttered. His hand unconsciously reached out, fingers grasping at nothing but damp air. The steady drip, drip, drip of water echoed ominously, each sound amplified in the stillness.
Where are you?
Fumbling in the near-total darkness, Jonathan's hands found the smooth surface of an oil lamp on the old table. Nearby, his fingers brushed against the rough edges of a matchbox. He struck a match with trembling hands, the sudden flare of light momentarily blinding him. The lamp sputtered to life, casting a warm, flickering glow that barely penetrated the gloom. Jonathan's eyes adjusted to the dim light, revealing a large, rectangular shape in the center of the room. He moved closer, the floorboards creaking beneath his feet. His fingers brushed against cold, rough stone, a lid covering what seemed to be a coffin or crypt. Jonathan's heart pounded as he set the lamp down and pressed his palms flat against the surface, feeling the chill seep into his skin. The lid was incredibly heavy, far more than he had expected. His muscles strained as he pushed, the stone scraping against stone with a sound that echoed through the small space. With a final Herculean effort, the lid shifted and fell to the side with a resounding thud. Jonathan's shoulders slumped as he stared into the hole, the lamplight flickering over the mound of dark soil. His fingers tightened on the lamp's handle until his knuckles turned white. A strangled sound escaped his throat, half sob, half bitter laugh. He sank to his knees beside the opening, one hand reaching out to touch the earth, as if he could will Dracula into existence through sheer desperation.
No,
he whispered, his voice cracking.
No, no, no.
Jonathan's fist slammed into the dirt, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. He coughed, eyes stinging from more than just the particles. The lamp clattered to the ground as he buried his face in his hands, his body shaking with silent, frustrated tears. Had it all been a delusion? Had his longing for Dracula driven him to madness, chasing phantoms across the continent? Suddenly, Bela's frantic barking pierced the silence, followed by a heart-wrenching yelp. Jonathan's blood ran cold.
Bela!
He got up and sprinted toward the ladder, but a dark figure dropped before he could reach it. Van Helsing straightened, a cruel smile playing on his lips. How predictable, he sneered. The vampire's whore, returning to join his master in hell. Jonathan's fists clenched at his sides.
What have you done with Dracula?
He demanded.
And if you've hurt my dog, I swear I'll...
You'll what? Van Helsing laughed, the sound echoing off the damp walls. Kill me! You're nothing but a weak, pathetic human, corrupted by that monster's influence. Your dog is the least of your concerns now. With lightning speed, Van Helsing lunged forward. Jonathan tried to dodge, but the hunter was too fast, too strong. They crashed to the ground, Jonathan's head slamming against the packed earth. Stars exploded behind his eyes as Van Helsing pinned him down, one hand pressing against his throat. You led us right to him, Van Helsing hissed, his face inches from Jonathan's. Your weakness, your foolish devotion, will be his undoing, but you won't live to see it. Die knowing you betrayed the very creature you sought to protect. Jonathan struggled, clawing at Van Helsing's arm, but it was like trying to move a mountain. Black spots danced at the edges of his vision as his lungs burned for air. This couldn't be how it ended, not when he'd come so far, risked everything. Suddenly the air seemed to vibrate. A low rumble filled the basement, growing in intensity until it drowned out even Jonathan's heart. Van Helsing's eyes widened in shock as the mound of earth in the stone coffin exploded upward. Dirt rained down as a figure burst forth. Dracula, his eyes blazing with fury, his form more beast than man. He moved with impossible speed, tearing Van Helsing away from Jonathan and hurling him across the room. Jonathan gasped for air, coughing and sputtering as he struggled to his feet. The scene before him was like something out of a nightmare. Dracula and Van Helsing clashed in a torrent of violence, their movements too fast for human eyes to follow. Van Helsing produced a stake from his coat, its tip gleaming wickedly in the lamplight. He thrust it towards Dracula's heart, but the was ready. Dracula caught Van Helsing's wrist, the wood splintering in his grip. With his other hand, he raked his claws across the hunter's chest, leaving deep, bloody furrows. The vial glinted in Van Helsing's hand. Jonathan lunged for the splintered chair leg, his fingers closing around rough wood. He pivoted, swinging wildly. The makeshift club connected with a sickening crack. Van Helsing crumpled, the vial shattering on impact. Liquid splashed across the floor, sizzling where it touched Dracula's skin. Van Helsing roared in fury, rounding on Jonathan with murder in his eyes. But Dracula was there instantly, placing himself between Jonathan and the hunter. The two immortal enemies circled each other, neither willing to give ground. Jonathan could see the toll the fight was taking on Dracula. His movements were slower, less fluid than before. How long had he been buried, weakened, and vulnerable? Van Helsing seemed to sense Dracula's fatigue. He pressed his advantage, raining down blows with inhuman speed and strength. Dracula parried and dodged, but each movement was a fraction slower than the last. A vicious uppercut sent Dracula reeling. Van Helsing pressed forward, and the stake rose high.
"This ends now, monster!"
he cried triumphantly.
No!
Jonathan screamed. Time seemed to slow as he hurled himself forward, tackling Van Helsing from behind. The stake clattered to the ground as they tumbled together, Jonathan clinging to the hunter's back like a desperate child. Van Helsing snarled, reaching back to grab Jonathan by the hair. With a brutal twist, he flung the young man across the room. Jonathan's body slammed into the stone wall with a sickening thud. He crumpled to the ground, dazed and gasping for breath. Through blurred vision, Jonathan saw Dracula's face contort with a rage unlike anything he'd ever witnessed. The vampire's form seemed to grow, to darken, becoming something unholy and terrible. With a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, Dracula launched himself at Van Helsing. What followed was a frenzy of violence too brutal for Jonathan's mind to fully comprehend. Claws tore flesh, fangs rended bone. Blood, both human and vampire, spattered the walls and floor. The very air crackled with the intensity of their hatred. When it was over, Van Helsing lay broken and bleeding on the earthen floor. His chest heaved with labored breaths, his eyes wide with disbelief and fear.
"Impossible!"
he wheezed.
"I can't die. Not until I've avenged her."
A new voice cut through the tension like a knife.
"Oh, I wouldn't worry about that."
All eyes turned to the ladder, where Andor now stood, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Before anyone could react, he moved with preternatural speed, his hand plunging into Van Helsing's chest. The hunter's eyes bulged, a choked gasp escaping his lips.
"You see?"
Andor continued conversationally, as if he weren't elbow-deep in a man's chest cavity.
"Before you die, I want you to know that you've been chasing the wrong vampire all this time. It was I who killed your precious wife, and I must say, she was absolutely delicious."
Van Helsing tried to speak, his mouth working soundlessly, but whatever words he might have uttered were lost forever as the light faded from his eyes. With a wet, sickening sound, Andor withdrew his hand, letting the lifeless body fall to the ground. A heavy silence fell over the basement, broken only by the ragged breathing of its occupants. Jonathan stared in horror at the scene before him, his mind struggling to process the brutal turn of events. Dracula stood motionless, his eyes fixed on Andor with an unreadable expression. Chapter 33. Andor hefted Van Helsing's lifeless body over his shoulder, blood dripping onto the earthen floor. He turned to Jonathan and Dracula, his eyes glinting in the dim lamplight.
"The last of the hunters are taken care of,"
he said, his voice low and tinged with satisfaction.
"But word will spread quickly. The fall of Castle Dracula, some will see it as a sign of weakness."
Dracula's jaw clenched, his eyes narrowing at the implications. Andor continued,
"I'm leaving Transylvania. Too many memories, too many ghosts."
He paused, glancing between them.
"You'd be wise to do the same."
Without waiting for a response, Andor ascended the ladder, Van Helsing's body swaying grotesquely with each step. At the top, he paused, silhouetted against the fading daylight.
"Farewell, Father,"
he said softly. Then he was gone, leaving only the echo of his footsteps and the metallic scent of blood behind. Dracula slumped to the floor, his body weary from the brutal fight. Blood stained his tattered clothes, and his chest heaved with each labored breath. His eyes, usually sharp and alert, were heavy-lidded with exhaustion. Jonathan crawled towards him, wincing with each movement. His limbs trembled, muscles protesting after the violent encounter. A thin trail of blood trickled from a cut on his forehead, and bruises were already blooming across his pale skin. As Jonathan drew near, Dracula's eyes widened in disbelief. He blinked rapidly as if trying to dispel an illusion.
"Jonathan? How? Why are you here?"
Jonathan reached out, his fingers brushing Dracula's cheek.
I heard you. Your voice, calling to me. I couldn't ignore it any longer.
Confusion flickered across Dracula's face. He hadn't consciously called out, yet some part of him must have been reaching for Jonathan all this time.
I don't care anymore.
Jonathan continued, his voice growing stronger.
If I'm just a replacement, a shadow of someone you once loved, it doesn't matter. I know what I want now.
He leaned in closer, his breath warm against Dracula's skin.
I want freedom. And I want you.
Dracula's hand trembled as he cupped Jonathan's face, drinking in the sight of him. For a moment, neither spoke, their reunion hanging in the air between them. Dracula's eyes softened as he gazed at Jonathan, longing and regret etched in their depths.
"You must understand, Jonathan. You're more than a replacement. I was blind, lost in grief for so long. I tried to recreate what I had, but it only drove others to madness. I would have done the same to you if—"
His voice trailed off. Jonathan shuffled closer, ignoring the pain, his hand reaching out to cup Dracula's cheek.
I don't care. Let us both be mad together then.
A rich, warm laugh escaped Dracula's lips. His hand covered Jonathan's, fingers intertwining.
I had my time with my love, and that time has ended. I can no longer remain in this stagnant world, slowly withering away. I want to live, truly live, and I want to do so with you by my side. But there may always be a part of me that sees a bit of him in you.
Jonathan silenced him with a finger to his lips.
There's a saying, you know, if you love something, let it go. If it returns, it's yours.
His eyes sparkled as he leaned in close.
I'm yours, Dracula. Now and always.
Their lips met in a kiss that spoke of promises, new beginnings, and a love that had weathered storms and emerged stronger.
Make love to me,
Jonathan whispered, his voice thick with desire. The next night. Jonathan's eyes fluttered open, his vision swimming into focus. The dank basement came into sharp relief, the scent of mold and decay mingling with the metallic tang of blood. His body ached, but the pain was dulled by the warmth of Dracula's arms around him. He shifted slightly, feeling the rough earthen floor beneath them, and the vampire's cool skin against his own. He turned his head to see Dracula lying beside him, his dark eyes watching Jonathan intently. There was a softness in his gaze, a vulnerability that Jonathan had never seen before.
How do you feel?
Dracula asked, his voice gentle. Jonathan took a moment to assess his body. He felt different, stronger. His senses were heightened, and he could hear the faint rustling of leaves outside and the distant hoot of an owl. He could feel the hum of life within the very walls of this hut. He could hear his pup's heart in a way he'd never heard a heartbeat before, as if he could track the very blood in his veins.
I feel alive,
Jonathan said, a smile tugging at his lips.
but different, changed.
Dracula returned the smile, his fingers brushing a lock of hair from Jonathan's forehead.
You are changed, my love. You are now like me, immortal, and you're not mad.
Jonathan's eyes widened, but there was no fear, only wonder.
Immortal.
He repeated, tasting the word on his tongue. The word settled over him like a heavy cloak. Images of Lucy and his colleagues flashed before him. They would continue growing older, their lives unfolding in the blink of an eye, while he remained unchanged.
Yes,
Dracula said.
And together we shall explore this world anew. There is so much I want to show you, to experience with you.
Jonathan's smile widened.
I want that too,
He said softly.
but there's something I need to do first.
He added, his voice filled with newfound determination. Dracula quirked an eyebrow.
And what might that be?
Bella,
Jonathan said.
I want to turn him if it's possible. I want him to be with us, always.
Dracula chuckled, a rich sound that filled the room.
I knew you would want to be the one to do it. But remember, he will be bound to you as you are to me.
Jonathan nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
I understand.
Dracula smiled indulgently.
Very well. Let's go find your faithful hound.
Jonathan reached for his clothes in the darkness, his newly heightened senses guiding his hands. As he slipped on his shirt, he marveled at the smoothness of his skin. All traces of wounds vanished. A smile played on his lips, hope for the future blooming in his chest.
And when we're done here, where will we go?
He asked, buttoning his trousers. Dracula's eyes glinted in the dim light.
Perhaps London. You could show me what it means to be a modern Victorian man.
He teased. Jonathan laughed, the sound rich and carefree.
I don't think I'm quite ready for London. How about Greece, then Egypt? I've always wanted to see the world.
An excellent suggestion.
Dracula nodded approvingly.
It will serve us well, especially with hunters likely to seek us out.
Jonathan's eyes sparkled with excitement.
The way I feel right now, if they find us, they'll regret doing so.
Dracula pulled him close, his voice low and fervent.
I vow to protect you always.
And when I'm strong enough,
Jonathan whispered.
I'll protect you too.
Their lips met in a tender kiss, sealing their promise of eternity together. Epilogue. Years later. The setting sun cast a warm glow through the grand windows of their London townhouse, painting the opulent drawing room in shades of gold and amber. The Georgian-style residence stood as a testament to refined elegance in the prestigious Mayfair district. Its cream-colored facade, adorned with intricate cornices and wrought-iron balconies, blended seamlessly with the row of equally impressive homes lining the quiet, tree-lined street. Inside, the drawing room exuded a sense of timeless luxury. Rich mahogany paneling covered the walls, complemented by plush velvet curtains in deep crimson. A grand fireplace dominated one wall, its marble mantelpiece adorned with ornate carvings, and flanked by floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with leather-bound tomes. Crystal chandeliers hung from the high coffered ceiling, their facets catching and scattering the fading daylight. Jonathan stood before a full-length gilded mirror, adjusting his cravat with practiced ease. His reflection, still a novelty after all these years, showed a face unchanged by time, eternally youthful and handsome. Dracula appeared behind him, wrapping his arms around Jonathan's waist and gently kissing his neck.
"You look ravishing, my love,"
he murmured, his dark eyes meeting Jonathan's in the mirror. Dracula was resplendent in a finely tailored black suit, the crisp white shirt beneath accentuating his pale skin. A deep crimson cravat added a splash of color reminiscent of fresh blood. His long, dark hair was neatly tied back with a silk ribbon, and a gleaming silver pocket watch hung from his waistcoat. Jonathan smiled, leaning back into Dracula's embrace.
"And you, as always, are the very picture of elegance,"
he replied, admiring Dracula's impeccable evening attire. The sound of nails clicking on hardwood drew their attention. Bela, now a magnificent specimen of immortal canine, trotted into the room, his coat glossy and his eyes bright with intelligence.
"Are you ready for another night of adoration, old friend?"
Jonathan asked, bending to scratch behind Bela's ears. The dog's tail wagged in response, a low, contented growl rumbling in his chest. Dracula chuckled.
"I dare say Bela has become as much of a sensation in London society as we have."
It was true. Their unconventional household had caused quite a stir when they first arrived in London. But Dracula's charm, Jonathan's wit, and the novelty of their exotic background had soon won over even the most skeptical members of the ton. Now their soirees were the most sought-after invitations in the city. As they made their final preparations for the evening, Jonathan's mind drifted to the journey that had brought them here. The pain, the fear, the transformation. It all seemed like a distant dream now. Yet the love that had blossomed in those dark days had only grown stronger with each passing year.
"What are you thinking about?"
Dracula asked, noticing Jonathan's contemplative expression. Jonathan smiled, taking Dracula's hand in his own.
"Just how far we've come,"
he said softly. Dracula's eyes softened.
"Without you, I'd still be rotting away in that castle."
"And I'd be suffocating in London society, forever hiding my true self. Now we have nothing to hide."
Their fingers intertwined as they gazed at each other. Jonathan marveled at the newfound strength in his grip, the heightened sensitivity of his skin as it brushed against Dracula's cool flesh. The vampire's dark eyes sparkled with an intensity that Jonathan could now fully appreciate, seeing depths and nuances he'd never noticed before. Together, they would face whatever eternity had in store, two souls finally free to be exactly who they were meant to be.
I would like to give a special thanks to both patrons and Lunar listeners. Thank you so much for your support. It's all going directly into creating more audio content for your listening pleasure. Lunar listeners receive early access to all audio chapters on YouTube. Patreon members receive early access to uncensored audio chapters, along with full audio shorts too hot for Amazon and YouTube.